Alrighty. Are we alive? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it is not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, happy Monday. We are back. You had Father's Day, so happy Father's Day once again. I hope you're ready for another holiday. It is supposed to be a quiet week, and actually, except for the bonds, we are starting off pretty quiet here. So we got a couple of things going on here. Today, you woke up with the French and the croissant. Everybody calm down with that. There was a commitment by Le Pen to not go as crazy, so that eased up a little bit, but not too much. Everybody is waiting for a slew of Fed speakers today and throughout the week, but to get everything started, it's looking chill, and you had a couple of updates in Chiplandia, so not too bad. It should be slow this week, but if anything speeds up, we will be right here, baby. So Chatadonia, I hope your weekend was good. I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you liked the video early, but good morning. How are ya? Happy Monday. Oh, yeah. Tell them, Professor Loud. What up, Nate? Zoraz, Najee Wolf, Cart McGart, Gary Yavari, Whitty Loza, Brown Todd Crows, Carissa Hines. Good morning. Oh, Charlotte, man. What's up, baby? Jerry, will ya? Oh, my goodness. Jay Samuels, Jason Erickson, Matthew Warren, Monica Ashley, Blizzy, Candy, Mark J, Dave Gowargi, as Trapper Wolf ready to go, baby. What's up, man? Good morning. Bros B, the Tiger Man. Oh, Tim Whitman in the house. Blizzy B, Jay Solis, Agent of Chaos, Peggy Williams, Charlie Jean, Rob Canton Jr., Bob Don Jamar. Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Super Takeoff. What's up, baby? Theo Robelio. Barb on Fire. Wookie. Oh, my goodness. Iraz. How you living, man? What up, Jake? El Trapato. Riley Mack. Ian M. Ray Roman. Daniel Slama. Mindfulness. Good morning, baby. Happy Monday. What up, Battleborn? What up, Hydeer? Tim, Me Nacho, Amari, Straw Hat, Last One, Brandon, Kenneth, El Chapo's wife. Why be nasty? Good morning, Notorious. Hey. All right, I'm sorry. Tariq, what's up, man? Open face sandwich, baby. Good morning, Edison, Alex. What about that Twitch? Oh, Roach is in the house. Hell Coyote, Kurt Ape, Iceberg, Midwest Finest, Blowing Dough, Blizzy B, Hailstone, Robo Hand Tech, Mother Liquor, and Robo Hand Tech, baby. Good morning. Oh, it's Monday. Oh, so again, Wednesday is closed. Don't forget about that. It shouldn't be that nuts this week, but then again, I mean, I feel like every week, and it's like fully summer too. You guys know that, right? Summer ends on Labor Day, I believe, September 1st. So, yeah, we get fun, the whole quarter, woo. Okay, and anyways, like the video. This is what happens when there's not a lot of lights on there, you know. But I got the news for you. We have the plays and all of that, so let's get into it, and then we will get into the random play. Good morning. European gains unravel under lingering France risk. Global stocks and bonds stayed under pressure, ceding most of the early gains sparked by French far-right leader Marine Le Pen's pledge to respect political institutions if she wins the upcoming snap parliamentary election. Contracts on the S&P 500 slipped alongside the Pan-European Stock 600 index, while France's CAC 40 benchmark erased most of its opening 1% advance. Euro area bond yields edged higher, with France's yield premium over Germany staying near the widest in years. The euro was modestly firmer against the dollar after shedding almost 1% last week. Global markets are struggling to recover from a sell-off sparked last week by French President Emmanuel Macron's call for a snap election that could result in gains for far-right groups, including Le Pen's National Rally. European assets were lifted initially as Le Pen appeared to soothe investors with comments that she won't try to push out Macron if she wins the election, but the gains fizzled quickly. And it's fair to say that foreign investors are nervous about the heightened political risk that the situation in France brings, said Frédéric Carrier, head of investment strategy at RBC Wealth Management. The market still has a lot of difficulty pricing in these sorts of events. Still, she noted populist politicians do have a history of moving closer to the center once they reach power, and Le Pen's comments had fueled hopes for that outcome in France. It's possible that these signs of them being a little bit less radical and wanting to play nice might encourage the market a little bit, Carrier said, but with the first election round on June 30th, investors are likely to stay wary of Europe. Citigroup analysts warned that a potential far-right majority in France is among the risk factors for European equities and said they favor the U.S. market. Thushka Maharaj, a multi-asset strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management, said she had started to turn more positive on European stocks before the election announcement, but the political uncertainty makes that harder to position for immediately. Markets' monetary policy angst could also return this week. The Bank of England's Thursday meeting could signal that a July 4th election and lingering price pressures will force rate setters to wait until August at least before easing policy. Peers in Australia and Norway, also meeting this week, also seem to be in no hurry to cut rates. A swath of Federal Reserve officials, including Dallas Fed President Lori Logan, Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee, and Fed Governor Adriana Kugler, are due to speak key events this week. U.S. Empire Manufacturing Monday. ECB Chief Economist Philip Lane speaks Monday. Philadelphia Fed President Patrick Harker speaks Monday. Australia rate decision Tuesday. Chile rate decision Tuesday. Eurozone CPI Tuesday. Singapore trade Tuesday. U.S. retail sales, business inventories, industrial production, cross-border investment Tuesday. Richmond Fed President Thomas Barkin. Dallas Fed President Lori Logan. Fed Governor Adriana Kugler, St. Louis. Fed President Alberto Musalem, Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee Tuesday. Japan trade Wednesday. Bank of Japan issues minutes of April policy meeting Wednesday. UK CPI Wednesday. Bank of Canada issues summary of deliberations Wednesday. Brazil rate decision Wednesday. New Zealand GDP Thursday. China loan prime rates Thursday. Indonesia rate decision Thursday. Eurozone consumer confidence Thursday. Norway rate decision Thursday. Switzerland rate decision Thursday. Eurozone finance ministers meet Thursday. UK BOE rate decision Thursday. U.S. housing starts initial jobless claims Thursday. Japan CPI Friday. Hong Kong CPI Friday. India S&P Global Manufacturing PMI Friday, Eurozone S&P Global Manufacturing PMI, S&P Global Services PMI Friday, UK S&P Global CIPS Manufacturing PMI Friday, U.S. Existing Home Sales Conforgen Board Leading Index Friday, Canada Retail Sales Friday, Richmond Fed President Thomas Barkin speaks Friday, drifting markets, U.S. stock futures are drifting amid an evaporation of earlier gains across European benchmarks. France's CAC 40 was higher following its worst weekly drop in more than 2 years, but that is cooled too. Treasuries are mostly unmoved, as is the dollar, while Japanese stocks tumbled all ahead of a week packed with central bank action, including decisions in the UK, Australia, and Brazil, with investors looking for hints on when each will join the rate-cutting cycle. Data dependence, U.S. bond markets are driving home the message that the data matters more than what the Federal Reserve says. That was in evidence last week when dovish inflation data drowned out any hawkish comments made by policymakers, underscoring the diminished significance of central bank guidance when the economy keeps surprising. Whether being listened to or not, the Fed's Neil Kashkari said over the weekend that the bank is in a good place to take its time before turning to rate cuts. U.S. flows. The U.S. has taken nearly a third of all investment that has flowed across borders after the pandemic. An analysis by the International Monetary Fund showed the U.S. share of global flows increased since a dollar shortage in 2020 and after the uncertainty sparked by the freezing of Russian assets in 2022. All this in spite of calls to diversify out of the dollar in recent recent years and driven in part by the interest rate hikes by the Fed. China's slump, the housing slump in China deepened in May, triggering new calls for the government to pump cash and credit into the economy. Declines in real estate investment and home prices gathered pace, while industrial production growth fell short of expectations. That rippled through commodity markets, with iron ore futures sinking and copper prices hitting an 8-week low. The Chinese central bank, meanwhile, left rates unchanged for the 10th month in a row. Top overnight news in China's President Xi Jinping told European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen that Washington was trying to goad Beijing into attacking Taiwan. According to people familiar with the matter, China's industrial production for May falls short of expectations, +5, 6% versus the street +6, 2%, and property investment exhibits softness too, while retail sales were a bright spot, +3, 7% versus the street +3%. BBG, China's new home prices fell at the fastest pace in more than 912 years in May, with the property sector struggling to find a bottom despite government efforts to rein in oversupply and support debt-laden developers. Prices were down 0.7% in May from the previous month, marking the 11th straight month-on-month decline and steepest drop since October 2014. RTRS BOJ to begin dialing back its pace of QE, but will hold off on hiking rates until at least Sept, according to a former board member. RTRS, French political anxiety calmed slightly as Le Pen said she would cooperate with Macron if her party wins the upcoming election. BBG, Russia and Ukraine appear further from peace today than at any other time since the full-scale invasion commenced in Feb of 2022, with both sides making unrealistic demands as conditions for ending the war. NYT, apparel retailers are discovering that weight loss is their gain. While blockbuster drugs like Ozempic that lead to significant weight loss have dented demand for diet plans and caused food companies to prepare for people eating less, clothing sellers are finding that millions of slimmed-down Americans want to buy new clothes. LBWSJ, Tesla has been granted approval to test its advanced driver assistance system on some Shanghai streets, a person familiar said. The company halted Cybertruck deliveries over a windshield wiper issue, according to Electrek. BBG, Tesla, TSLA, reduces the price of its Model 3 long-range AWD vehicles in the U.S. by USD $250, taking it to USD $47,490, according to Reuters. Our Fed's Goolsbee, non-voter, said on Friday that recent CPI data was very good, and they would be feeling very good if they got a lot of months like May's CPI data, while he added they have to see more progress, and his feeling was relief. Fed's Kashkari, non-voter, said they need to see more evidence to convince them inflation is heading to 2% and they are in a good position to take their time and get more data before deciding on rates. Kashkari also stated it is reasonable that a rate cut could occur in December, and the median projection is for one cut, which is likely to be towards the end of the year, according to CBS Face the Nation. BBG. No, CBS is the source, yeah. My goodness. We still have more, Chatadonia. S&P futures are down by 0.1. Monday morning comes after U.S. equities finished mixed with last week, with the S&P and NASDAQ posting both strong gains while the Dow and Russell lagged. Big Tech outperformed again while a number of cyclical pockets were weaker. Treasuries weaker across the curve after long-end yields dropped for 4 consecutive sessions last week. Dollar is little changed. Gold is down by 0.7. Bitcoin up by 0.2, and WTI is up by 0.5. Quiet start to what is expected to be a fairly quiet week, particularly with Wednesday holiday in the U.S. Recent focus has been on the flip-flopping macro narrative, AI secular growth tailwind, big tech outperformance, weak breadth, favorable earnings estimate revision trends, outsized buyback support, and global political uncertainty. May retail sales on Tuesday expected to be the macro highlight of the week, particularly amid some scrutiny surrounding the consumer resilience theme. Initial claims on Thursday also expected to get a lot of attention after last week's 9-month high triggered some growth worries, though also Though also thoughts of seasonal distortions may be a near-term factor. June Empire Manufacturing beat as employment index weakened through prices paid and prices revised. Both indexes fell. Future conditions index is better than the last 2 years. Fed Harker speaks on economic outlook at 1 o'clock Eastern. Fed Kashkari said on Sunday that it's a reasonable prediction to think that the central bank will cut rates once this year, with the easing coming in September. FT cited comments on the White House energy advisor who said Biden ready to open SPR if gas prices surge again. Overseas, China May activity data mixed with better retail sales and weaker IPE and FAA, while new home prices fell at the fastest clip in nearly 10 years. Reuters said ECB in no rush to discuss emergency purchases of French bonds. Autodesk up on news that activist Starboard has built a $500 million stake and weighing legal action over delayed probe disclosure. Apple's slow rollout of AI features expected to stretch into 25. Tesla Cybertruck deliveries reportedly halted due to problem with giant windshield wiper. WFC reported pulling back on co-branded credit card partnerships following losses on rent card. More discussion in press about how Elliott is pushing for a new management at Southwest. UA and University of Maryland plan to renew partnership with 12-year, $98 million contract. The information reporting that OpenAI could change to a for-profit business model that could potentially pave the way for a public listing. Wow. There's more. Minneapolis Fed Kashkari says central banks can wait and watch data before it cuts rates, likely end of the year. PBOC keeps MLF rate unchanged for the 10th month, drains cash even as calls for rate cuts grow louder. ECB has no plans to discuss. Oh, Scarp! What's up, bro? You got the 4-year now, toe. God bless you, baby. I'm going to get you that horn in a second. ESB has no plans, or ECB, to discuss emergency purchases of French bonds. ECB laying confident over inflation goal. ECB Vujicic says more rate cuts needed for signs of improvement. Latest poll shows economists remain split over timing of Bank of Japan's next interest rate hike after last week's bond taper news. RBA expected to leave cash rate unchanged at 4.35. Governor Bullock sticking with mildly hawkish bias in bid to contain inflation before U.S. election. Biden administration ready to release more oil from SPR. U.S. heat wave set to raise electricity demand and slow transportation networks while posing health risks. China's industrial output growth slows while property prices fell more sharply as real estate crisis deepens. Steep drop in treasury yields could help inject some life into the listless U.S. housing market. IMF says U.S. has mopped up almost 1/3 of all investment that has flowed across borders since COVID. UK inflation for May is seen falling to the B of E's 2% target, but that may be too late to save the PM Sunak at July's election. In Japan, core machinery orders fell in line 2.9 month over month in April after a 2.9 increase in March. Oh, Kyle, welcome, baby. Far-right French leader Le Pen says she won't seek President Macron's resignation if she wins the snap election. France centrist safeguard unravels as left-leaning alliance emerges as far-right Le Pen's main challenger. European assets stabilize following reassuring words of France's Le Pen's working with Macron. Markets see upcoming U.S. economic data as more important than anything that the Fed may have to say. European mutual funds see 250 billion euro pulled out since the start of 2022. Euro stocks 50, implied volatility spikes. Apple to gradually roll out AI tech in 25. Apparel retails benefit from weight loss drugs like Ozempic. Sources say Starboard builds $500 million stake in Autodesk. FT survey shows leading U.S. and European defense companies are looking to recruit tens of thousands this year. Apple supplier Japan's TDK claims solid-state battery breakthrough and performance improvement for devices. China launches anti-dumping probe in pork imports from the EU as trade tensions ratchet up. German chamber in China says EU Commission move to slap tariffs on Chinese EVs won't protect the automakers. Israel PM Netanyahu dismantles war cabinet, denounces IDF's tactical pause plan in Gaza. U.S. corporate tax rate is the biggest single variable in the 25 tax debate. Biden wants to hike while GOP seeks cuts. Economists warn Trump plans for 10% across-the-board tariff on imports will tax U.S. households. Wow. Chadadonia. We're making decent time. We still got a lot to do. We got the plays. We got the random play. We got all of it, baby. So what do we got here? Autodesk up 5, Starboard builds 500 million stake, Best Buy up 4-1, UBS upgrades to buy from neutral, TSM up 3-3, reportedly raising 3 nanometer prices, Micron up 2-7, they got to upgrade, but it doesn't show, ARM up 2-5 to replace Siri and NASDAQ 100 effective June 24th, GLW up 1-9, Fox Advisors upgrades to overweight from equal, ANET up 1-8, SMCI up 1-5, Chipotle up 1-5, Toll Brothers up 1-4, Goldman upgrades to neutral from sell, HPE up 1.4, PRMW up 6.9, all-stock merger with Blue Triton Private, Grind up 5.2, SHLS up 4.6, SFM up 4.5, Ollie up 3.5, JP Morgan upgrades to buy from neutral, TEM up 3.5, follow through on IPO on Friday, GPCR up 3.1, nothing, GEF up 2.8, Bank of America upgrades to buy from neutral, CLS up 2.1, CPRI up 1.9, City upgrade we're told, GRFS up 1.8, FDA approval of Yamugo for primary immunodeficiencies, ALLG up to 128, Meridian to launch tender offer for remaining outstanding shares at $1.70, AAN up 32% to be acquired by IQ for $10.13 a share, QMCO up 14, QTTB up 11.6, Guggenheim initiates buy, Zyme up 10.6, FDA clearance of IND ZW 171, GoEV up 10, NRIX up 9.9, presents updated data of NX 5948, Longeveron up 9.4, Occol up 7.8, ATNM up 7.3, presentation of data on Actimab, a preclinical AML model, Proc up 7, Fate up 6.6, Piper Sandler upgrades to overweight from neutral, GCTS up 5.1, ATLX up 4.3, Exploration update, CRDL up 3.7, NNE up 3.5, BNet up 3.1, NNOX up 2.8, Celsius trading lower 2.8, Target and estimates lowered at Roth Capital, FCX down 1.8 with Copper down 2, Team down 1.5, Coin down 1.5, UNP down 1.1, Loop Capital downgrades to hold from buy, TIGO down 3.6, CDE down 1.8, Goggle down 1.6, Ovid down 65.7, phase 3 study of Sodeclastat, Indravit and Lennox-Gastaut symptoms miss primary endpoints, ELET down 27.9, 13 million direct offering, FDA clearance of Elipro, FLFV down 21, IPW down 21, 5 million offering, AMCX down 7.4, 125 million convertible note, and MDIA down 6.5. Wow. Chadadonia. I think we actually still have time. I thought we wouldn't. My goodness. So, that being said, I love you. Good morning. Let's take this moment. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. When I come back, I hope you have plays. We're going to do the random play too. And then it's game time. Happy Monday, baby. Like the video. Good morning.
And in fact, if you look at the big economies, the majors, the U.S., the European Union, and China, they were responsible for 48% of industrial policies. That's unusual if we look at history, and I think speaks to this desire for some level of protectionism, the intersection of national security with economic interests. All kinds of things are happening. They're happening largely in developed economies, and so we're seeing some definite trends that I don't think die tomorrow, but might not last more than a few years.
All right, thank you for tempering my sensationalism a little bit. Christina, great having you on the program. Thanks so much for joining us. Christina Hooper there, Invesco Chief Global Market Strategist. Coming up, we're going to give you the morning calls, and then later Sarah Hunt of Alpine Saxon Woods joins us on tech's momentum and whether it still has room to run. This is Bloomberg.
Building a home, throwing in a line, and finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to.
No.
Upgrade your
That's that truck ad, though. I told you. Remember I clicked on it last time?
truck.
Now they keep showing it to me. They're like, yo, you want a camper? I'm like, I don't know, man. But Chadadonia, we got 2 minutes here, baby. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling blessed. But now, you are here right now, live and in the flesh, baby. Here on a Monday. Tell me, what is your first play of the day, baby? Post it in the chat. Oh, Micron calls. Arm in the video. Let's get a sassy, baby. And skirp. Oh, let's go. NVIDIA calls, SPY calls, GME, AMD puts, ACI, Broadcom calls, Micron calls, Pfizer puts, NVIDIA, ChargePoint, UPro, still in NVIDIA, SPY call, GME, Bank longs, CRISPR, Broadcom, US3 sell, Fed calls, Airbnb, TQQ, J&J for the long term, SPY 550, NVIDIA 134, chilling, SPY puts, long term Tesla, TQQ, NVIDIA, cleaning the account up, NVIDIA, MSOX puts, 600.82 on the SPY, I call, skirp, bond for the long term, God did, SPY put, SMCI, Target, sell, NVIDIA, GME, U calls, KRE, short, BITF, Palantir, TSM, M puts, NVIDIA calls, SQQ, TSMC, NVIDIA long, GME, 10 USAI, GME, MGC, Avago 2000, Hitty on the long term, watching Sava, SPY puts in the final plays. Tesla shares adding Colt to the long term. Hood, good news, call mama, NVIDIA, Broadcom, ARM, and Apple put. Wow. Chatadonia. That's what I'm talking about, baby. So I got a couple of plays, too. I'm going to be watching out for gold and oil. Autodesk, they had the news. Celsius, again, that thing keeps dropping, and everybody keeps bringing that one up there. I think that'll be interesting. Shopify, just because it's almost about to fill the gap. I saw the random account, and then TSM, they are up on raising prices. But before we do anything else, Chatadonia, yeah, it's game time. And here at the Colt, before we chase the dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service, dedication, and giving to the country and contributing to the reason why we enjoy so many freedoms. I hope you know you're appreciated, and I hope all of you actually bring this love and appreciation into real life, baby. So veterans, families, thank you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about, so thank you, but hold on. I got to make sure I got the horn on deck. But now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Judge! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. Like that. Oh, man, we got 2 minutes. Perfect timing. 2 minutes. We are shy of 1,000 likes, and now we are also shy of a random account generator. So let's get the play, baby. God bless you if you were on the watch list and posted. That's what I'm talking about. 9 plus 3 is 12, I think. I hope so. Otherwise, I failed the captcha. All right, let's get it, baby. Lord bless it. Let's get a good play. Let's get a like on the video. What do you think of RX? RX as a long-term. I think it's a good hype play, but I don't know if I would add it to the long-term. Yeah, it's just, it's just the AI in the video. Woo! GME $40 call this week. And a rocket ship? Oh, it's dirty. Well, actually, if you guys, there is a GME last time and I didn't buy it. But if the GMEs are for $40, I mean, I'm down. I mean, the random says go with it. What day did he say? I should be illegal. I know. I feel you completely. Oh, this week call for 40? I don't know, man. Where is 40? Is it like $1? If it's not $1, then yeah, I don't even think we can afford it. Yeah, that's what happened last time. So let's get another one. And same thing with there. And how much time? Only got 38 seconds. Oh, and you guys are lacking. About to be strike number 2. What up, fam? What up, Jace Cash? How you living, baby? All right. What do you think about RX? We already said it. We already got it. Come on. 25 seconds. Oh, my goodness, chat. Get ready. If you have any questions, too, let me know. God bless you and good morning. Good morning. Happy Father's Day. Woo! Let's go. Feliz de la Padre. I like that. 10 seconds. Oh, my gosh. Happy Father's Day. Ah, let's go. Let's go. What up, baby? How you living, fam? Great convo. Spreading the grits. Oh, that's it. Round 1. Fight. All right, man. We still haven't found a random play yet. All right. Let's see. Again, Micron, TSM. Those are the chips with good news. Chip makers are doing very well. Dow and the other one. Hold on. I'm going to keep picking a winner until we get something on here. Let's go. Thank you, Mr. Market. Oh, AMD watching a couple ones. Yeah, man, y'all ain't posting the plays on there. All right, I think we might just punt. Watch list early. All right, I'm over it. I don't know, Chad. We'll come back to it later. I'll keep it up, but I guess we can't find one. My goodness. And where are we at? Take my random. I mean, we'll just keep the cash. You know, every time it's GME, we've wound up just keeping the cash too. Because again, they're too expensive. And then I think I'm going to sell the random. This play went up 200%, but we have till July. Maybe we hold it. But that one was interesting. Supreme Court agrees to hear bid by NVIDIA to scuttle securities fraud lawsuit. And then a NASDAQ already in the green, SPY barely red. And then again, Russell and Dow. Those were the issues last week. The Mod G one. I think that was a couple of weeks ago. And then Oracle. Oh, I forgot about Oracle. And then don't forget about Adobe as well. Adobe had that news yesterday on Friday. They came up a good amount. M2 Kai. Yeah, Russell's starting to go up here at the morning. Again, gold was down almost by 1%. Oil is still up. Actually, oil's actually running pretty decent. It wasn't up that much. CPI is going to be in another month. I think, right of July 5th. So near July 4th, we're going to get the jobs data in about 2 weeks. TSM had good news there. Again, they said they're raising prices. And, I feel like all of the chips woke up pretty decent. AMD dead? I don't know, but remember last week? It was last week or 2 weeks ago, they kind of got the downside downgrade, and analysts were saying that they're not really benefiting as much as NVIDIA. So they kind of ran up hand in hand, but now people are nah, not really. So it's kind of had a weak performance over the last couple of weeks, but I don't know if I would say dead per se. Yeah, but they are down 2.6. Again, I think it's kind of getting treated like a better performing Intel, if that makes sense. Airbnb on the high, they're doing really good. They were just at 150 the other day. Tesla climbing up as well. Tesla 0.7, not too bad. GME is in the green. Isn't there a GME event today? Amazon. A&B. J&J as well. Oh, yeah, where are the value names at? So, again, Dow was not pretty last week. So we'll see how those all play out. Procter & Gamble on the high. Russell is the worst so far. NASDAQ already flipped red. I don't know. SPC, didn't they have a reverse split or something? Other than that, I have no idea. Humana. So I got out of that one on Friday, but... Oh, it's lower? What? I swear I just saw it on the high. Yeah, am I tripping? But watch, again, that 360 will be a level. NVIDIA falling. Again, CRM as well. And then Oracle and the Adobe. Those are your two recent big earnings winners. AMD clapped. And then JP Morgan banks are a little bit lower here to start. Oh, yeah, Disney, bro. I forgot to add that to the list. You guys know Inside Out, it was literally the best animation box office ever. So you have never had that many box office tickets sold for an animated movie. And then it's the biggest week since Disney. Yeah, I watched it. It was good. I even went and watched it. It wasn't woke. If some of you were worried with Kathleen Kennedy, I was shocked. I was shocked considering the scope of of what you could have done with that plot. So yeah, no, yeah, it actually wasn't that like crazy. Yeah, more than Frozen. I mean, this is literally so far, again, it's the #1 animated film box office ever. So no animated film has ever grossed that much. And then, like I said, it's better than, it was a bigger box office opening week. Or last time, the only other thing that was as big was Disney. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Inside Out 2. But yeah, I forgot about that. There was a couple of headlines in passing. Procter & Gamble going up. Some of you guys were calling that one early in the morning. And watch the bonds. If you guys notice, remember last week was really, last week had a lot of bond activity. Today, you're already starting off here a little weak. I mean, gold, remember, gold was already weak up until Friday. And then you had the French thing. And then all of the French stuff started moving up. So it got gold there, but it's a mix of both policy and global political tensions. And again, over the weekend, that little Le Pen thing, Le Pen kind of saying that she's not going to go crazy, that did ease some things. The French stocks gained and then they flipped. So that was the only issue there. But I think gold is going to be a mix of both what's going on with rates as well as what's going on internationally. And then 7. And then SPY near the high. So wait. Am I tripping? Okay, I saw all-time high, but you guys are there. Hold on. So yeah, you're within like 10, 20 points of an all-time high. High on Friday was 54.32. But geez, dang, we're still up. An iron condor setup is the same as an iron butterfly. I don't know. I think anything with a butterfly, it's going to be more upon, you make profit at the middle contract versus an iron condor as long as it stays within the range, unless you buy it and then you want it out of the range. Oh, I forgot about Apple as well. Last week that was I don't want to call it a nightmare, but that was the weirdest thing. I forgot about that. You had 8%, 9% on Apple. That was lifting everything up no matter what happened. And then Oracle and Adobe, and we took a bunch of turns, but that was a big feature of what we dealt with last week. Yeah, Airbnb's looking great. He woke up and said, hi. Micron, again, Micron got an upgrade. They're up 2.6. And then again, TSM, they're the ones that raised prices there. That ended up helping them out. Adobe came back down, so they were actually doing good. Micron DRAM prices to double. Yeah, Dell on the high. Anything related to chip pricing has helped them. And Broadcom, 1,800. So you still got a couple months there until they're split. Broadcom's up 3. So those are actually running up there. Yeah, Meta, someone just called that out. Meta is down 1.3. I don't know if there's any specific headlines, but if you remember on Friday, the news of them getting involved with the EU and then like them banning certain things, even stopping their AI stuff in Europe because of certain like tariffs or laws, something like that. Him's crazy strength. IPW down 42. What's this? iPower. It looks mad illiquid, or that was a haul. ARM on the high too, up 2.5. Remember, ARM was a big one last week as well. HIMS is up 6. Oh, no way. Yeah, HIMS is running. That's a big amount. Because remember, bro, even at like 20, it was extremely high for HIMS. So, I mean, for now, I think you're kind of just getting a lot of overshoot momentum there. But if that keeps going, do your thing, 21, do your thing. DraftKings on the high, Shopify flipped. Where's Coin? Crypto is interesting. Net Apple AI partnership with Cloudflare. So see if that moves it. They're already up by 1%. They're near the low of the day. PayPal under 60. Is it? Again, dude, PayPal got knocked from the whole like Apple thing. But yeah, it is actually, again, this thing was already at $68. That's crazy. That's almost 20%. Jeez. Para WBD on life support. Dell was going up earlier. And then Broadcom still. That one's still going up. Kava on the high. PayPal, yeah, Broadcom still going. Bonds are still in the red. So like I said here, last week was really good for the bonds, but we're starting off pretty weak here. So I'd watch if that continues, but it's going to be hard to tell if there's any sort of relationship with the equities. So last week we got a little bit here and there, but we're going to have to let things fall into place here. PayPal up. Cloudflare doesn't do anything with AI. What's the partnership? I have no idea. That was just a headline. And then Dell 140. Yo, what's the high on this? Was it actually wasn't at 160? Yeah, so watch here. I mean, I think like 144, 145 on Dell. That could start waking it up there. But it's already up 4.5%. But then granted, that thing's moved nuts. Micron 52-week high. So that's still going. Watch if PayPal goes down. But Micron popping into the high right now. Added PayPal to the long term. Nice. Hims is a Father's Day play. Did any of you get your dad minoxidil for Father's Day? That's crazy. Honestly, though, bro, I was looking at him. We were all looking at him. I was like, man, my dad doesn't lose his hair. I think I got it from my mom, but even my mom, I'm like, man, I was like, y'all fed me too much Burger King or something growing up. Too many GMOs. I'm like, this is bullshit. GME into it. Intel's already flipping. AM Dizzle. AM Dizzle's still one of the weaker ones. Las Vegas Sands on the high and then Citi. So again, banks are still kind of red. I mean, NASDAQ is barely green. SPY is barely red. And then Dow and Russell both down a third. Hims, bull flag. Oracle coming up. Yeah, Oracle's starting to move back up there. Again, that was big on Friday, so I keep bringing it up, or big last week. Good morning. Last Friday about Lurker here for 2020. What's up, man? Shout out the Lurker squad. Amen, amen, amen. All the Lurkers. See, man, y'all ain't even hit 1,000 likes, and it's already after. Oh, wow. But I appreciate the Lurkers, baby. That made me look. Amen, amen. What? NVIDIA going crazy. Yeah, that's story of 24. Yeah, shop did drop. Hasbro. Actually, decent pop on Hasbro. It's not loading up here, but that thing's up like 40, 50 cents. Big green shoe. And then JP Morgan back into the green. Am I playing the GME meeting live? If it loads up, remember Friday, it wouldn't work. So we will see how that plays out. Let's go. You cleaned out the account, starting fresh. Good luck and be prepared. Again, at the same time, I'm ready to chill for either 2 months, 2 years, either or. But I'm ready to even double down on the long term. You bought wheat calls. It has been a couple of weeks since we last talked about it. So I'm going to be liking some of the commodities. Where is wheat? 590. Oh, dude, it's already came back down to that April level. Wait. Yeah, you guys don't remember. It's funny, I see everybody talking about it today, but you had a chat bringing it up on Friday, the whole take your cat to work day thing. So we'll see what it plays out as. I don't know if this is a a GME thing or not, but we'll see if it actually like loads up. Am I going to be averaging up or just hold cash till the right price? A mix of both. It really depends what's there. So, but like the whole idea is, I mean, I don't want to expose myself in certain ways until I meet a certain threshold. But then at the same time, it's like I'm not running away from the market. Like the long term, even what Goldman brought up today, you know, people are saying the SPY's going to go to 6,400. So, you know, owning equity and having something there, I think it will be beneficial. But at the same regards too, even if I wanted to get more speculation, it just really seems like you're better off trading 7 names than the other 493. Yeah, Airbnb, they've been all over the place, but that bounce there was really good. Yeah, Mike, Memo's still dumping. It's going to have a couple more days, and then it should carry on. Oh, what about Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, no, that's how you know it's a good Monday. Woo! Oh, no. Peach Nation, oh, and Kyle. Kyle with his first super chat. And he just joined. God bless you, Kyle. Oh, my goodness. God bless you, Josh, for what you're doing. Tadadonia. Oh, no. Let's go. Are you kidding me? Bro, that was a peach paired up with the first time. Oh, my goodness. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. God bless you, Kyle. Good morning. So I'm talking about. My goodness. My goodness. FedEx on the high. Remember, they had layoff news on Friday. Where's UPS? Let's see. You didn't get a horn for your first super chat? Why are you lying? You don't remember me trying to, like, pronounce your name and asking you? Cold, bro. That's cold. Good morning. Happy Monday. I'll give you attention, though, if you want it. I love you. God bless you. Have a hug. It's Monday. We have a day off on Wednesday. Apple, Tesla, AMD. Again, AMD. I don't know if AMD is going to fall into the category of Intel. I mean, it's doing way better, but if AMD has bad earnings, I think that will be terrifying. Otherwise, for now, it's just not really catching as the same momentum, and people are kind of concerned, but it shouldn't be that bad. Yeah, Airbnb is green on that account. All right, long term. And then we still have a deposit. That's the crazy part. So we will see. And then wheat is going up. I like that wheat play, though. Because, again, last time we talked about wheat, it was a lot higher. And we talked about give it a couple weeks for that pullback. And it's given up most of that. There's still more downside. But in general, it's not bad. HPE, I forgot they kind of had a move last week, too, or 2 weeks ago. SPY coming down. Starbucks up by 0.5. That's on the high. Lululemon. And then Citi. I keep seeing that there. Again, banks started off weak. If they do come up, though, I think that'll be a big one. I saw PTN. It's an old bio. Apple Popper. Oh, yeah, actually $1. Yeah, Apple just moved up $1 in 1 minute. NQ reached 20,000 pre-market. Did it really? Let's see. 20,000. Yeah, 20,012. Holy shit. To give you an idea, the last high you hit, in about March, that was at 18,600. So, my goodness. On sound, I think it's a good play. I mean, unfortunately, like, you got to think about it. Like, a lot of, like, the AI plays, unless it's NVIDIA, even some of the bigger companies, they haven't necessarily confirmed their space, more or less. So what I mean is that, we don't know which AI companies are going to be around for a really long time, especially if it's a new name, if it's not a Microsoft, if it's not a Google. So somebody asked this morning, or it was on the comments yesterday's watch list, it came up, but, would you buy RXRX for the long term? That's one of those. Sound, RXRX, even AI. Oh, apparently, too, somebody at church told my dad to buy AI stock. That's what he said. Hey, do you know the stock AI? You know AI? I was like, yeah. I was like, are you like NVIDIA? He said, no. I said, what is the stock? He said, the guy, he say, very good to invest. He said, AI. I said, like, AI, that's it? That's the letters to buy the stock? And he said, yeah. And I said, no. I said, don't. Because I even told my dad, I was like, I told him, just buy NVIDIA or Microsoft. I don't even think he knows what that means, but I still, at least, some of the new names, if they're not, like, confirmed, it's just going to be a matter of speculation, more or less. I don't doubt one of them will emerge as a winner or maybe get bought out, but if you want to take that risk, that's up to you, but it is definitely more riskier in my opinion. Target pops, TRNR up 100. Yeah, Target up 0.8. Again, I feel like their earnings is right around the corner. ACAM, that's the other one. You just put AMAP. But that reminded. Damn, wait. Wasn't ACAM up or was it AMAP? I thought it was ACAM. Or no, Autodesk. Yeah, that's the one that got the 500 million stake. Yeah, C3 AI. That's the one my dad was referencing. But it's made its way around the church. That's a word on the street, bro. Word on the street. They made, but you gotta, man, them church people, they were buying gold a long time ago, baby. Hi, dear. Well, I think we started this morning off a little weird, hi, dear, but thank you, my friend. Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, gold is still dropping. But again, gold, I think it's going to be a back and forth with whatever we get internationally or until we hear from. Again, we have like 3 or 4 Fed speakers coming up. It is not my birthday, but we could act like it. I'm totally down. I like ice cream cake, but I don't really like cake. Does that make sense? So I feel like cake is too dry, but like I like a good ice cream cake. But otherwise, I'm not a big fan of cake. Hey, but I'm a big fan of the long term. Big fan of the long term. Yeah, USO started off great. It's ironic because, again, you did have your boy say he's willing to dump the SPR. So oil's at 78. Oh, wait, why did that just disappear? Gold's still down 0.5%. CL. The Ship Museum in San Diego. The one on the carrier? Or is it another one? I've been on the carrier. That thing's cool. FCX tanking fast. Pepsi on the high. Oh, wow. Pepsi, Coke. What was the other one? Weren't we talking about Keurig on Friday? Alumina pumping. Yeah, the carrier. I think is really, really cool. Alumina is up by 0.13. RTX, I forgot about that. Remember on Friday, the Ukraine stuff, or was that Thursday? I haven't even looked at defensives in a minute either. Reddit down 3. Remember last week they were doing good. Even SPY's coming down. So NASDAQ's back down to a quarter. Ironically enough, NASDAQ and Dow are matched up. That was like a 0.3, 0.4 gap just like 20 minutes ago. Netflix, yeah, defense stocks, they're kind of weird, man. That one day too. U.S. 10-year yields back at CPI candle. Oh, you know what? I'm very glad you brought that up. I've totally forgot. Remember last week, this is Powell right here. So like we stayed within this range very, very well. Not only haven't we haven't gotten any higher than the peak of Powell, as well as we have not gotten any lower. And then if you guys had the headline this morning, you know, everyone's saying it's because the inflation data matters more than the Fed. So good call out on that. I don't know if RTX is a buyback blackout. I mean, right now is the 17th. So I think about like 20%, maybe a little bit more. Some companies are entering in their buyback blackout. So if they have earnings in the next couple of weeks, they probably are in that blackout period right now. But that is, I mean, right now is the period where it will begin. Bio on the high. Again, Citi still holding. Tesla 1.6. Not bad at all. GoPro stock, I have not looked at it in a minute. Am I adding more Pfizer to the long term? I am. I'm just waiting till it gets cheaper. We've talked about it like several times. Because every purchase so far, I mean, my last purchase was at like low 26s. So I'm going to wait to get more. Otherwise, it's one of the bigger positions. PG, that's been active since the morning. So yeah, Procter & Gamble's looking really good. And then J&J as well. That one's going up. Let me double check for Pfizer. I'll just see. Because I remember last time, again, I say this every single time, because, like, we got a low purchase on it, but, like, even if it goes lower sometimes, it's like Pfizer could still drop, like, another 10%. So where is it? My last purchase on Pfizer, it was $26.48. So below there, I'm a buyer. Otherwise, because I remember last time I bought it at, like, $26.48 here. And then it ended up dropping. It was like another 10% or something. Or like a whole, another dollar is like 7%. Am I still liking Snap in the long term? I'm thinking Snap might be falling behind. I mean, I like Snap enough to hold it, but I haven't purchased Snapchat since 2020. So it's kind of crazy to think my last Snapchat purchase was 4 years ago. But I honestly, in a weird way, though, I'm actually I'm actually a little bit more positive on them than I was. I feel like AI and the ad stuff, like, dude, I don't know if you watched even the YouTube thing, like that little YouTube thing and how it like looks at it. I mean, I don't know. I feel like AI might change the ad landscape. You know, it's one thing about like think about it. You had a big deal with like cookies and tracking and all of that stuff, right? So AI brings up a different concept where it's like it could listen to you. I don't think it's using cookies and tracking, and it's able to recommend and do stuff with products a little different. So I think they may have actually more hope than I initially thought, but I'm not really a buyer. But I'm down to hold it. Because we already got a decent amount. So that's where I'm at with young Snapchat. I think I just saw it on the high ticker too. Strategic trade theory. Yeah, AI. I don't know though. Like, it's not cookies, right? I don't know how it if any of the techie people could weigh in on that, but I don't know if it uses quote unquote cookies in the same tracking of conventional ads. So I feel like it's gonna be something a little different. But that's good for Snap because then, and Meta too. This isn't exclusive to just Snapchat. This idea could be Pinterest as well. We're talking about like AI and advertising and then comparing it. You know, if you're not familiar with like Snap and Meta, it was just like it was like 2 years ago. Apple said that they're removing the tracking, and then that stopped them, and it hurt all of those ad companies because your iPhone wouldn't let you use like the tracking cookies between apps to recommend you ads. So that had a big effect on them. But like I'm saying here, I think AI might be able to change it. Meta does not own Pinterest. Pinterest standalone. It's its own company. I work in the industry. AI is used to model advertising data because the privacy laws. So you're saying AI kind of makes an estimate of what it's like a best guess, but it's not like they're not using AI to recommend ads? I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. I appreciate it. Yeah, but Pfizer, we'll see. I like Coca-Cola too, if that thing can drop. Again, MO, we just got it at a lower price, but hey, you never know. And then Intel. So I even have one more deposit left. We bought Intel a little lower here, but I'm still waiting on that. Snap is on the high now. PayPal is kind of interesting too. Yeah, Snap just went green. Uranium on the low. Remember, I'd keep an eye on that the whole week. Why won't my charts load? I think my E-Tray is about to get clapped. Russell came down. Oil kind of slipping a little bit. AI's already been recommended for 10 years, or it's used to recommend ads, but now it's getting more modeling data. Excuse me, because companies are getting mad. Data is suddenly missing because of privacy laws. Yeah, so I don't know if it'll like actually lead to a boost, but that's something I think will come back to help. Yeah, my thing is there. Now bro, why you been throwing shade the last like 3 or 4 days, bro? Just chill out. I was having a conversation with him. That's it, man. Rest up. Be easy. Your chat facts does not look good. I'll see you next day. Tomorrow, baby. God bless ya. Yeah, my E-Trade's clapped. I don't know why. I love you too, Louie. Good morning, baby. Happy Monday. It's a good time to have a good Monday. When we get another mixtape, I don't know, do people still use DatPiff? But I hope we could get a launch on DatPiff one day. That would be good. No war with Russia. What did they say today? They say technically this is like the most contentious the war has been since the start. Yeah, bro, my E-Trade, my charts are working, but I can't load up anything new until this comes up. The video of my girlfriend almost burning down the living room. No, that was it was a candle. It was oil. I'm going to start moving Schwab to E-Trade today. Good luck. Honestly, make sure before you move anything with your E-Trade, like the new E-Trade account, make sure all of it is like approved, and don't like make sure there is no issue with it, because that they will throw you in the purgatory. So make sure the account is verified. If they ask you for any other verifications, make sure all of that's in line. Make sure your options approval, if you plan on doing any covered calls or options, make sure you get that done ahead of time, because you could transfer and they'll still clap you with that, and then it'll even put you in purgatory. All right, might you trade back? Lurking, baby. Haven't made it every day, but always so in love. T. Grider, baby. The name looks familiar, man. You've been so in love for a long time. I hope you had a good weekend. And happy Father's Day to all the father chads. You heard about large caps starting to really rev up their cash reserves? I haven't heard it like purposefully as much as it is just kind of, winner take all more or less. But I haven't heard anything about like that being a strategic goal. I don't think they're trying to go cash. I think cash piles are just growing naturally with profits. And then again, even a lot of people still focusing on return of capital. Again, that's why we still see record buybacks and all of that stuff. I did spend it with my 3 kids. 4 generations? Yeah, is it T Grider or TG Rider? I always said T Grider. Either way, man. Happy Father's Day. God bless. 4 generations. Yeah, try not to transfer options on each trade. They'll screw you. At least in my personal experience, says El Coyote. Russia and North Korea partnership will have to include security issues. No idea what that means. Took a nap yesterday for Father's Day. Hey man, that's a gift. They're like, let dad rest. Hey man, we had a bunch of Middle Eastern food. Very stereotypical Father's Day in the Middle East. I've had a lot of shawarma in the last couple of days. Broadcom's still going up. Apple breaking out as well. I did get my Pfizer dividend, yeah. We got it on Friday. Again, Fidelity is really fast with it. I don't know. They've done good, and I don't know what price they gave me. They gave me it at $27.54. And then Apple at the high. Again, Snap was just running. Yeah, so it was a little higher, but that was on Friday. So, yeah, I guess it stayed at $27.54 most of the day. Thanks for what you do. Almost time for bed, baby? Where are you at right now? You on the other side? Are you in Europe? Nerf guns and Sam Adams summer sampler was your Father's Day. Hey, man, I hope you enjoyed it. Nerf guns are crazy. I love them. Manila. Oh, man, the Philippines. That's crazy. It's almost nighttime. It is 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. Putin and Kim to make statement to press following their meeting. Titan Solar. You heard they officially closed their doors on Friday? No, do we have Chads in that? Interesting. I heard of another. There was like, this one didn't make that many headlines. I think it was like $80 million. But there was like another, like, there was like some company, like, it was a payment producer or provider for like a bank. It was like banking as a service, but they went belly up the other day. Yeah, Broadcom, I just had it up there. They started off great, and they're killing it. SPY near the high. NASDAQ. So this time now, SPY's kind of matched up a little bit more with the NASDAQ. Last time, NASDAQ went up 0.3. That was just this morning and then flipped around. Synops. I have not looked at them. Didn't they have a deal or something like that? I feel like we played it not too long ago. We were looking at it. Maybe it was the options. Autodesk going up. That was the one that Elliott took a stake in. Roblo. Him's new high again. Yeah, Roblo's on the high. McKesson on the high as well. Let me check McDonald's. Yum going up. And now SPY about to do it. So SPY and NASDAQ might get matched up here. We'll see if one of them outpaces or not. Bonds are still near the low. So, ironically enough, I mean, maybe we'll find a little bit of balance, but bonds are getting right back to Powell. Holy shit. So, like I was showing you guys earlier, good Chad call out, but you're literally like right where the Fed was. So literally, this is the candle of the dot plot. You're right. So now bonds and SPY are practically unchanged now since Powell from the dot plot. That's where you are right here, right now. So like 93.30 on TLT, 55.42.51 on the SPY. Very interesting. Putin and Vietnamese PM to discuss economy issues. RIA. My thoughts on rates going down on the 2s and 10s, but small caps and mid caps aren't rallying. I think it's what we've seen the last couple of years, or maybe even like the last year specifically. But most of it, like the trend has been yields going higher. But essentially, I think it's minor. It's small. So although the yields are catching a bounce, how many bond bounces have we seen turn into a new high on yields, right? So I just think it's that curve steepening, but it's doing it gradual. It's doing it slower, and that's kind of giving us this reaction. It's just lack of confidence, more or less. So I think that is the simple answer. Although yields are making the move, and they are trying to go up, it's very hard to be confident, because any other time you've been confident on it, it's faded. Even the whole idea of being confident in how many times the Fed is going to cut, that hasn't even held up as well. And then this conversation makes me want to look at the Zaza. Yeah, I'm still in my Baidu. That one's getting clapped. I have just Baidu left. I got those MOs from last week, and then like Intel, and that's probably going to be the only plays I'm going to hold. So, and I still have other plays, though. Like I said, I could either get rid of all of them at one time, but over the next coming weeks, I did a lot on Friday. I'm slowly going to work my way out. But, yeah, I still like the Baidu plays. It hurts, but I'm still down with it. Where is it? The Zaza. So this is actually low. Remember, this was CPI, then this was Powell. So yeah, the Fed futures, they're very wild, man. I'm telling you, SPY and bonds now. This is day number 4, technically. We'll see where we end up by the end of the day, but you're literally right where the dot plot came out. Roblo on the high again, and then Netflix, again, HIMS as well. That's been a real runner here all day. Popping in to say hi. Good morning, Kanan. Hope you're living good, man. Happy Monday. Zillow on the low. Same with GME. Apple doing it again. And Netflix, remember, this was, I think, right under the 52-week high. Russia-North Korea partnership treaty will not be against third countries. And then Treasury issues new sanctions linked to Yemen Houthis. GameStop annual meeting. So is that they're talking about it. We're close to an all-time high. I mean, you're like 20 points away. So we're still holding up good. Again, NASDAQ futures in the morning, they got a little bit aggressive there. But you'll fill the gap here in about 4 points, and then you need about 17 points to hit a new high. So like we were just saying, you're right where the dot plot came out. And ever since that high of Powell, I mean, it's only been 4 days, but we have not gotten above that. When the Apple dropped off China banning iPhones in their offices. Was that last year? I thought that was this year. Or maybe it was end of last year. But interesting. Lennar, were they the one that got upgraded? Some home builder got an upgrade this morning. Spot moving with Apple. Crowd on the high. Synopsis on the high as well. Someone called that out earlier. You talk more about the trading account liquidation? Not really. I mean, we brought up a couple of things. Someone just asked me what I was holding. And then talked about it on the watch list. But really just winding it down there until we get a threshold met. And then really focusing on the long term as well. But I do plan to I think I'm probably just going to take more future trades. I like the indexes. I like oil and all of that. But or even then, another possibility could just be focusing on the big names. I mean, when it's all said and done, it's just the money, the liquidity. I'm worried about it, but all the money is in the big ones. You know, the 7 names, the Apple, the Amazon, not even Amazon, Apple, Nvidia. That right there is that's big. But that's where it's like all these other little random names, and you could try to swing trade them. They may get their moves on there, but it's the real focus so far has been just that. Even Goldman, they gave a huge price target raise today on the SPY, and it's simply off of the fact that 7 names can drive us up. They could take us all there. I'm not moving the money to the long. I'm just going to hold it in cash. So I'm going to collect yield on it or use it for future trades. But like I'm saying, I'm only going to have 1 or 2 at a time. I don't want to be too exposed. But I wanted to make it clear because when I say I'm selling shit, what's the first question mother effers want to ask? You're selling the long term. And it's like, no. And so I'm trying to reiterate that, I'm not really worried. Although I see things in the market, I'm not getting out of the market. I'm just toning down the speculation until I have more volatility. That's all it is. I need real volatility. I need real liquidity provided, but until that happens, I think long term is the better and safer route. Yeah, I'm not selling the long term, no. And the long term has a lot of money in it. There's a lot of money that is in there, but yeah, too. I mean, it's something I've been telling y'all. Like I said, just if you really care about certain things, I would rather wait until the threshold is met, and I keep telling you guys about it. So shit, why wouldn't I do it myself? The ones that I'm down on, I'm just gonna sell them. That's it. I already sold a couple of them. That's why I'm gonna wait a little bit and let it out here, but I don't want to wait too much. I mean, I'll find a way to balance it out, and we'll see. But I don't want to be too attached to anything, regardless, and just keep it simple. Too simple. Yeah, TSM had the good news this morning on prices. Still in the arc. If I just made those option plays, yeah, I'm going to ride that one out. Unless it goes up, then I'll just dump it. And then oil and Russell still meandering lower. Oil's actually about to break out, up at 0.94. I'm down on the gold right now. I was up on it on Friday. I didn't think I was going to be up on it Friday. I don't know if was it you or someone else was asking me, and we kept talking about the timing of it, and then that French shit saved us. I'm surprised, but then again, international pressure adding to it made sense. But yeah, it's down for today because gold dropped about 0.5. Yeah, I'll say exactly. I think I was talking to you about it. So surprisingly, it held up a little better, but I'm still in that one. It flipped today. And then again, too, even Jamar on then, I don't know what plays you have on certain things. This is my idea with stuff, but I think I like some of those plays still. But I'm just so if you want to ride them out and find your balance, and even then, usually give it a couple days after I'm out of stuff, you might get a bigger move. But when it's all said and done, it's an individual plan I want to do So it doesn't really necessarily reflect, I think these are bad stocks or this and that. And that's what I'm saying. I want the balance of it. And I think less speculation will go a long way until we could speculate all of it on the volatility. But I said 2 months to 2 years. So if you're not down with the time frame of that, you got to kind of figure out your own thing in there. DraftKings on the high. Space 2. You guys were talking about that earlier. Play some of the GME meeting. If it loads up, man, I'm down. You guys are asking about it on Friday. Just when it load. It begins what? 11:30 Central? Oh, shit. Join meeting as... It works. Now I bought a lot of stock. The kitty man would talk. Go up on the YouTube. And Wall Street didn't like that. So I bought another chair. Told my mama I don't care. He came up and ran around. Jimmy, roaring kitty. Jimmy, roaring kitty. Woo! It's a good song. I don't know. I like it. It was a long-term chair. It's a good beat. Honestly, it's pretty good. U.S. issues new sanctions linked to Yemen's Houthis. Flut on the high. Biomarin. Where is XLV? And then Umana. HSBC on the high. Where is it? CCJ. So uranium, I think that's going to be an interesting one this week. Kimberly-Clark, KMB. They're going up. Bristol-Myers lower. Whirlpool. They had a nice bounce off the bottom. Yeah, Tesla's getting active. TSN on the high too. Tyson. I think I clicked that one. I don't know how that got there. And then Abiva actually back to the 170s. Wasn't it 186 though, beginning of the year? 181. But yeah, 170 is a big level for AbbVie. And then SPY, a little Chicle. Where? I don't know, 1 o'clock, I think we get the Fed speakers. So NVIDIA going back to red. $11, yeah. We got 3 month, 6 month auction. That shouldn't do much. And then you got Fed Harker at 1. And then Lisa Cook. I like PayPal for the long term. It's like right below our price, I think. So not 59. I mean, if it really drops, maybe that's where the remaining deposit goes. I wouldn't be opposed to some growth, although I did just get that intel in there. But I like PayPal. We only put 1 deposit on it since we got it like, a year or 2 ago. But it's not bad. Tyson CFO got in trouble. For what was that? I feel like I've heard something about that. Or is it something new? Because remember, Archer, or was it not, or ADM? They're the ones who had all of the negativity, but I don't know if Tyson got linked to any of that. I was drunk driving again. So he's done it before. H&R Block on the high. Netflix starting to go. Yeah, Tesla's 2.3 at the high, 182. Honeywell and Oracle on the high. Again, Netflix 2. That might make the move. Is Meta still dying? They're still down almost 1%, but they came up from the low. Yeah, DraftKings kind of been moving all day. Back to 40. And then Coinbase down 3. I don't think crypto's hot. BioMarin, I've seen that a few times already. Yeah, DraftKings back up to 40. Uber. They got clapped last week. They were doing that back and forth. But they're back at 70. He was found drunk in someone. No. That's wild. Let's see. Tyson Chicken CEO. That was a year ago. Tyson Foods CFO found in stranger's bed. Agrees to a plea deal. This is from 1 year ago.
Against Tyson Foods Chief Financial Officer John R. Tyson has reportedly agreed
His
to
name
a plea
is
deal
Tyson.
on charges of public intox and
It has
trespassing.
to be his son. This is Tyson's
now, according
son.
to Fayetteville prosecutor Brian Thomas, they've agreed to a deal that would require a $150 fine for each charge. The charges stem from an incident when a woman came home and found Tyson sleeping in her bed. She believes that he got into her house by walking through her unlocked front door. Tyson, who has since apologized for the incident, faced up to a year of jail time for the crime.
He ended up not doing it. Oh, holy shit. This is the body cam footage?
Fayetteville Police Department. You're not in your house.
Oh, that's wild. What is he doing?
John.
He said, you got chicken nuggets?
John. Need you to wake up and talk to me before I drag you.
But this is old. This is
out
a
of
year
here
old,
butt
so
naked.
I doubt it's affecting the stock. I've just never, I don't think
John.
I didn't know there's a video.
Fayetteville Police Department. You have two options. Either one is you sit up and put your clothes on, or two, you go to jail.
And he's naked?
Just like you are right now.
Oh, man.
All right.
Oh, he got boxers
Put your
on.
hands behind your back.
Yeah, Mom.
Hands behind your back.
Yo.
Fayetteville Police.
Yo. He got another DUI this past. That's the CFO, so I don't know. Some people were saying the CEO and all of that, but that was a year old. Well, the stock is up. That was the CFO of Tyson Chicken. NVIDIA on the low. And then SPY back below VWAP. NASDAQ, SPY matched up. Russell getting a lot worse. That's now down 0.5. Dow's doing a lot better. So in that whole little move here, you're like barely above the open on the SPY. SPY and NASDAQ got to match up, but Russell, again, is the one paying for it. A couple of chats just said FFIE. Yeah, up 6%. That one's into the high. Starbucks, GME. Micron even selling off now, too. So Micron was up like 3 or 4. Who was the other one? TSM and Broadcom. If those flip, yeah, TSM already gave up 2. Broadcom's still holding up 3, but if that flips, I mean, that'll tell you a little bit about where things are headed in chip land. I feel like this was like Friday. They gap up and then kind of give back. Ad Age is reporting that Reddit will begin putting more ads in the comments and conversation areas to boost ad inventory and revenue. Was that 58? Wait, I was saying, wasn't it just at 69? Interesting. But Reddit's at an interesting level. FFIE Moonride? No, I feel like FFIE, I mean, that one was very exciting during the Adobe and NVIDIA on the low. That was really exciting during the like GME. And I feel like FFIE attached itself to everything, but then it just kind of now, I think there's a lot of bag holders. So, like, it just depends on the momentum. That's about it. So, if GME could wake some things up, maybe you'll get lucky on that. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't think it has the same thing. Why is oil and gold popping like that? Hi. Yeah, oil about to break to 79. Oil's up a lot, 1-1. It's crazy how much oil is up since there. since the last couple of weeks. And then gold did get a pop. Not too sure. So literally bonds got a little bit of a bid. SPY went straight down, but like you see, it looks like an exact inverse in gold and in oil. So we'll see how long that lasts. You're like right back up to where we open. Like I said, SPY and NASDAQ are matching up a little bit more. Russell is making its way as the loser, and Dow's not doing that bad. So Dow was a little bit worse in the morning, but in the last 30 minutes here, all it did was get strength. Actually, it's been an hour. My goodness. So almost 1 minute, 10 seconds shy of an hour. You got 7 million. Not the worst, not the best. CHRW on the high. Again, all those chips, they gapped up really strong, or a good portion of them. I mean, AMD was already lower, but starting to move. Nothing really happened this morning. If anything, you woke up to calmer tensions in France. So that little France issue was bringing up a lot. And then everybody kind of anticipating just the feedback and follow-through from Powell. But it's supposed to be a chill week. You know, you have middle of the week closed on Wednesday. So we shouldn't get anything nuts. I think retail sales is going to be the most important data for tomorrow or even for the whole week. And then before you know it, I mean, earnings and some of the bigger data will be around the corner. But we don't really have much this week except Fed speakers. So that, I think, could be your X factor. You got 2 Fed speakers today. You got Cook and Harker, I think. So I think even total this week, there's like 8 or 9 Fed speakers. We just got a hawkish dot plot. We'll see if they add to it. But in the same respect, you know, the headlines even coming out this morning and what we saw yesterday, people were saying that, you know, it just we don't care about the Fed. Literally, we've responded and we're holding the response from positive inflation data. So we'll see. Our favorite speaker tomorrow, is it Waller, Goolsby? I have liked Goolsby a lot lately. The data dogs. AAON update share repurchase. The GME calls soon, I think. Oh, they have like a track. Now Kitty bought $1 million. He bought 4 more. He went to buy the stock. Ended owning all the stores. You would think he's bored. Or maybe he's excited. He went and bought the stock. 100 million cause he liked it. I'm sorry. I like it. I don't know. I can't help it. I can't help it. Tesla, that's going. GME. Okay, GME did not like my country rendition. So that's flushing a little bit down 3. Bigger volume. Did they postpone the thing again? That was factual, though. He did like the stock. That's his logic. I think it says 11:30 Central, so it's 10:30 Eastern right now. I don't know how this will work. Yeah, Tesla's great, honestly. They had the news in China, though. Remember, there is a driver of that. NFG on the low. What's this? Super liquid, but you got to flush there. It's not loading up. Down about 40 cents. But remember, Tesla had that China EV testing news today. So that was part of it. There's actually a news driver with Tessie. Can you continue with the song? It has to arrive naturally, man. I want to see when that meeting actually starts. Roblo on the high. Again, they got to upgrade on Friday. Why are they saying Broadcom will replace Tesla for the Mag 7? I haven't heard that, but I could see it. You know, Tesla, people love to hate Tesla as of late, but Tesla is still one of the worst stocks in the S&P 500. And I don't mean like it's a bad, shitty company, but like just straight up in terms of performance, you know, like even on this year, 2024, stock started at 260, now it's at 180. So, and then even last year, it didn't really even do much. I guess technically you had a gain from the bottom, but it's an underperformer. So that's why people would say it, but I think by replacing quote unquote Mag 7, it's not a real title. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's just how people view it, but I don't think like Tesla's getting removed from any index. Well, remember, Tesla still has like a high future valuation, so it's not as if like even when the stock goes down, it technically never gets cheap. The price gets cheaper, but the stock itself, I mean, it's still one of those higher valuations. Now, granted, compare that to anything in AI land, and then Tesla looks like a bargain when it's all said and done. Google and Amazon on the high, and then SPY still holding up here. Did that oil and gold pop hold? Gold kind of leveling out, but oil's still going. 5 cents from $79. That's big. Yeah, Dabe flipped big. I think it was down like 3% last time we saw it. Or 2.4. Now it's down 2.6. MDIA on the high. CL, oil still going. But yeah, remember, oil names do way better than gold miners. But a company that deals with the commodity, the company is going to move different than the actual commodity. But granted, the oil names have done a lot better. It's not as big of a gap. And then SPY still holding. Bonds still down on the day, too. You have not really gotten any relief on the bonds. Tesla's breaking out now, 183. About to hit 184. Again, Google, Amazon. Google's still red, but near the high. What platform to trade mostly? I'd say Thinkorswim. I've probably executed a majority of the trades there. I also use the E-Trade too, but I think Thinkorswim or Schwab, whichever you prefer. Experience major taxes from the wash sale rule. Yeah, I mean, this is why you got to kind of look into it, but I mean, you still have time till the end of the year, but you do got to be mindful of that. But then if you have like, depending on how much you trade and how you've set up your tax structure, trader tax status and other things can help with that. But I don't know. Is it time? Usually I give you a tax talk towards the end of the year. Oh, Drip. I think that one paid the other day. And raised their dividend too. So that was good news. You have till the end of the year. Bought them on Thinkorswim. Cost base went to 83 from wash sale. Sale tax, now I'm down $4K. Well, usually, I mean, it shouldn't like update in real time. Like usually you find out about your wash sales and stuff like towards the end. But what I mean by you have time is that like you're not like if that trade is done today, you're not filing those taxes on it till like next year. So it's like, and I don't even think it is that tax time. It's already past April. So you have time to like, I mean, if I were you, I would go, depending on how much you trade and how much it is, but I would go and I would go talk with the tax professional and set it up. BKRK, where's Burke? And then SPY's still holding. It's not bad. SPY's literally green on the SPX, red on the SPY. NASDAQ already gone green, and then Dow still kind of holding, and then Russell near the low. Where is the Russell? So remember, actually, Russell's doing better than Friday. But remember, the Russell right now is like hugging on, like barely hanging on above 2,000. So it's kind of at a bigger level here. DraftKings still going up, 40.86. Got your Pfizer dividend, reinvesting in the long term, baby. Amen. Depends. I mean, if you go look, it'll show you what you got your drip at. So, like, on Fidelity, if you, like, click it, like, you click where it says reinvestment, it'll tell you. So, like, my Pfizer, I got 7.499 shares at $27.54. The dividend was worth about $263. Or $206.53. And that's for Fidelity. And then even if you go on, like, your Schwab or your TD, I'm sure if we click it, yeah, so it'll tell you what price you got it at. So I got 0.02 shares at 53. Actually, interesting. So my Schwab hasn't given me my dividend yet for Pfizer. So I got Walgreens, 3M. We haven't done a random play yet. I couldn't find one. I think I still have it. We could try again now that the market's moved. Alaskan is sad. We already got that comment. It's giving me more comments than not. Happy Father's Day, baby. There it is. PayPal. 72.50 call. Expiration August. So then we'll do that one. I'm assuming that one's going to be cheap. I'm still waiting. Yeah, I don't have the Pfizer drip on my Schwab account. I'll double check the other account. Wait, yeah, 72.50. Oh, for August. I was like, why is that 2 cents? All right, nice. I like it. All right, we grab the PayPal for the random. I prefer drip. It's just easier. Autopilot. I mean, sometimes you could get way better fills if you did it yourself, but I mean, I like the concept of just automatically doing it all the time. Make it easier. You got your Pfizer. I don't know why it doesn't show up in my account. Let me log in. History. Wait. Then maybe my dividends don't reinvest on Pfizer? I have the dividend. It shows it on my account. It says qualified dividend, but it doesn't show a reinvestment. Interesting. It will reinvest by the end of the day. No, I don't know why it's turned off. So Pfizer, my dividend is turned off on it. So my drip wasn't there. And same thing with Baba. And then Baba is ineligible for dividend reinvestment on Schwab. These guys, man. So yeah, I don't know. You have to update it. Interesting. Will it let me buy 0.18 shares? How much? I don't, because I got like $18 in dividend on the small account. 1806. How much would that be? Divided by 1806. No, I feel like that's the wrong way. 0.6637. Will it let me buy that? Let me try it. Because in that way I could reinvest my dividend. Yeah, I think it will. It let me? Cost to trade 1880. Fractional shares are not allowed on equity. Or maybe I have to try it on the website. Stock slices? Wait, do I have to sign up for something? What do you mean the stock slice? I don't want a pizza, Habibi. I want a stock small. What do you mean the stock slices? This sounds like a... No. Oh, select action, buy. It requires the stock slice program. Yeah, it's not via... What is this, dude? Why do they make it so difficult? I see it now. It's like easy way to invest. Stock slices. With stock slices, you can choose what stock you list and the amount to invest. Select between 1 and 30 stocks and choose only $30. Amount to invest 1806. Oh, a whole dollar amount. Reinvest dividends. All right, order received. I think it did. I think it went in now. All right, oh, that's crazy. I didn't think I'd get a sound. So yeah, there it is. I don't know why it wouldn't let me do it, but yeah, I got 0.69 at 27.23. So there it is. What's better in your opinion, a Chipotle or Nvidia? Oh, dude, that's difficult. It's hard to compare guacamole to a H100 or a Blackwell chip, but I think both of them are near all-time highs. Both of them have growth. But it's two completely different industries. Chips versus guac. Oh, because you get it like a chip? Oh, that's crazy. I had to do it on the web version. So I tried to buy it, and then I put in a fraction, and it said unavailable. Then you have to click stock slices, and then it's like a program, and then you got to click it and find it. And then that's it. And then it showed up on my TD, even though it wouldn't let me execute the trade on the TD, ironically enough. But I like CMG. Again, both of those are up. I think CMG is one of the better restaurants. The only problem is it's very high valued, but that split should help it become a little bit more stable. But you're better off focusing on the bigger companies to a degree. But for the long term, if for trading, I'd stay with the bigger companies. But long term, I think it just kind of depends on kind of, do you want other names that are near the highs? Like, does your balance, can you afford it? Does it make sense with what you have? Or, is growth, or is value a better option? That let your portfolio speak to you. S&T, Broadcom, 2,500. I mean, people have been getting excited about it, but that's still like almost another $1,000. I still do have the ARC call, yeah. Lyft on the high. Where's Uber? Google came down. SPY just chilling, man. So volume wasn't that bad to start off the morning, but then again, it's not like volumes have been high. 8 million, it's decent. But we have been here for about an hour and a half now. You're newish to the market, but I don't want to sit on cash. Well, are we talking trading or long term? So if it is long term, I mean, just as long as you don't have more than 20% cash, you got to kind of work into it. But the way I do it is I usually go for, when names that I like are good. When they're down, I go for those. And when the names that are, if they start going up, I try to look in another direction. But it depends. Or do you have more growth right now? Do you have more dividend? You want to look at that balance, the 60-40, 70-30. And go from there. And like I'm saying, let the portfolio speak to you. Like if you have less than 20% cash, you don't really need to force it. If you have more than 20% cash, then I'd be more willing to go there. And then look, do you have, growth, dividends? What's the balance at? And then kind of react through there. So are you saying half and half cash or half and half value and growth? Or value and dividend or growth and dividend, excuse me. Half growth, half value. So are you, I could ask two questions. One, like, how old are you? Or like, how far back is your hairline? But if you're older, I would probably go for maybe a mix of more dividends and lean that direction. You're 20, then I'd lean heavy on growth. So if I were you, I'd go for like 70% growth. Not a recommendation, but if I was younger, I would lean more towards growth. So you can go and look at you have shoulder length locks. Oh, you need more growth than ever. And then start getting dividends once the locks start to recede. But I would go for growth. So maybe you could justify. And then what's your cash percentage at? U.S. condemns sentencing of women rights activists Huang Zhuzhen and labor rights activist Wang Jianbing in China. Walgreens, if it gets really bad, or more specifically, if everything goes up and Walgreens is still lagging, I'm down to buy it. Otherwise, we already added to it when we thought it was at a low. Just let it kind of sit there because it's underperforming heavily. I think there's other value names that you could buy that are a little better, or I'd rather stack on something else. The 3-month auction shouldn't move us too much. Again, we're coming off the Fed and all of that. Surprisingly, the other stuff was moving it. What's a growth name if you'd buy? I said, how much cash do you have? You didn't answer that question. But I buy a host of different growth names. Again, you could get anything from, sometimes, and when I say growth too, I'm looking at the share price and the fact that it doesn't pay a dividend. But PayPal, Intel, Disney, what other growth name? Most of the growth names are up, though. That's kind of the problem. So, like, a lot of the growth names are up. Everything else isn't. So you only have 1K in cash. But it doesn't matter the dollar amount. Look at the percentage. So if your account is $10,000 and you have $1,000 in cash, you're sitting on 10% cash, right? If you have $10,000, you have $500 in cash, you're sitting on 5%. So yeah, 10%. That you could kind of let it. It's not too big of a cash pile in the sense. Usually when you get above 20, then I'd start buying the other growth names. So you could go with names that you like right now and look around and see, but like you could also wait a little bit. Once you start getting above 20, then I'd be more aggressive on putting the money out there. On 34. So we've had this talk for the long term again, and I'm glad because we're talking about the trading account too, and clearing that out. But when it comes down to the long term, I think anything above 20%. That's where it starts to get, like, I would start putting that money to work no matter what. So where is it? So, yeah, like, even then, for me, like, to give you an idea, like, I'm telling you, I'm clearing out my trading account, but my long term, I'm sitting on 1.64% cash. So, right now, but I wouldn't spend the cash if I can't get a deal. But that's the thing. Some of y'all holding on cash right now, and you're like, oh, there's no good deals. Like, bullshit, there is. Like, for the long term, if you wanted to trade some of these names, you might. It's probably out of favor. But when it's all said and done, there's a lot of good dividend names there. There's good growth, good value names, less growth names that are cheaper, but definitely have your choice of dividends. Anything on the Dow for the most part, unless it's tech oriented, is pretty good. What percent cash invested do you keep in the market versus my checking account? As much as possible. I don't know. I've never really looked at it in that sense, but minimum 10%. Any 10% of my money, I'm saving. Always, 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 always. And that has been a life changer. If you learn to take 10% off top and put it into investments, your future should be secure. But I don't, as much as possible, there's not really any like ratio, but I say 10% minimum because that 10% is not coming out. So anything above that, try to save as much as possible. But then, again, depending on your money needs, monetary, what you need for working capital, that depends person by person. I think you take 10% of your money. Anytime you touch $1, you need to put 10% on the side for you. And then with that 10%, I think you should turn that into a long term. If you invest 50% of your income, you're gonna make leaps and bounds in terms of retirement and setting something up, assuming you put it in the right places. You like to keep 6 months of expenses and checkings and savings. Yeah, everybody has their own needs. And what I would say, though, no matter what you are, who you are, just make sure that money's sitting there. Like, just get yield right now. Money markets, short-term bonds, just because they're still paying out a lot. You talk about so many good stocks to get now. What would be some examples that you would buy today? Intel, it's at the price I just bought it. I think that's a quality name. It was just involved in the AI hype, and then they underperformed. Again, Pfizer's a little higher than where I'd want it, but that's a blue chip name making $24 to $40 billion a quarter. That one's near 15, 10-year lows. MO, if I didn't just grab MO and it went up, that would have been there. Disney, we're up like 17% or something on it. So it's still up there after falling, but like Disney's good. But it's just like, and then we even talked about like Whirlpool, Kimberly-Clark, Bristol Meyer, Humana. Humana, honestly, I just got rid of the trade shares on Humana, but I really like Humana. Even, and again, I have no bias. I don't own this. I don't benefit. You know what I'm saying? But like Humana, I like it. That's a name. It's going to be around forever probably. And they make, again, billions of dollars. So there's a lot of names out there. You have $6K in a high yield savings account. Any alternative that could give you potential returns? Well, what's the yield at? So tell me what the yield is. I could give you the alternatives, but usually if it's already at 5%, 5.5%, I mean that's the best you're gonna get doing nothing, which is not bad at all. But yeah, go look at the Dow, go look at the SPY. But a lot of the names on the Dow are cheap, bigger names. GNRC, Generac. This thing's dying. Then SPY going up here. Dow is catching up, actually. And then Russell's still lagging behind. Generac, a little flush there on the low. SMCI, it's a good company. High price. Yeah, UPS. Starbucks, we could have had at 72. But even then, Starbucks, like I'm saying, some people want to buy like NVIDIA at all-time highs. And it's like, if you're willing and you don't care about like how much it's moved in the short term, there's still names trading at 5-10-year lows. Again, Starbucks, Nike, UPS, Baba, and like, so that's up to you. But like I'm saying, I could go through a list of a lot of names, and it's like they're really, really low. But now the ironic part, some of these names that are lower, they're not good to trade because all of the money is going to 7 names right now. So it's like, yeah, the NVIDIAs and the AMDs or the Broadcoms and Amazon, Google, Microsoft, they're doing their own thing there, and they get a lot of activity, but they're really expensive in terms of like highs. Are we hitting? I don't think so. Not yet. We could be filling the gap, though, right here. Yeah, you're filling the gap from Friday. But you got like 12 more points. You'll hit all-time high. Definitely possible today. Zoom, I don't know. Zoom still makes a decent amount of money. And like if you really look at it, $56 for this company that is just pretty much Skype is kind of insane. But yeah, I haven't really looked at it seriously. NVIDIA, Albemarle under 100. Gilt on the high. Oh yeah, where's Gilead? You guys remember on Friday, analysts were touting the Ozempic pipeline. Yeah, a lot of people have said that. Zoom to Teams. Like, yeah, dude, Microsoft, again, that's even part of the AI stuff, but Microsoft Teams has done a lot. And then again, Zoom's still at the low, and the video chilling out. ASON, oh my gosh. ASON, bro, I feel like we haven't seen this thing. I have not looked at this in a while. I remember it came back up. Damn, Dustin. You work for Elevance. Elevance, Healthcare Elevance. I like saying Elevance. ASON, Derulo. And then SPY still going up. Tessie on the high as well. About AppLovin, I don't know what products they make or what apps, but this is a growth name, but like this thing went from like $10 to like $70. I'm not buying that. If you got in though, I would hold it. If you had a good one, if you were already like involved and know what their offerings are, Yeah, hell yeah. You make your money off the buy. You could secure a small position, but I'm not touching this thing at $70 when it was just at 10. I did not watch any Euro soccer. No, I still call it soccer too. Yeah, Tesla's up 4.7. That's hitting the high ticker right now. SEDG Solar Edge. I mean, if you want solar, but then again, I think First Solar, maybe even Enphase, but Enphase is pretty shitty too. But if you want solar in your long term, I mean, that's all you. I mean, here's the deal. If Biden gets reelected, I think all of these solar plays are going to pop again. So I don't know. He's already spent a lot of money, but if you give homie a second term unchecked, I think solar he'll probably pump it again. But I think Biden wins, yeah. But then again, that's not a long-term play. Like, it's just based upon the run up there. So I would trade it more or less. But if you want solar exposure in your long term, that's all you. But then, granted, you got to think about it. I don't even buy oil in my long term, so I'm not really a fan. Even though energy is a commodity, so it offers a certain stability, but I don't think it offers the same. Like, it's not going to give you like crazy growth. If anything, I think you're better off with the utility. You are the best channel. God bless you. Carvana and Apple up again. I didn't see Carvana, Apple. I kind of forgot about Apple's dominance from last week, but Apple is literally on the high ticker right now. And Tesla and the SPY, so we have filled the gap from Friday. And now 7 more points. Low-key, it's kind of high. I mean, last time you hit it briefly here after Powell and the CPI, and then we came back down. NASDAQ above 20,000. Let's see. Yes, sir. NASDAQ is a new high. So that's a new all-time high on NASDAQ futures. I don't know about the actual NASDAQ. Might be. Yeah, NASDAQ is hitting a new all-time high there. So again, SPY trailing behind. Leading up to the election, we should really plan out a list of stocks to swing if Biden wins. Same with Trump. I feel it'll come down to like some of the individuals, but right now it's pretty simple. Like, if you want to at least, not be too lost and have an idea of the direction you should be shooting, if Biden wins, clean energy, ESG shit, that's going to go up. And then vice versa, if Trump wins, oil and energy is already looking to gain off of it. So I think that those, just different types of energy, they will be very important when it's all said and done in terms of the election. Monday motivation. What up, Karan? How you living, man? You have a good weekend? Happy Monday. All energy. Well, different types of energy. So again, clean energy and solar will probably get a big run up if Biden wins, and then oil might go into the doldrums, and then vice versa. Clean energy is already weak here. You've seen how it's given up. That'll sell off more if Trump wins, and then it'll probably pivot there into dirty energy. Is that what you call it, dirty energy? I don't know what it gets called. I don't want to offend any of the energy people. Hey, Daniel. I don't know if you want me to share it or not, but good work, bro. Holy shit. That's what I'm talking about. Amen, man. Wow. Yalla. Living good, baby. Living good. And all that saving pay off. All that saving, baby. How data centers are going to be dirty energy hogs. Yeah, well, that's even like word to the utilities. That's why, again, like, I don't know if I would buy clean energy as much as, or any energy as much as, like, just if you could kind of provide some of these people getting involved in providing the power sources, they are actually the ones that might do a little better. But I've never really bought those for the long term. And then SPY's still going up here. So, again, 39, you're about 8 points off of the highs. Yeah, that's up to Daniel if he wants me to show it. But I'm very proud of him. He just sent me his long-term update from 2019 till today, and it's quite inspiring. But that's him. That's it. It's up to him. But either way, I'm glad, man. That's amazing. And I hope all of you, man, your long-term can make a lot of big changes. A lot of big changes, my brother. You could talk about it, but you don't want me to show it? Long story short, he joined the cult in 2019. By 2021, he had $100K in his long-term. And then by today, it just went above $300,000. Long term, a couple years, and again, and here's the deal: like, it's not about, it's one part about the long term, but you guys have to realize, like, Daniel has been a very big saver. This is the guy y'all don't remember when we were going over prices, and I was going over some of your accounts, and I was like, yo, y'all need to really look at what you're spending on. You know, homie has an Excel sheet. Homie has saved money. I have seen my friend not blow money. Like, I'm telling you, he has lived a very frugal life, committed to saving, and did not, like, literally, he kept his car the same. Like, he ain't going crazy with shit. He got into real estate. Like, come on, baby. So big ups to you, man. I think you have made a lot of sacrifices. And I hope this is more testament of how fast things grow and could be. Bro, you're going to be a millionaire, baby. You know, how does it feel? You're going to be a millionaire. Horna. Let's go. Amen, man. Amen, bro. Gotta save that money. I love it. That's amazing. That's amazing, bro. Mel, good work, bro. Like I'm saying, I think you've made a lot of sacrifices over the years. And that's why, like, I'm sure, 100, 200, 300K, but it's like, nah, bro. I've seen homie make a lot of sacrifices. So, you know, it's what I think Uncle says it funny how control is needed to be free. You know, you sacrifice a lot, and you see kind of that back end, baby. Amen. For real, delay the instant. No, and that's, I think, Daniel's testament to that. Love to see it, baby. Love to see it. That's a great Monday. Happy Monday. I'll see you in 2030, baby. Talk to me in 2030. Ooh. And then, what is this? Someone said, are you here right now? Broadcom covered call. Are you available in the chat for me to answer this? You sent it to me 11 minutes ago. I just saw when I looked at Daniel's email. It's your 30th birthday, Ferris. Horn. Bro, you got long-term birthdays. You got birthday. Oh, there's my secret towel. Paging, Broadcom, covered call. Paging Broadcom covered call. If you were starting out, you'd say 70 growth, 30 value. If you're young, I would want to get more growth. But even then, like, unfortunately, you have less growth names at a discount than value. So, you know, you don't have to always, you could always start on one area and let it balance out over time. But, you know, that whole comment was based on your age. Oh, Mike Taylor, baby. First one. Just wanted to say thanks for everything. You really changed my mindset when it comes to investing in life. Also broke up with my long-term girlfriend, so any words would be appreciated. Well, horn, baby. I'm still giving you the horn, even if there's a breakup. Let's go. Why does Powell keep showing up? Hey, man. Nah. But, dude, like I say, I don't know. Does anybody know what I'm going to tell him? So if you go through a breakup, there's one thing you need to do right now. I don't know. Does anybody know the advice? Not the gym. Listen, man, I know the gym is part of it. We'll see you in the gym, but no. Come on. And this is word to, like, bro, you're not the only one. A lot of Chads have gone through it. Come on. How y'all forgetting this? There it is. Tim Whitman knows. So step number 1 today. I want you to go out to eat by yourself. And I want you to get whatever you want. And once you have it, I need you to go and look at the receipt of how much it costs to feed yourself. And I want you to look at all of that money saved. And although you'd be like, oh, man, I just broke up, you'd be like, oh, I just got 100% richer. And I want you to look at how much it cost you to stay alive. Okay? And then we could start going to the gym and all of that. But either way, man, it happens. But you know what? I'll even tell y'all, and maybe I should have told some of y'all too, but, like, just don't spiral. Like, don't post shit on social media. No one gives a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be posting no weird fucking, like, motivational memes and shit. And just, like, stay focused and don't let, you know, one bad thing kind of turn into, like, 5 other things. But, you know, I think stay focused. Trust me, you'll end up happier. If it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't meant to be, my guy. That's it. Save that money now. Go to the gym. Love yourself. Goes a long, long way. Yeah, you could put the money in the long term, man. Microsoft breaking out and SPY. That's 52-week high on Microsoft. Ay. So 5442, Chatadonia. You're now past the Thursday open. The final level is Jerome Powell. So you are 5 points away from another all-time high. My good. Would this be bad time? We have 12 minutes till Euro close. I think I'm going to go pee. I think I need to go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. 12:30 Eastern for the GameStop thing. They're talking about it. Well, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB.
Why do we care so much about this individual? Co-founder of Chewy. So a lot of people bet against that, said they would be Pets.com 2.0. Very successful sale to PetSmart. Ultimately went public when he was no longer associated with the company. Made a pretty nice fortune from that. He took an activist stake back in 2020 in GameStop, then pushed and really helped trigger alongside Keith Gill in early 2021, getting seats on the board, pushing for changes, ultimately ousting pretty much the entire management team, and now is the chairman, CEO, and president of the company, and really the whole belief in GameStop with Keith Gill's thesis is that Ryan Cohen will be able to turn the company from a brick and mortar company that has shown slowing sales, has shown a need to close some of those stores and completely revamp the business. The question is, what does that look like? How do we get there? No one really knows, but that's the whole kind of group mentality behind the GameStop bulls, the retail investors who really like the stock, is that Ryan Cohen knows. He won't tell us, but at some point this is going to end up working out, and that's really been why we've seen such a wild ride over the last 3 years. And you have to kind of, at some point, tip your hat, though, because Ryan Cohen in RC Ventures owns about 8.5% of the company, so he has put his money where his mouth is.
And he's put some money in the balance sheet of GameStop too, and that's meant Citron, for example, has just exited its short. Always great to get Bailey Lipshorts on all of the backstory when it comes to GameStop. Tune in 12:30 local. Meanwhile, coming up, Google DeepMind. Well, it shifts from a research lab to an AI product factory, or at least it tries to. We're going to talk about the move and if it's undermining its long-running strength in foundational research. That's next. Meanwhile, just keep an eye on some of these chip stocks, because AMD has been under pressure all day. It seems as though the rest of the benchmark is kind of playing catch up to it. No real news around other than some new AI 9300 series CPUs won't be offering Copilot Plus features at launch. That's being reported by other outlets at the moment. But we keep an eye on down more than 2%. This is Bloomberg Technology.
It was kind of relaxing. Yeah, dude. Why is this SPY ripping? I mean, you chilled out on the foreign stuff. That helped out, but other than that, I mean, just a slow, nice start to the week. No drama over the weekend. Because remember, we woke up last week with drama out of France and the election stuff all over again. And then people digesting a little bit of the Fed last week, feeling as if the data justifies us more than what the Fed is saying with rate cuts. People are thinking, the market is thinking that the data is going to come in line to allow that golden path and cuts to take place. Boeing on the high. Seen a couple of candles there. Yeah, the ECB cut, I mean, in a weird way, it kind of got overshadowed by, again, both data and the political stuff. But definitely, I mean, everyone's just looking at the path forward. It's the same thing from the beginning of the year. And then, I don't know, we might, again, I think politics, we're looking at other countries, and then we have our end of the year stuff coming in too with our election. Netflix 52-week high, that's going up. Again, Bowen just made $1 pop. Beep, boop. And then the GameStop thing starts in an hour for those interested. JP Morgan on the high. Netflix kind of getting some big candles there. We will pump it up at 5,500. Can you believe it? We pumped it up last week. Again, we woke up Wednesday morning. That was the break above 5,400. So now you're 5 points away from another all-time high. I don't know if that volume is real. No. And then, ironically enough, like last week, a lot of the rally, it coincided with the bonds catching a bid. But today, you know, the bonds gave up. Bonds are still back at Powell level now. Next pump it up level, 5,500. And then you guys heard that, right? Goldman raised their price target to 6,500 on the SPX. So Goldman thinks end of the year, SPY will go up another 1,000 points. We're going to rip higher. Well, here's the deal. I mean, this is something I think everybody kind of needs to... It's not... I mean, it's a mix of euphoria, but like, no, what I'm saying is like, you got to understand, and I think this is what people are picking up on. You could have 7 stocks do all of it. That's it. 7 stocks have made up the majority of the gains here. Like, you go look at the equal weight, it's up barely more than the bonds. You know, it's like 7% or something. So the whole point is that the non-stop nature of only 7 or 10 or just a couple of names, you know, that has the ability. So, yeah, it just, if it's already done it, people are pretty much thinking it's not going to stop. But it's really just it's S&P 7 when it's all said and done. But that's what it is. So you don't really need the You don't need everything else, and that's where it's kind of deceptive, because you're like, wow, everything is gonna be bullish. We're in a bull market, and things are doing good. I mean, it's not to say that all of the names, like, they're not weak. They're still going up at a historically good level. Like 8% still isn't bad. It's just weird considering rates are at 5. But it's just a couple of names that has the ability to take you wherever. It was 5,600, not 6. I swear there's one at 6. Maybe I'm incorrect on that. Let me reread it. Because I was tripping. Goldman, IMF. Was it 56? Okay, I think I'm incorrect then. But even still, that's another, 200 points? I think somebody had his 6,000 target, though. Maybe Goldman raised theirs, but I do think somebody is on the board with 6,000. TLT. Well, the TLT thing, I mean, my view on the bonds is completely separate to everything. So, like, it just my bond play, and I don't know if it's going to happen. Could be in 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, but that just depends on how the curve uninverts, whether it is through rate cuts or whether or not, maybe higher for longer, they find a way to normalize it by itself. But it has nothing to do with equities. That's kind of the point, is that, equities could go as high as they want until, so it doesn't matter when things happen or if the curve's inverted or not. None of that matters, because until it uninverts, everything can do whatever it wants. And that's kind of the caveat. That's why you want to be careful in one end, but that's why I'm also holding the long-term heavy. Israel says Netanyahu has dissolved war cabinet. I think that was from this morning. GME pop. And then SPY again, you were like 5 points shy of all-time highs. Evercore was to 6,000. Okay, because I knew there was one target that got raised there, but I misspoke. It wasn't 6,500. It was 56 for Goldman. And remember, these targets are just end of the year, and they adjust them. So by the next earnings season, end of next quarter, they are going to adjust it. Wow, state of Kansas has filed a lawsuit against Pfizer for alleged consumer protection violations related to the company's manufacturing of the C-19 vac. GE on the high. GE and GME. GE's up 3.5. Yeah, you got a Fed speaker in like 2 hours. I think you got Fed Harker, and then you're going to have Lisa Cook. Those are both today. Then you got Goolsbee, and then a bunch of others in the next couple of days. And then remember, market is closed on Wednesday. It is Juneteenth, a federal holiday. Yeah, NASDAQ has already hit all-time high, and Dow's up. Russell's trying to carry up, but again, small caps still suffering, and kind of makes sense with hawkish Fed, but everything is green except the Russell. Dow was lagging, but now Dow is matched up with the Nasdaq right there. Actually, let me get you a breakdown. Where is everything? How are our movers? So S&P 500, 275 in the green, 277 in the red. Dow Jones, you got 20 in the green, 10 in the red. Surprisingly, it's tech names that are red on the Dow, believe it or not. And then NASDAQ 100, 43 red, 58 in the green. Your dad's birthday? Today? Tell him happy birthday, baby. Happy Father's Day and a birthday. Ooh. Dell's still going up. I think same rally continues because all we did was extend status quo, and we've been going up. Yeah, for the most part. I mean, the only real risk is what Powell and a lot of the Fed members have said. It's just an unexpected shock. Like, that's it. That's the only otherwise, I agree completely with you. The status quo is not changed. It's the same plan from the beginning, although the amount and when, that's the thing. People are being a lot more flexible with the when and how much, but generally it's the same idea. I mean, you're following that path that leads you to the soft landing and all of that good stuff. I don't know. I mean, I've talked a lot about it on Friday, and I've shared with you how I still believe a hard landing is possible, but maybe this will be kind of weird, but like it would be cool to watch a no landing. Like if the Fed actually cut rates and got a no landing, that would be kind of cool to watch. Why I say that? Because one, we have a long term, but two, I mean, the last time that's ever happened was like 1990, early 1990s to 93. And then that created like a 7-year cycle leading into the tech bubble. So that would be historical if we actually accomplished it. Imagine, in a modern era, you would have an example of the Fed not failing, right? Because like I've told you, 9 out of the last 10 recessions has been the Fed. The Fed has been behind the curve every single time. You thought there would be a soft landing. It just never happened. But if we, or maybe soft landing instead of no landing would be a better way to describe it. But if that happened, that would be mind blowing. It would be kind of crazy to see. Yeah, election craziness hasn't started. It should be. You should be feeling more tension, but at the same time, the clue is overseas. So you've already watched overseas elections bring in a certain amount of volatility. So I think that's something we're going to have to keep in mind. And then FTC sues company over subscription plan. So Adobe got a FTC lawsuit today. Dell CEO on CNBC. Michael Dell. I love it. Michael Dell was in the textbook when we were going over some of the chip stuff.
Michael.
Thank you, sir. Great to be with you.
How transformational is AI for your company right now?
I think if you step back and you think about what's going on, we're kind of moving from calculating and computing towards cognition.
Soft landing would keep.
And that's a pretty big change for the industry.
It seems like everybody thinks prices are going to stay high for good.
Calculating thing for about 50 years. And, with AI and generative AI, we're basically creating intelligence. And so how big is the market for that? It's pretty big. What do you need to do it? Well, you need data. Right? And you need compute, you need memory and storage and networking. These are all the things that we do. So our company was kind of built for this moment. And so it is a great opportunity for us for sure.
I was going to say, you've seen so many technology cycles since you founded this company in 1984. Where does this generative AI revolution sit in terms of just how different it is?
It's certainly as big as any of the other big waves.
Is it bigger?
It certainly could be. When I think about the internet, which is, go back to, the mid-1990s, it kind of feels like that, except it's happening maybe 10 times faster because now, 5 billion people kind of instantly have access to AI. And there's so much data and so much computing power that's becoming available that
he seems the most reasonable out of the bunch.
Rapidly around the world, and
like if this was the Snowflake, who was it?
Significant. That's why you see
ServiceNow
companies investing heavily.
He'd be like, "This is the internet. This is the biggest thing in the world."
So you said your company is built for it, and investors have gotten excited. I mentioned the stock performance. But then last quarter,
Michael Dell is a pioneer.
Yeah,
I don't know if he was 19, but he was pretty young.
Did the market get it wrong?
He's been in the computer space.
Well, you
from
mentioned the
day
stock
one.
Performance, year to date, and certainly, the stock has been performing well generally. I think.
I'm doing my stretches now. Let's get it, baby.
Our business is doing
push-up
well.
time.
You mentioned in the first
get moving
quarter,
while you're listening to this. Get some arm circles. I need to hit those,
enterprise
actually.
business, our ISG business, grew 22%. The server and networking portion of the business grew 42%. And the demand for AI servers and networking is tremendous. We're installing very large clusters with customers around the world. And I think we're really just at the beginning of this demand wave. And if you think back to what our core business is, one of the big businesses that we're in is data, right? And the amount of data that's being created in the world is not slowing down.
Yeah, gold just flushed.
Every
so again,
7
gold
or 8
had
months,
a
the
little
amount
run
of
up.
data in the
Notice,
world doubles.
SPY
and that
dumped,
number's
gold went up.
Probably shrinking.
SPY's back up here, gold
And
down, and then bonds
we
still
store
down.
and protect and manage more data than any company in the world. This comes from our EMC acquisition and work that we've been doing at Dell for a long time. Put all that together, this is a tremendous opportunity for us. It's now AI is bringing that data to life.
Right, in so many different ways in your business, from storage to servers. But on the server demand, there were questions about how profitable that business was going to be. And
Autodesk
I think
still on the
margins
high.
did fall short. So can you just talk about why that is and where that goes?
Well, sometimes in the early life cycle of a business, margins are a little bit lower. And as we scale
Michael
up
Dell,
those businesses
CEO and founder
get,
of Dell.
Our supply chain really humming well, we're able to attach more services. Also, as AI moves more into the enterprise, and we had a tremendous increase in the demand from enterprise customers in Q1. We see that continuing in Q2. Those enterprise customers tend to require more services and more of the accoutrements to make these things work, a little bit different than some of the service provider customers that, it's a competitive business to sell to them.
So it gets more profitable as you sell more services?
We believe so.
Yeah. Who are the enterprises that are buying these AI servers?
I would say generally all of them. So we sell to 99% of the Fortune 500 companies, and Sarah, show me an enterprise company that's not focused on AI. They're all working to figure out how do they activate their data, how do they make their software developers, their salespeople, their service people, their supply chain, documentation, content creation work more efficiently. And so as they move from proof of concept into deploying these use cases, what they're finding is that they want to bring the AI to where the data is. And the data is often in their co-location facility, in their on-premise data center, because it's their most valuable data. And while some of this is certainly happening in the public clouds as well, we're seeing a lot of this AI being deployed where the data is. And we haven't even talked about the edge, which is, the real physical world, the PC, the factory floor, the retail stores. AI is now rolling out into the physical world.
You mean the AI PC business?
The first device at the edge certainly is the PC.
And like $13.
We have the largest installed base ever of PCs. It's an aging installed base. Windows 10 end of life is coming.
But again,
and so we think there will be a massive refresh of PCs. We think there'll be AI PCs. Certainly we've introduced a wide variety of those. We have many, many more coming. And the big killer app here is saving time, right? Your AI PC is going to tell you.
I'm wondering, why do I need an AI PC? Why is it going to trigger a huge refresh?
Well, it's going to tell you, what you missed while you were here interviewing me, right? Like what emails you need to pay attention to, what's on your calendar that really requires your attention. And it's going to be that smart assistant that's going to help you do everything that you're wanting to do and do it more effectively.
So PCs are going to be a growth business again, a big one. Is that the forecast?
For us, actually, they have been growing because we've been gaining share just about every year for the last 10 years.
But post-COVID, there was some give back, right?
There absolutely was some give back. But the install base is large. We can gain share even in a market that's not growing. And we have, in revenue and profit terms, the largest and most profitable PC business in the world.
You also have a partnership with NVIDIA that investors are excited about, and I know Jensen Huang has spoken at your conference as he has speaking at others, including competitors like Hewlett-Packard Enterprise this week. What is that relationship like?
Well, we've had a 31-year relationship with NVIDIA and Jensen, back when they were moving triangles around for graphics. And certainly it's continued to flourish. We recently introduced our latest generation, which is the XE9680L with direct liquid cooling.
This is Dell CEO.
This is important because it's 33% more dense. So you can pack a lot more of these things in there. And the power efficiency of direct liquid cooling is 2.5 times better than the prior generation. So more performance, more energy efficient, and of course, NVIDIA is in a great position leading the ecosystem with AI silicon. And we are often the partner of choice to be able to deliver those, not just to enterprises, but to the service providers. There's also a big growth that we're seeing in sovereign AI. We don't talk about sovereign AI in this country, but every country outside the United States wants to build its own AI with its own language, culture, and beliefs and values instantiated in their own large language models.
The governments are building this?
Sometimes it's governments, sometimes it's private companies, but it's hard to find a substantial economy in the world where there's not sovereign AI being built, and we're involved in I would say, a large portion of those. The other thing we see happening with AI is it's not just the large models. We see small models.
I mean, this is Dell, but like low key. Remember, these last couple quarters,
on edge devices,
they've kind of gotten reignited on fire with all the AI shit.
In a sense, is like the internet because it will be everywhere and it'll be embedded in everything we do. And if you have a lot of data and you're not using AI and generative AI, you're not doing it right? And so it is a very big opportunity for a company like ours that makes all the ingredients that make all this happen.
Do we need a sovereign AI structure in this economy, in this country?
Well, we kind of have sovereign AIs because most of them are created here.
Companies are here.
Right.
Right. But do we need a more national strategy? It also gets into the regulation question.
I think that's a great debate that I'm sure will happen in Washington. One of the challenges for any regulator here is that this is changing so quickly. Right? If you said what is really happening today in AI and compared that to a year ago or 2 years ago, nobody was predicting the pace at which all these advances would occur. So you have to sympathize with a regulator that tries to forecast where this is going. Very difficult to do. I don't think anybody can do that.
No,
super
they're
well.
still figuring out the internet and social media, which
correct
they weren't able to regulate. So is this is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Which thing?
That it's moving so fast that it's hard for the regulators to keep up.
I think what you'll have is the sort of marketplace of ideas across countries, right? Where you'll have some countries that will say, well, maybe we want more regulation, maybe we want less regulation. And I think you'll see ideas and capital and entrepreneurs flow to where they're treated, the best. To my way of thinking, yeah, you're going to need some regulation.
Guardrails.
But you don't want to have too much regulation because, this type of innovation is what's driving advanced drug discovery. And ultimately, this is a huge leap forward in human capability and productivity. It's not just about cost and efficiency. It's about reimagining, what we as humans can accomplish. And that's incredibly exciting.
Back to what it means for Dell, though, for you. Obviously, you said you were built for this kind of moment. I am curious if, though, there are more software acquisitions in your future to really get a sort of broader foothold in generative AI and where it's going. Is that in the cards?
We have a significant organic R&D engine that we'll continue to invest in. We may selectively do acquisitions. I would call them more on the smaller side. We're not really looking for larger acquisitions. And another big part of what we do is partnerships. right? So you mentioned NVIDIA, but also, AMD and Broadcom and Intel and Qualcomm and Hugging Face and Meta and all these companies out there that are innovating. We bring all those companies together so that we can deliver those innovations to our customers.
It does raise also the question about where this goes next. So the picks and shovels have been rewarded now, the semiconductors like NVIDIA. Who's the next beneficiary of all the AI spending?
I think the customers themselves are starting to see benefits as they deploy these systems.
So we didn't get
and
shit
again,
before?
I think we're just at the beginning of the deployment. I mean, we're doing
Hunter
a
Biden
massive
files
deployment
motion
right now
for new
for
trial
the
in
largest
federal
GPU
gun case,
cluster in the world
citing
for
lack of
XAI.
jurisdiction.
That's a pretty exciting project for their Grok service, and we're seeing again a significant demand for. You have to have a certain scale and supply chain capability to be able to deliver these systems. We deliver a fully integrated rack system that has everything that's needed and turn on and go.
How much of your company right now is revenue from AI, and where does that go? What should it be?
Good question. So within our,
Do you know how much you making on
within
this AI?
our data center business, last quarter it was a couple of $2 billion out of 22
SLV gold
billion
took it.
in
I mean,
revenues.
SLV's down more,
So,
but I think gold
call
took
it
it on the head a little
in
harder.
the 10,
Yeah,
Silver's
still
still up a lot.
Small sort of chunk of the
10%.
overall pie.
Right.
But where does it get to?
again, probably depends on how you define. So
this is Michael Dell, CEO of Dell.
All PCs become AI PCs. And what's also happening here is every workload is being infused with AI, right? So if you're a software developer, everywhere where there's an edit prompt, and you hear all the software companies that come on CNBC and talk about this, they're using AI to make their experience better. So, I think what we're going to see is AI everywhere, and
AI
certainly
everywhere.
all the systems that we're building, whether it's the storage systems, the networking, the servers, the PCs. It's all about making these AI workloads work more efficiently.
I mean, it sounds like you're very excited and you're very bullish about it. And I'm asking because some of the analysts and investors I spoke to ahead of this were wondering why you are selling stock and have noticed that you have done some of the biggest share sales that we've seen from you recently. How do you answer that?
If you're so bullish, why are you selling?
I started the company 40 years ago, and we had $6 million in revenues the first year.
halted
We'll have
pending news.
Maybe a little over $95 billion this year. I've been an enthusiastic long-term shareholder and certainly remain so. But I have sold stock from time to time. What's also interesting about our company in that regard is our share count's been shrinking, Sarah. And I've been contributing shares to our foundation and selling some stock. But actually,
why,
because the share count's shrinking and I own about half the shares, my ownership percentage is going up.
Yes. So you're maybe rebalancing that. Michael Dell, we have a lot more to talk about. And if you could just stay with me for a second, because we are going to continue the conversation. We're going to have the entire interview tonight on a special leaders program. It's airing here at 8 p.m. Eastern time, only on CNBC. And we're going to talk, Michael, including some of the big picture issues that he's thinking about and other CEOs are thinking about.
Interesting. That question, I don't know. He didn't, what's wrong with selling? He sold a lot. That's where I think it was like what? Wasn't it like $800 million or something? But his answer was that maybe she kind of answered it for him and said rebalance. But he's saying, I mean, their share count is very small. So even though he's selling, he still owns a bigger portion. You met Michael Dell, used to work for his company. Nice. Again, he's been in the industry for a very long time. I mean, remember Dell and like personal computers, that was their big wave, and they did a lot. And then they've always just been, like what, the big five. right? I mean, there's what, like Dell, HP, Gateway, and then Apple and Microsoft. Those are like your only like, and then you got a couple of here and there. She saved him on that. Yeah, he didn't really answer it too well, but I mean, I don't know. I think you could still believe in it and still sell a little bit, but he owns a lot, man. He owns a lot. And then this whole AI thing, it's kind of crazy how we still have like division on AI. I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but like literally like some people are just like, AI, it's going to change the world. I love it. And then the other half of people are like, it's a Ponzi scheme. Like we're still kind of having some of that debate there on whether or not, this stuff is legit. Remember, you kept watching these companies double up their earnings, raise their guidance. I'm looking at you, NVIDIA. So it's crazy. Are there many people living off of dividends? If you're older, yeah, I would say. I mean, again, don't underestimate the amount of boomers that invested, especially like a lot of times, like what ends up happening is like the boomers who have like a lot of money or they could like live off of dividends. It's usually because they worked with a company. So, and they had shares. So like, I'm sure some of you guys may have like grandparents or something, but like, if you even worked for like GE, back 20, 30, 40 years ago, and they paid you in shares and all of that, like you're sitting pretty on that one. Like don't underestimate how far some of that goes. But with enough time, I think if you break down the age groups and the higher age groups, they could get a portion of their income, or if not, well above their income, just solely off of dividends. But yeah, if you have, it's usually a lot more money. But that's why people who have had shares for 30, 40 years, I mean, you would be surprised how many people actually fall into that category. You have to have millions of dollars invested in dividend stocks to live off of them. Well, you don't necessarily have to invest millions of dollars, but the position would probably be worth, 6-7 figures, definitely. But like I'm saying, like there's people who got, their $20,000 401ks 40 years ago. So, and then they still held it and it was part of their company and all of that, and usually those positions have ballooned. You live off your yields in treasuries. Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, what? Right now, every $1 million you put in, you're getting $50,000 a year. So if you have $2 million, you could make $100,000 a year doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. You don't believe in the AI to an extent. It feels like an NFT pump. Yeah, I mean, I guess NFTs still sold a lot of money. But AI, I mean, you're watching a lot of development. And I mean, I don't think AI is fake, but I definitely think we're going to find out eventually that there's probably a little bit more excitement than necessary, which makes sense. You don't get excited unless it like is doing something, but I don't think it's a scam. I don't think it's absolutely nothing, but I also don't I don't think it's like, some people do think it's the second coming of Jesus, but I think it still has it's still early and it still has to develop a lot more. But you're paying as if it has already succeeded. I have heard of Open Door. Yeah, I think I've sold a house to Open Door. It's taken way longer than the hype would suggest to take jobs and make these mad profits from automation. It'll take years, yeah. I mean, at the same time, though, bro, is the chat thing doing it again? Do we have the AI chat description today or no? I think they took it off. Bro, that shit was creepy. That was creepy. I don't know. If you guys were here on Friday, we had like a AI chat thing and it was listening to us. it was listening to me in real time and then taking in what the Chad was saying. Bro, this thing was creepy. Like, that's the thing. Somebody even said, I heard this, it's tinfoil, but they're just saying that, like, literally AI is just low-key. It's just it gives you more control over a lot of things. And AI has a weird way of, like, it's kind of crazy what it can do. Like, you should go see Friday's Watchlist at the end. What was spooky about it was that it was interpreting what we were saying live. So it was listening to me in real time and then taking in the chat, but then it got weird because then, one, it's like somebody's listening to you all the time, and then we saw how it misinterpreted some things. At one point, it said I was, like, saying something about, like, using it as a weapon, and we were like, no, we didn't say that. It's crazy. Yeah, they're talking Inside Out right now.
It's a huge deal. I mean, what we've seen over the past few years with China is that Western movies have kind of fallen out of
winning China approval for Deadpool. Just wait until AI could type in the chat. Yeah, man. We'll see, though. I mean, I actually need to update Josh AI voice stuff. There's been some new changes. But that's the thing. It's like, even, what's it called, came out with an update. Midjourney. So for, like, the thumbnails and shit, I had to go look into it. But they came out with, like, a new personalization thing. If Nightbot starts responding to me, I'm signing off. SPY dropping. It's chilling out. I don't know if we're going to hit the highs. I mean, we came within 2 points of the all-time high. It sucks because if we sell off from here and it chills out, I mean, it's going to be another day of holding in between the range of Powell. No, the AI voice, you got to pay for it, unfortunately. Ain't nothing free in AI land. Any, like, good AI thing, you have to pay a subscription. That's what I've noticed. Like, there's some cool free tools, but, I mean, for the most part, everything, all these AI things, especially if they have a consumer application, only way they're going to make money is by selling it as a service. And then bonds bounced, too, not too long ago on that little gold bounce, or the gold dump. Bonds bounced. Russell's still trying to fight, but otherwise we're barely moving green, but Dow is looking good. Again, Pfizer had some, again, I think state of Kansas suing them. So they went down. You got a little volume move on that, and it's actually real volume. Nordstrom's, I just had that up. That was going up. No news on him. Hims kind of does this. Hims was really killing it in the morning. My goodness, why can't I type this? Like, Hims was really, really up, and then it sold. But even then, like, $23, kind of a big level. I'm actually, like, shocked it's really holding like that. Micron was on fire in the morning, gave back a little bit, and then it came right back up. Is that wick real? Yeah, I think that is. That's not disappearing. Interesting. So Micron started good. They had an upgrade, then they came down. And then again, you guys know Adobe got sued by the FTC. So that's part of why it's kind of underperforming even after that earnings. CCL. Oh, Carnival. I don't know. I haven't looked at any of the what's it called? Cruises since, what was it, NCLH? There was an RCL. Remember there's a big move on that? But I'm not too sure. But I think RCL earnings were good. BDTX on the low. MO started melting a little bit, but very small. Is shorting or longing KRE rational when the rates change, be it either higher or lower? I mean, to a degree, I do think like rates have a direct effect on banks. So it's like almost a direct sympathy. There has been a couple of like weird flip-flops in terms of what would happen. And then like at first, like rates benefited the banks until the held to maturity bonds came home to roost. But yeah, Vanny for the long term, I wouldn't do that for the long term. Unless, yeah, not really. I would go watch the video, I think Thursday live stream on the trading fraternity. We talked about that play because it's going to be a slow mover, but I mean, I'm more or less playing the Biotech approval, but I wouldn't throw them in the long term. We don't really have any. I guess Abivai is a Biotech, but we don't really have like early clinical stage biotechs in the long term. It's too risky. On Chegg, I think Chegg, I mean, it's a decent company, but I do think Chegg is going to get kind of beat off of all the AI stuff. Ever since ChatGPT, I mean, it got clapped. Like, again, remember when ChatGPT did everybody's essays? So, yeah, now Chegg, I mean, they suffered almost instantly off of it. Yeah, Duolingo, a lot of the language stuff, even like tutoring. Like, again, even the damn Apple Pencil in calculator does your math for you. So some of those companies are at risk unless they incorporate AI and just do it a lot better. What are these? Hold on. I have random biotechs that popped. I forgot about these. All right, I just sold one more. I sold like ICCM. Which one was that? ICCM, INTJ, and then I had Oatly on the other one. I just saw those, but one of them popped. So I got out of those. Got to trim a little bit more. And then OX. That sounds very familiar. Nano imaging. Oh, weren't they like AI, like super computing stuff? How much cash am I holding for the potential TLT play? Just whatever the trading account is going to be worth. I mean, give or take, unless things move around ahead of time. But it's not like, I don't know. It's not just for TLT. It's just more or less I will have it ready to go. I think once the curve uninverts or we get closer to that, you're going to get a different movement than this golden path 7 stocks take over. Does that make sense? So I really, unfortunately, I'll tell you when some things are up, but I wouldn't really try to follow what I'm doing because I definitely, you're going to have some patience. I don't know how things are playing out, and I'm not doing this all for TLT. I'm doing this for, kind of the market environment to shift. And then in the meantime, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's the last call, but, you're still getting paid 5% doing absolutely nothing. Intel, I have both. Like, I had shares that I was going to flip that got murdered, and then, so I have those separately, but then I added Intel a couple of, I think 2 weeks ago. We got in at 30.22 for the long term. I put in one deposit. I thought Williams is at 1 p.m. It's 12 right now. So I think we got a little bit of time. I still have Outlook. I'm going to look at that calendar. I'm going to look, but I'm probably going to get rid of it. I think out of any of the biotechs, I'm just going to hold Vanny. That's the only one I think with potential. The other ones too, I don't know about the timing. I could be down to hold those. There's like PTN and Outlook. Those are the bad biotechs. They still have calendar stuff coming up, but we'll see. Those ones I'm more tentative on. But Vanny, I think I'm going to hold that one. Just because, again, I've outlined the play. If you go to that Thursday watch list I was talking about, that'll explain kind of the logic. But it's going to be slow. GE, that's been moving from day one this morning. It's up 4%. Oh, the GameStop's at 12:30. I'm down to put it on for a little bit. Tesla again. SPY might make round 2. And Nordstrom's. I've seen that go up a couple of times. And then Russell's finally making a move. So look at the last like 10 minutes. You kind of chilled up here. But Russell went up like a 12th of a percent right there. Is the SPY. Right now we are approaching the high of Powell. So right around here. You're about 4 points away. So you kind of got to this level 2 like CPI in the morning of Powell, and then you hit that 54.47 or whatever, and we're hugging right below that right now. Where is IBM? Y'all talking about Watson? I remember Watson on Jeopardy. That was a good time. I think that was the first time I ever heard about AI. And that was probably in the year 2000 or something. Or maybe 06. You guys remember Watson? He still exists, but it was a big deal back in the day. Is Fed Williams? I thought, what's his name? I thought it's Harker. I didn't think he comes on yet. John Williams. What's the date today? June 17th. That's crazy. Halfway done with the half. Oh, yeah, John Williams. Empire Manufacturing. Oh, I see his name on there, but I don't know. I think Williams made one over the weekend, but I'm not seeing him right now. Otherwise, I'm preparing for, what's his name? Harker in like about an hour, 52 minutes. And bonds came up. So watch out here. Bonds are coming back to open. It's still down 1-2, but if that starts going up, that could be good. I have bought private shares before. I haven't invested in any of these AI companies, but I do own I own private shares to this day in some companies. Yeah, Hims was killing it. It's still, it's still a good price at 20 something, but that's why I was shocked when it hit like 25, 26 this morning. Coins started to move. They were down earlier. Oh, Wednesday is closed. Yeah, I don't know what I said in relations to Wednesday, but yeah, I forgot about that. The day off. And then bonds are coming back up here, so seeing we're a couple points off a new all-time high. Yeah, DXYZ. That one's an interesting one, but I do think you're paying a massive premium. So you guys showed me DXYZ, and I looked into it, and it's like a holding company that owns some of these private companies, but based on like the amount of like what they own and what you value that company at, you're paying a pretty hefty premium. Yeah, CRM on the low. I swear I just saw it on the high. Dollars even down for the day. And then your GameStop event starts in 20 minutes. What if he shows up fake dead again? I don't know if he's going to be I don't know if he's going to be there. Everyone's speculating that he's going to be on the call, but I don't know if he's actually going to be on the call. Where's the country song? Boo. Palantir breaking out. Tesla breaking out too. That's at the high. Target's going up. That was from earlier. Yeah, Palantir's at 24 something. Target's up 1-1. SPY starting to go up. Even MO. Pfizer's still destroyed. Where you at, man? All right, 4 more points. 4 more points till an all-time high. Covered call index. I think they're decent. I've been interested in them at some point, but then I always kind of just fall back on the idea that, they're not really, I don't know. It's just some of them haven't really been around too much, and I would just prefer owning individual equity. So at one point I wanted Jeppy. You guys put me on to that one, and then it got cheap, but then by the time it bounced, it was just, I don't know if I was feeling the premium. So I think it's up to you, but I would prefer equity. And then some of them, be careful, because there's some like income ETFs that are a little bit more sketchier. So like I'm saying, it's only been around for a couple of years. But I think Jeppy holds some good names. And then there's the SPY. We living good, baby. How you living, Ray? Happy Monday. It is a Monday. It should be a quiet Monday or a quiet week. But we're 2 points off of all-time highs, so we'll see how that factors in everything. You got your Palantir swag on the way. Oh, you bought Palantir merch? It's pretty cool. And then bonds. Do you guys see this? Bonds are about to break out. So they're still negative, but after a morning here, again, we just had Euro close a little bit ago, but low-key, bonds are kind of taking off. They have a long way to go from the gap down, but that is pretty interesting. Is Micron still going up? That was running earlier. Are you streaming GameStop? If you want me to, just for you, I got you. I'm down to play it for a little bit. we'll see until the Feds, because again, the Fed speakers come on right away, or like 30 minutes later. But the Fed speakers are kind of going to be important today, because if they, well, right now it seems to be, do you listen to inflation data or do you listen to the Fed? And so far, I mean, financial media has been trying to pound it home that you should listen to the data instead of the Fed. So we'll see what these guys say. But, you know, in the meantime, GameStop, we could listen to that ahead of time. But the main thing we should be listening today to should be the Fed speakers. But thankfully, they come afterwards, so we will have time. JEPQ. I mean, all of them pretty much operate the same. So, yeah, equity premium. You could go look into what they hold. I don't know what the yields are, but a lot of these, they're like new. So I prefer equity when it's all said and done. I don't really have any ETFs in the long term. I'm not like too opposed to the idea, but like when everything is all said and done, I would rather own the equity and know like what it is. You could probably replicate JEPI with their holdings, but it makes good income. You know, like when I look at them and I'm like, damn, like I think it, like what does it yield? Like 7 or 9% or something. But then again, that also could be a trap as well. Yeah, 7.3% on JEPI. And that's like, it's held this price for a minute. But it has been years and JEPI hasn't like collapsed or anything. So I think it's like, you know, that has eased my mind. But I still do have my preference of pure equity. Bro, it feels like we are crawling near this high. So you're chilling here, 2 more points. Let's see where the volume's at. Just doing the chill at the highs. Volume 15 million. And we are 15 minutes shy of hour number 3. What about Bill? I mean, Bill is not bad, but if you have money markets or bonds, you could utilize that as well too. So again, anything fixed income, interest rates, they should all be up still, up until the rates actually get cut. Vamos a la playa porque el agua. Sí. I always remember vamos a la playa. Big fan. El biblioteca. Cut out early. Hey, man, enjoy it. Enjoy it. And remember, let me tell you, if you take off tomorrow, too, you could have like 2 days off because Wednesday is off. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. SoFi almost at $6. SoFi. I can't believe it's already almost 9:30. So Monday, man, is flying. Wednesday is Juneteenth. Or you could just take off Thursday and Friday, low key. I don't know. Wednesday, middle of the week holidays are kind of weird. Qualcomm, Mr. Ming. Oh, yeah. Qualcomm may be the exclusive supplier of Samsung. That's what Mr. Analyst... Dude, this guy always gets this thing moving. Sometimes it has follow-through. Sometimes it's short-lived. It's hard to tell. But he's saying this is that analyst. He posts a lot about Apple, too. But he's saying Qualcomm may be the exclusive SoC supplier of Samsung Galaxy. The reason is that the Exynos may not be shipped due to Samsung 3-nanometer yield rate being lower than expected. In addition to significant increase in supply, Qualcomm Snapdragon quotation has increased 25 to 30%. He does have power. He really does. It just sometimes, though, it doesn't have follow through. Other times it'll be 4%, and then that's it. So again, he tweeted this. Pretty much rumor analyst comment related to Qualcomm providing being a supplier for the Galaxy. His handle is Ming Chi Kuo. So MINGCHIQUO. Tesla's still looking good. And then Micron, all the chips are doing good. High ticker is like gassing low key. I don't know if you guys notice. It feels like we're moving very slow at the high. A little bit of a melt, but like the high ticker is full speed. You are 1 point away from hitting an all-time high. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. It's already 9:30, boys. The day is flying by. The day is flying by. I will be bay.
About 25%. So strong performance, again, right in the middle there, even though it has some of those global names, and already $70 million in assets, Scarlett.
All right. Here joining us now to talk more about this particular ETF is Moritz Pott. He is CEO at Tima ETFs. And as Katie was showing us, HRTS has 46 companies, which kind of surprised me, given that when we talk about companies that benefit from the weight loss drugs, we're usually talking about Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly. So I didn't realize that the universe could be expanded to 46 companies.
So when we think about the obesity opportunity, basically the GLP-1 weight loss space, there's obviously two big players already, which have approved drugs in the US. But based on our research, there's a whole tail of companies that are in early or advanced stage of getting products approved. And in reality, that we're focused primarily on the GLP-1 weight loss space, but we also address second-order cardiometabolic obesity diseases. The trifecta of diabetes, obesity, and heart disease are very closely interrelated. So when we think about what the opportunity is, it's GLP-1 focus, but also capturing what are the impacts between the three different disease groups I just mentioned. That's why when we think about it, this is not taking a Mag 7 approach to weight loss drugs doesn't work. Rather, there's a lot of risk in biotech investing. You need to manage that risk. You need to reduce that risk. And by having a more diversified portfolio and also using expertise, biotech expertise to manage that risk is really important for us.
And so when you take a look at the weightings right now, you have Vertex up in front, followed by Eli Lilly, then Amgen and Novo Nordisk. Is this supposed to be equally weighted and have these drifted? Or how did you decide to have Vertex, for example, as the highest weighting versus maybe some of the actual drug makers themselves?
So we don't want to follow consensus. We really look for out of the consensus views. So for example, we were a very early shareholder in Viking, and actually we sold when it spiked, since dropped 50%. We think that actually Vertex has some very interesting innovation doing on the diabetes side that may translate over into obesity. When we think about a company like Amgen actually has a very interesting therapy they're developing that reduces the frequency of dosage. So when we think about the next stage of GLP-1 drug innovation, you're actually looking beyond GLP-1 drugs today. You're looking at amylin drugs. And for example, Zealand Pharmaceuticals in Scandinavia is one of the early leaders in an amylin drug, which really has lower side effects. So less nausea, less muscle loss. So for us, there's two big players in the room already, but the reality is we think that this is not going to be a two-horse race over time, and really being an early investor in some of those second, third horses is really important. And that's why we're looking at companies like Amgen, Regeneron, Vertex, Viking, to name a few.
So I want to go back to the ticker of your ETF. It's HRTS.
Yeah.
And I know you talked about the second and third order
He
effects
said
of
that
weight loss drugs
before,
and companies that may be
what's
involved.
it called?
Why not play off of something that's more directly tied
He said that.
to
He
weight
said
loss?
Viking
it could be
before
like
Gilead.
GLP-1, or what was
I didn't know
another
this
ETF that,
existed.
liquidated. That's tight.
Oh, Slim.
Obesity
Slim.
and
Like, Slim is available as
cardiometabolic
well.
So if we were
ETF.
just marketing, we'd call it the GLP-1 ETF. But if you look at the innovation, it's actually looking already beyond GLP-1. So while GLP-1 is obviously the core ingredient behind a lot of the drugs you see today, we're trying to build a product that is not just trying to capture the interest of today, but actually is going to be here
Yeah,
for
there it
decade,
is, baby.
or for decades.
New
We think this is ultimately a multi-decade opportunity.
all-time
There's 1 billion obese
high
people in the world. Novo Nordisk
by 2
estimates that
points.
2% of people are
He's got
treated today.
HRTS.
So when we're trying to build a product
Team
that has
obesity and cardiometabolic ETF. That's that guy talking right now. I didn't know this existed.
GLP-1s. We capture GLP-1s, we capture weight loss drugs, but we also capture cardiometabolic diseases, which ultimately are at the heart of a lot of the obesity issues we see.
And I mean, going back to the way that you
Bro, the
rate this
spy's
portfolio
going
and put it
insane.
together, I hear what you're saying. That,
Yo, whoa,
you
whoa,
wanna
whoa,
look beyond just
whoa.
the actual drug makers themselves, but
Bro, you're
that
breaking out of the
decision seems to be
Powell
very,
move. Bro,
very
spy's going
active.
nuts
That
on the
instead
high
of just
ticker at
putting,
least.
You know, the likes
So
of
you just
Lilly
shot
and
up
Novo
another
Nordisk
5
way
points
at the
above
top
the
there,
high,
that you're
but
actually
shit.
looking beyond
Bro,
that
do you
and
see
trying to
that
pick out
something
who will
just
be
turned
the
on?
next winner
Low
instead of
ticker
the
just
currently
stopped.
established
And
winner.
then
I mean,
now you're
is
getting
it
the high
harder to
ticker just
sell
gassing.
an ETF that is that active?
Yeah, so the reality is that in biotech, we believe you need active expertise. That active expertise is not to increase risk, but to manage risk. And that starts with having biotech expertise. So, the person who manages ETF, he's a veteran, 25-year biotech portfolio manager. The inventor of GLP-1 joined our scientific advisory board last month. And our view is that you need to manage risk. So when we think about Eli Lilly and Novo, they're the winners of today. But in drug discovery and in life sciences historically there's been a recurring trend of disruption with innovation. That's not to say that
I don't see Fed Williams right now. I mean, if you got a link,
new approaches where Eli and Lilly may not be the first mover or the winner.
So the weight loss story is intact, and there's definitely a lot of fundamental tailwinds behind it. But there's a big issue here with supply and affordability. And we know that a lot of states and companies are limiting how much insurance companies will reimburse for those drugs. How does that factor into the portfolio manager's thinking about which companies he chooses?
So in our views, that's why you need to have a global approach. You can't have a domestic approach, which is why, for example, if you were to buy IBB or XLV, they don't own non-US companies. Some of the innovations coming in the US, some of the innovations coming outside of the US. Affordability will improve as prices come down, but for these companies, the TAM is so big that even if prices come down, we still think it's going to be a very big opportunity, both in terms of improving patient lives, but also in terms of the commercial opportunity for these companies. So our expectation is that prices could come down. They could come down quite materially to $6,000 a year, which is a material discount from what we see today. But even at that level, when we do look at the opportunity side, we see 1 billion people, for instant penetration, $6,000, that's $1 trillion market opportunity.
All right, sadly, we have to leave it there. Really enjoyed this conversation. Our thanks to Moritz Pot of Tema ETFs. And if you just can't get
Tema, one letter off from Temu. Speaking of which, where's Pinduo? Pinduo is still holding up great. And then SPY just took off there above the all-time high. Again, even Russell playing along. That's weird. My future, it says my trade. I'm above my trade price, but it's still saying it's negative. That's weird. Let me see. I gotta mute this, otherwise it'll fuck up your shit. Yeah, IWM is finally catching a bid, The index that the tech sector XLK follows will soon rebalance based on adjusted market cap of Friday's close. The new calculators show Microsoft as the top stock, followed by NVIDIA, then Apple. People were saying that's going to lead to more upside. Somebody brought that up in the chat earlier, but I don't know. No, my contract hasn't rolled over yet. That's the thing. It has only 3 days. It did that with my Humana too, but then it showed up as positive. We'll see. It'll go bring, bring. I muted it so it doesn't mess up your ears. Bro, and then you just do that little rip right there. Again, bonds, it's funny because the bonds kind of like, they got to bounce too, but they're still like way, way down. Again, even market is leaving everything behind. Russell is about to go green, though. That was the only thing struggling. So if you get more of a melt up, and like you kicked it into gear right here, all of the moves ahead of this were a lot smaller. Bro, you're going, man. Even Roblo on the high, Autodesk, SPY, 52-week high, Qualcomm. You just had that Ming Chi tweet as well. But yeah, bro, high ticker is literally on full gas almost. 1 minute, 5 minute, 30-second. Bro, you just went nuts. So, like, literally, that's 16 points. You needed that whole 16 points all morning to, like, get back up to the fill. And now you did that in probably about 4 or 5 minutes right there. Yeah, everything. I think even the chip makers woke up as well. Remember, some of them were going back and forth. AMD started to wake up. I think even Intel started to go. And again, even value names are also climbing up as well, too. So kind of wild. You got to pump it up. No, we're at the halfway point. Halfway. We're almost there, though. We're almost there. I know it makes a lot of sense in terms of, like, liquidity. Remember, low liquidity can get you volatility, but like that doesn't mean only down. So even the thin market, I mean, that's why right when it hit the high, I think a lot of money came in there and you get this little reaction. And then not to mention any other kindling that is in the form of shorts as well. So, and then I think getting past the Powell level got people excited. Bonds are still pricing in something favorable too. Don't forget about that. So bonds in the Fed futures, they're still there, and like we said this morning, over the weekend, it was going upon the opposite side. Like people were talking about everything settling in. You know how annoying it is to hear you cheer the bull case when I got puts. I don't know, man. I'm literally at some point, y'all are gonna have to, just step up a little bit. Because like I'm saying, if I even clear out my trading stuff, I'm giving you my opinion. Like I'm giving both sides pretty equally. You hear me talk about hard landing and yield curve. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I think I've made it very clear that there is a weird environment right now, but that could lead to upside as well as downside. Again, we've talked about the price targets and everything else, but at some point, although you may not like what I'm saying, and I do expect all of you guys to post the plays. I mean, I'm not benefiting nor losing. I mean, I have my long term and that's it. I have a couple of plays, but I'm pretty much getting ready to exit. So I don't know. You can't hold me to that too much, my brother. I'm not really cheering anything as much as I am trying to give information. Don't waste your breath. No, I think it's a good. Again, that's why I'm kind of excited. I'm kind of excited to get rid of my trading and lower it down, except for a couple of plays when you'll know. Like I am in a Russell and all of that, but for this is part of one of the reasons. I mean, I'm nothing better than talking about the market on every single element, and I don't want it to be biased in any way, shape, or form. So I don't know. I think that opens up the conversation to that. So you guys, at one point, you're gonna have to realize that I'm just gonna be billing and chilling with my long term, and anything after that, I would love to share with you my thoughts. But I mean, I'm not going to be I'm not going to be linked to it, man. The GME link is down, is it? I still have mine. It says it hasn't started though. It was supposed to start 2 minutes ago. Kitty, Kitty, where is Kitty? I hope he's not dead. I hope he's not dead. I don't know. That one wasn't as good. Kitty, Kitty. Everybody's late, man. Everybody, always, no matter what it is. Everybody just shows up late. Oh, yeah, that's stupid. It's Yeah, so it's showing me the wrong Russell. It's showing me the next month contract, even though the other one is already gotten there. So the other one's above the price, but it put me on the rollover for some reason. That's stupid. Has it started? I still have the music. And then SPY near the high. That was a nice little rally there. Again, Russell is trying to... Actually, Russell's back into the green. Damn. So even the Russell futures went up. And then gold came up, but gold still, that got murdered from earlier. Where is silver and then oil? I mean, we need an oil dip. That would be nice. TTD on the high. Interesting. Where's Netflix? ASTS on the high. So everything's still kind of gassing there. It's like kind of chilling out, but that was a big pop there. That was like 17 points. And then chill, literally 54, 58. So, again, this could be either a level. I think we're going to go up to like 60 or 75, or it's going to come back below 54, 50. Very interesting move. But high ticker still gassing. I'm seeing financials, AXP, JP Morgan, financials, and credit card processors. They're starting to go back up here. I don't know what Amazon is. GameStop started.
Clicking on the Q&A icon. It is now my pleasure to turn today's meeting over to Mark Robinson. Mark, the floor is yours.
Good morning. It's now 11:36 a.m., and I call the GameStop 2024 annual meeting of stockholders to order and declare that the polls are now open.
Order!
I'm Mark Robinson, GameStop's General Counsel. Brian Cohen, our Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of the company's Board of Directors, presides at this meeting and has asked me to conduct this meeting. Please note that any electronic recording or live streaming of this meeting is prohibited.
Wait, what?
Before we get started with procedural matters...
All right, I guess we can't listen. I feel like that was code word for they're going to ban me. Yeah, we can't listen to it. I'm glad that they told us. Yeah, so good work. It's prohibited. That's, again, most conference calls are not like that. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I listen. I'm not getting fucking banned for GameStop. So, yeah, you will have to go and listen to that to yourself. Troy just posted the link a little bit up there if you scroll up. It's only illegal if you get caught. Well, I mean, listen, I had one guy get mad. I've already had like 4 people get mad at me today. One guy got mad because I told him the market was going up. So, yeah, I'm going to have to leave it there. I'm going to have to leave it there. Unfortunately. Can you summarize? I mean, I feel like it's going to do something with selling video games and what they did with the money. I'm sure that was to stop Kitty from streaming it. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I remember that thing. What was it? I remember people were talking about it. They're saying it's private. It's private. They legally can't stop you. But like they can, or they could get it taken down or report it. Would I buy NVIDIA at these levels? No, but if you really like insisted or if you wanted to trade, I mean, when it's all said and done, this is the I mean, you're better off focusing on where the real big money and liquidity is, but I think Nvidia, I mean, I'm gonna wait whether it takes a couple months, a couple years, I'm gonna wait till it like comes down in price. I'll probably buy it on the first major dip. But for now, I will have to exercise patience. GME still dying. So again, the conference started. If you wanted to listen, they said you're not allowed to stream it. I didn't get the random play. It was too expensive. The random play today was what? PayPal, I think. And then that Shopify from last week did good. Intel versus AMD. I grabbed Intel because it's cheaper. I don't know if you guys have noticed. That's the thing. It's like it's a double-edged sword because when you buy the value names, they're out of favor and like they don't get the same hype. But at the end of the day, you're not spending, you're not buying it at a high. So for me personally, I prefer the ones that aren't trading at all-time highs. That's just kind of my thing. They said, well, yeah, like we're recording this, so like we're not allowed to play it. Y'all could listen to it. I mean, I don't know. I try to play it, you guys. I put it on, but I do have to follow the rules, unfortunately. So if you want to really listen, you can go to it, but you guys all trying to tell me to like go around it. I mean, unfortunately, I'm not going to listen to you. GameStop CEO anticipates smaller number of stores. If I was really confident in an imminent crash, would you sell your long term? I mean, if I could really prove it, and it's like, I don't, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but how would I be really confident? So in theory, I would like to say yes, but also my experience has kind of taught me that you're never going to really have that level of confidence. And then usually anytime I have been that confident, I bought something that made a lot of money. So usually I ended up holding the long term and then buying, and then that's it. Something would have the right hedge at the right time, more or less. SMCI is woken up. GME sold off a little bit. Yeah, SMCI is up 4.8. Who was the other one? Broadcom. They were up 4 or 5% or 4.6 too. So those are all killing it. I like Wingstop a lot. I think it's kind of expensive. I think it's still near all-time highs, but it's a good franchise. I mean, as a company, unfortunately, like, you're buying the premium. So you're going to fall into that category of, if you like the company and you want to buy it at all-time highs, yeah, but you just got to be careful. I mean, there's so many names. Like Celsius, you could kind of see, like Ulta even. They kind of go nuts. They have those little run-ups. So it's like, I preferably would wait until it's not on the vertical hockey stick. But if you really like it, I mean, hopefully it balances out. But I'm not buying anything at all-time highs. I don't know if I could stress it enough. Like, even then, our long-term has done good this year too. We have names that have gone up, but like I refuse to buy anything at an all-time high. That's just not the business I am going to be in. Doesn't mean I would short them. That's what you got to, like, that's the paradox. I have enough respect for the move and kind of what's happening where I don't want to short it, but I don't want to buy it. I don't want to participate, but I don't want to bet against it. Just because, again, the market could stay insane longer than you could stay solvent. Some of these companies are growing a lot. I feel like that's a normal mindset. Who's buying up? No. I disagree. I would argue it's more normal to buy things into the highs than to wait. Just that's it. You feel safe when the stock is going up. Like, again, how annoying is it when we buy a stock and it just doesn't move for 6 months, right? Like, go look at the long term. Like, think about it. How annoying is it when, Airbnb has great earnings and then it stays at our break even for a year? Like, people don't like that. People don't, they look at it, they judge it, like, versus like one direction up, you buy it, it goes up. People love that shit. So I would argue like a lot of newer investors, even some of the age-old ones, I think they've kind of been more conditioned to buy into the momentum. But that's what I'm saying. If you're trading it on a momentum scale, I could get behind that, right? Like, if anything, you should probably focus on the ones with that momentum. But for the long term, and you're telling me you got a 10-year plan, savings, balancing out, it's like, I would just wait, and you can, but in a weird way, it's you feel more secure buying into something that's going up. That's the paradox, because usually if it does flip, it could still be up and then you could still be down. Of BAM? Oh, why does that sound familiar? Brookfield, I've definitely heard of Brookfield. I think they have a lot of, I don't know, I think they have some real estate, but it's like a holding company. But Brookfield has a good name. It's been in the industry. Which chat, Netflix, high ticker is still gassing, and the SPY is hitting another high. Russell is now in the green on the index, and the futures holding up. So everything has melted up, and you are still climbing. So another new high, 54, 59, 50. So I think 60 to like 72 will probably be the next. Again, this is all-time high, so there is a little bit of price discovery coming on. Question for the watch list? I'm down. I'll write that down. Should anyone under 30 buy bonds? I like it. That's a great question. I will try. I think I'll answer that one today. I need to work on the question list. We need more questions for the watch list because I've answered all of them. And then I think some of you want me to remake some of the option old videos, like the Greeks and shit like that. But I appreciate that. It's a great question, Xavier. I'm down. Adobe got a lawsuit today, or they got sued by the FTC. I didn't know that until like an hour or two ago. So I think that's kind of weighing in. SPY's still going, man. More highs on there. BA in the long term. I don't know. I want to recuse myself. Can I recuse myself from that question? Because I think I would not touch Boeing till it's lower, but I do see your point. I can agree that there's a lot of dog shit priced into that stock where it's already faced a lot of negativity. So it's like, what's going to surprise it, right? But at the same time, like, I don't even want to go on a Boeing airplane. So I don't think I could answer that question for investing in it. I'm not going to touch Boeing. I wouldn't fucking touch that piece of shit. I don't even want to fly on a Boeing plane. So I think that's up to you. I think it's a great American company. It's age old, and it's at one point, man, Boeing was a killer stock, bro. No pun intended. I didn't even mean that one. But other than that, I don't really want to touch that. GME flushing. Any headlines? You guys got any updates? GameStop CEO says focusing on profitability, avoiding hype. And then SPY, dude, are we at the 60s? Yeah, 54.62. So I'm just eyeballing based off of how we've moved. Again, like I said, 61 or like 72, that might be resistance. And then 54.50, I think that's going to be a level we're going to come back to. Ryan Cohen emphasizes focus on profitability and avoiding hype. Yeah. I don't think that's what I'm saying, bro. I think Ryan Cohen secretly hates him. this move will be punished by Russia or China. Says Dmytro Melenik. What do you mean by that? Bro, and I saw the most effed up thing in the world, bro. It blew my mind. Remember I told y'all, like, everybody, like, you know, we live in, like, a culture where, like, you're supposed to, like, accept everybody and not, like, be mean to people. That sounds familiar, right? I saw an article about a girl in college who's, like, her dad is, like, a Russian, like, aluminum magnate, and, like, he's, like, kind of friends with Putin, and her roommate jacked, like, 60 grand of, like, clothing and purses from her, right? So, American girl steals from Russian girl, right? You would think that's wrong. And then I go and I see all the comments, bro. And all of the comments are like, yeah, payback, good. Everybody was in support. And I was like, oh my gosh. It was one thing about it, but no, everybody was defending the girl who jacked her. And they're like, good. And I'm like, geez, bro. Oh, Midwest. Bro, how many is that? Yo, 25? Okay. Oh, no, man, the Twitch turned it up. Midwest finest, baby. This meeting is, it seems like, I'm not watching it, but based on the headlines, it seems like they're kind of trying to separate themselves from the hype. Yeah, I feel like, dude, I don't think they like Kitty. I think, 20 on YouTube? What? Oh, no, my goodness. Midwest finest. Yo, my man, God bless you, bro. Oh, double closing. Let's go, baby. I love it, bro, and I'm proud of you in so many ways. You have no idea, man. Keep it up. Keep grinding. I'm praying for you too, brother. Let's go. Love to hear it. Double closing, baby. Yeah, Microsoft alerted to vulnerability. May 9th successfully addressed multiple vulnerabilities within Azure, evaluating all service-to-service network traffic, and will be applying more strict protocol. Server-side request forgeries attack vector was blocked on May 9th. So something about a Microsoft issue about a month ago. I kind of want to hear this, though. The headlines don't seem good from the Kitty thing, but it seems like they're kind of not doing there. Anybody listening, can you weigh in? And then Spy keeps ripping. So this is, bro, why are they, it's funny, they're not even halting GameStop. I'm pretty sure that's 10%. So 54.62. So again, if we don't stop here, I'm looking for the 70s. But then, like I'm saying, I said it earlier, 54.50 or 54.55, you're going to come back to it eventually. It's over? Shut up. The GameStop thing is over? He was voted to continue leading the board? Damn, no way. Because then I guess I got those headlines and they said they just don't want to be with all the hype, but that's wild. My goodness. You think they're being blackmailed? I mean, like I said, I think the offering of $1 billion was a little sus given the timing of the Kitty thing, but yeah, man, I think Ryan Cohen hates Roaring Kitty. I think you guys are like, no, they're friends. I'm like, no, he hates him. It's like girls. Like, I don't know. Like, you know how girls, like, and like, oh my God, I love you. Oh my but like in private, because I feel like that's how it is. I feel like they really don't like each other. I feel like, I don't know. I don't even know if Kitty likes him, but I mean, you got fucking $100 million. You got to like him. Now, if that's the CEO. Setting the record straight. The facts of the latest study on ultra-processed foods. Oh, remember, because wasn't it last week or something? They were like, it causes cancer. Something along those lines. Yeah, it's like Caitlin Clark. It's worse, I think, but yeah. GME would be bankrupt if it... I mean, I don't know about bankrupt, but, I mean, they wouldn't have had an extra couple $2 billion in cash. But, like, I don't know. It's just the way I've seen... And ironically enough, like, ever since Kitty came back, I talked about this. I told you guys it was sad because, like, even though this dude was very successful, beat Wall Street at their own game, and did very well and made a lot of money. Like, back in the day, bro, if you made a lot of money, people, like, in Wall Street, they gave you some level of respect. But, like, I feel like Wall Street hates him. And I think they view him as a pariah for the culture, even though Wall Street culture is pretty dog shit. Does that make sense? Like, they again, the news media does not give him the respect. There's a lot of hatred towards him, and I just think, like, they just don't like him. They don't like what, even GameStop, whether or not these guys are making money, they don't like shining a light of how kind of bullshit some stuff is. And that's what Kitty did. So yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Wait, what? What? No way, dude. Yeah, this is hype. Bro, Midwest just sent me this. Look at this. Holy shit. That's awesome, bro. So he just closed this deal for his client. But, like, look at this. Hold on, let me see. That's insane. So this looks to be like what? It's a $142,000 house. No, look at this. You guys, this is a wow. House was $142,000. Again, this is in Michigan. But he just got his buyer the property. And look at how much it costs to close. You see where it says due from buyer? Do you see what this shows? That's insane. Bro, $325. No, that means they got this house for $325 to take the keys. So he said that the buyers were first-time buyers. They used the down payment assistance. They got $10,000 from the state, $1,500 from the sellers, and a $3,500 price reduction. He said, not to brag, but I'm a great agent. With the EMD of $1,000, they only need to bring in $325 at closing. So in summary, they got $132,000 house, appraised for $140. They only paid $1,325 out of pocket, and they have a mortgage for less of the price of their rent. So it's lower than $900 a month for a 3-bedroom there. That's crazy, bro. Good work. No, that's you did good, baby. Way to help them out. Did you guide them through that process? Is there anything, how can a Chad go about getting the down payment assistance? Maybe you can, then anybody in Michigan, I don't know, bro. That's crazy. That's amazing. That's a life changer right there. Good work. Bro, $300 and then cheaper than your rent, and then you're a homeowner, and then literally these cheap houses have more upside than not. You know, was it good condition? Like, did it was it hopefully no like potential issues? Because like as long as there's no major repairs, that's amazing. Thames selling? Well, yeah, it's on the low ticker. Tempest down 10.6. That's crazy, bro. Is the down payment assistance like a second mortgage? Like it has to be paid back? I don't know. There's multiple kinds. So if you get like a grant from, it depends on where you're at. But I do think that if you get like, some of them you don't have to pay back. Some of them are grants. But I think some that are like sharing in equity, you do have to pay back. So I don't know, Midwest, if you could speak on that. Harker, yeah, it's 1 o'clock. Harker. Where is it? Yeah, but it gets forgiven if you live in the house after 9 years. 0% second mortgage. So it is. So in this case, so that's what he's saying. It is a second mortgage. It has 0% interest. And then it gets forgiven if you live in the house for 9 years. That's not bad. And then if you sell for a profit underneath the 9 years, they get a portion, or you just have to pay it back. Very cool, bro. Oh, I think you got to register to watch it. Fed Harker, if my economic forecast plays out, I think 1 rate cut would be appropriate by year end. Harker, 2 cuts or none. Also quite possible, depends on data. He's like, yeah, man, I think it's going to be 1, but then we could also do either no cuts or even 2 cuts. What? He just said 1, 2, and 3. Fed Harker, more data is essential to come. The decision on rate cuts given choppiness so far this year. Over the ensuing months, I will continue to closely monitor data on inflation, labor markets, and economic activity. Keeping rates where they are a bit longer will help get inflation down and mitigate upside risk. Monetary policy remains well positioned in restrictive territory. Latest inflation data, quite promising, but falls short of confidence needed. Has not quite dissipated uncertainty. Long-term stubbornness of shelter remains a concern, as the service sector. Harker, last week's CPI data, very welcome, but overall progress on inflation in recent months has been modest. I still forecast slowing but above trend growth, modest rise in unemployment, and long glide back to 2% inflation. So you guys, I mean, I don't know. I think they're all going to do this. I mean, Kashkari confirmed 1 overnight, but then he literally just said 1, 2, and 3 hikes, and then says, yeah, we like the inflation data. Still not enough. Maybe we go 1. He's saying he's committing to the dot plot, but then he's also saying we could go in either direction. So both good and bad. If the Fed people don't say shit, then you're not going to get much volatility off of it. But then again, depending on how they talk about it, if there's any updates, that could have a different effect. All right, bro, it's already done. Oh, we didn't hit our 9:30 push-ups. We need to. I need to go pee again. And now we got to get ready, man. It's 10 o'clock. It's game time. Mark is doing great. So I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. And I will see you in a little bit.
Efforts by the administration to keep the war from spreading even further into a full-scale regional conflagration.
It's pretty stunning, Courtney, that obviously a lot of us have spent so much time in recent weeks trying to dissect and calculate the odds of some kind of temporary ceasefire being reached between Israel and Hamas to essentially stop the fighting in Gaza. All the while, it seems that others were focused pretty intensely on making sure that it doesn't cross other borders, like with Lebanon. Is there a feeling that it is more at risk of happening now in this moment than at any other time since this conflict began?
I don't know that I would say that necessarily, but there have been periods where the risk is assessed to be greater of an escalation. And, as you said, the ceasefire conversations are ongoing, but perhaps stalled. And in the interim, you do have this unilateral pause by Israel to allow for greater delivery of humanitarian assistance.
So talk to us about this 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., a tactical pause that comes in lieu of a ceasefire. What has brought Benjamin Netanyahu to this point, and could this tactically expand into something bigger?
There's always the possibility and the hope, certainly from the Biden administration, that we do still see a ceasefire that is a mutually agreed end to hostilities. But this is an entirely separate issue. This is not something negotiated with Hamas. In fact, Hamas leadership claimed that they were left out of the conversation. But this is something that the Israeli government has determined that it can do and needs to do to allow more aid to flow.
Are they acknowledging these reports of famine on an official level by doing this?
I don't know that they're doing that necessarily, but the IDF is assessing that there is an opportunity to pause their operations, which are perhaps winding down at that heightened level in the Rafah area as well.
So when we think about the Israeli government and the composition of it right now, how significant is it, Courtney, that the war cabinet has been dissolved? Is that more symbolic than anything else, or is that actually likely to change the trajectory of Israel's conduct in this conflict moving forward?
I don't know that we can necessarily predict how this is going to affect the conduct of the war by the Israeli government, but it certainly is a massive shift. Over the last several months, this is the organization, this is the group that has run the war effort, and it's no secret that it's been composed of individuals who are often politically at odds.
Getting back to where we started with Antony Blinken, is he planning a 9th trip? How's the administration taking this?
Well, that's not necessarily something that I'm ever told, but but
based on the way you've seen them work, though, is something that's just going to be a rolling visit? It seems like from him.
I mean, they tend to travel when there's an opportunity to meet with interlocutors who may be able to push things forward. Yeah. So if whether it's ceasefire negotiations, hostage releases, if there is something that can perhaps be achieved, that's usually when we're on a plane to distant places.
Yeah, fascinating.
Well, I wonder if in the month of July, the need to go to the Middle East perhaps is superseded by Netanyahu's own visit to the U.S. as he's scheduled address a joint session of Congress. And perhaps that presents another opportunity to meet.
That's going to be an interesting moment. We've talked to a lot of lawmakers, and to be clear, Democratic lawmakers who said they're either struggling with this or they might not attend that speech to Congress. That's a big deal, though, for Benjamin Netanyahu. Can the administration use that as a point of leverage to get something else here?
They're certainly, I think, going to seize the opportunity to speak with Prime Minister Netanyahu when he is in town. But what they attempt to achieve is anyone's guess.
All right, Courtney McBride, playing the guessing game with us here on Balance of Power.
She knows the answer to all of these. It's just a question of whether she wants to tell us.
Just hedging. Courtney, we appreciate it. She reports on national security for us here at Bloomberg. We want to add a new voice to this conversation as well now and turn to Kelly Grieco. She is Stimson Center Senior Fellow with the Reimagining U.S. Grand Strategy Program. Welcome back to Balance of Power, Kelly. Always great to have you. If we could first begin with these 11-hour tactical pauses that Israel is now putting into place, trying to get that humanitarian aid in. How do you read into that tactical decision and whether it's one that could ultimately expand beyond 11-hour windows of time?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Yes, so I think, there are a couple of things here. One is that there is a tempo to operations, and Israel has been engaged in some very intense operations, and you can't really sustain that momentum long term. And so this may be a natural time when it's regrouping, and so it allows for this kind of pause anyway. So I think that's one. But the second thing I think is I can't imagine this sort of converting itself into a long-term ceasefire because Israel wants to obtain hostages. It wants to rescue hostages in any kind of deal with Hamas.
All righty. Chadadonia. Like that. Tell the people that PHILO water is back. Yes, on a Monday. Yes. Chadadonia. Are you ready, man? So it is that time. It is that time for PHILO, man. I hope you guys had a great weekend, a great holiday. I got a couple of things, man. You know what I'm saying, bro? We got a lot. Oh, I love you, Zach, baby. Happy belated, baby. I got you, man. I got you, bro. But we have some interesting things to talk about to start off the week. I actually got a cool little challenge for you. It's funny because it's funny. I'll share it with you in a little bit. But before I do that, man, just once again, good work. And I don't know. I gave you guys a shout out even on the watch list because it's like one part about the PHILO, but like even with what I've seen and some of the lessons, man, I don't know. I think some people definitely have not liked a higher standard, but I do think a lot of you guys, y'all have matched it, bro, and y'all have stepped it up, and I've been seeing a lot of y'all use critical thinking. I've seen a lot of y'all be open to things. I've seen renewed effort in a lot of areas, bro, so it's awesome. And like I'm saying, man, keep it up. Keep it up, baby. So good work, man. And honestly, thank you guys for the opportunity to share this with all of the PHILOs, man. And I hope it's a good time to relax. And I think some people were even saying too, man, just don't forget, like I told you guys even a couple months ago, give yourself some time. And I'm not like, don't be patient, but you should be patient. But I mean, like, make sure every day, bro, you have time with yourself. You get your prayer, get your meditation, whatever you want to call it. But you know, we live in a world and there's a lot of things going on. So I do hope, you stay true to yourself and give yourself that time, baby, and relax. Be at one with yourself. Find peace in an empty, quiet room, my friend. And that right there is a skill of life. So good work, man. And big shout out to the Chads. And like I said, man, thank you to all of you and even the opportunity here. And that being said, it is PHILO time. And with PHILO time, it's very simple. I don't have any tolerance for any sort of jokes. So mods, feel free to ban them. Not a timeout, but ban them. Yes, it's zero tolerance during this moment. So that being said, today I have two things to talk about, actually. One of them, it's funny, my mom was just bringing this up. She heard one of them, and I'll share that one with you in a little bit. But the first part was funny because somebody sent me this video, and I was just laughing at it. But then I was like, I really thought about it, and I was like, damn, if you actually go back and do this, they never said to go do this, but it was kind of like a Jesus meme, like a joke meme about Proverbs. And I liked it though. And then it's funny how a joke made me look at something the same way. So here's the deal. Have you ever heard Proverbs? Have you ever read Proverbs? And I don't know, maybe some of you, this might reignite how you want to go about reading Proverbs. But I don't know if you ever read it. And have you ever heard, Proverbs always talks about fools. Have you ever seen that? It says a fool does this, don't get caught a fool in his folly. Fools do this, fools do that. Right? Have you ever heard that, read it? Some of you want to be very specific about it. Does that sound familiar? It should, because Proverbs, it talks about wisdom. It talks about being wise, living a peaceful, happy life, the difference between foolishness and wisdom. So are you ready? This one, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to punch you, but this is something I had to remind myself with. I want you to go read Proverbs again. But this time, anytime it talks about a fool, it's talking about you. I laugh, bro, because I saw it was like a meme. It was a joke, and it was like when the fool Proverbs is talking about is you. And it was funny. It made me laugh, but then I was like, damn. Because I love the book of Proverbs. Yeah, I know, ouch, right? But nah, like, for real, like, this is what I did. I started reading Proverbs again, and I was like, damn, I wonder if I could get more reading it from a different context. You know why? Because when you read Proverbs, it's like, oh, like it says the wise man and success, and it's very easy to get caught up in that, like, prosperity shit. Excuse me. But do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, and it's always wisdom, and I'm not discrediting that. I'm not, believe me, man, my life has changed off of Proverbs, and it's funny how, like, different parts of my life, it's a good book, and it definitely has a lot of things. But at the same time, it's so easy to read it with rosy glasses. And if we really want this stuff that's gonna, convict us and change us, it talks about foolishness a lot, but my question is, how easy is it to kind of, not look at ourselves as the fool? Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me, man. So it's just a little part of it, and then I'll give you the next part, but I challenge you to go read over Proverbs, and next time you see it, and when it does bring up about, anything foolish, and it talks about the fools, I hope you could examine yourself and ask yourself, like, yo, is this talking about me? Or maybe am I trying to avoid something? Is like, can I get something out of this? Because when it's all said and done, man, that book is to help you grow. It's to help you make progress. And unfortunately, it's just so easy to get caught up in the good of things where, that book, if it challenges you, it's going to be able to help you. And I did this myself. And like I'm saying, I don't know, it hit a little different, kind of viewing yourself as the fool versus as the wise king, Man, we are all wise in our own eyes. Amen, baby. Amen. Tesla Model 3 officially qualifies for the tax credit? No way. That's going to be cheaper Tesla leases. Bitcoin on the high and SPY hitting a new high as well. So, that's part number one. Then part number two, this one's funny, man, because, again, I talk with my mom, and we have, like, me and my mom have our little Bible studies. It's actually kind of funny. Like, I love hearing from my mom when it comes to, like, I'm like, oh, what did you read this week, man? And she tells me, and, like, it's funny because she'll hit me with stuff, and she'll have no idea how it relates to certain things. But, oh, man, what she told me, bro. What she told me, I think this one, you can apply this beyond just the word, my friend. Okay? And this one, I think some of you might be able to get a real big business element from it. So, have you ever heard, I think it's in Matthew, and it says, be as innocent as a dove and as shrewd as a snake? I've given you this PHILO before. I've talked about this verse. It's not like it's a new one. Does that sound familiar? Be as innocent as a dove, shrewd as a snake. It's a good one. This is what I'm saying. What's funny about it, it says, behold, I send you as a sheep in the midst of wolves. We were just talking about that. If you guys recall. Think about that. I was like, man. And then I'm looking at things. So listen, is this a PHILO? Yes. And I hope you can, I hope you could take something out of this. But, oh man, at the same time, this is also very, very business applicable. I know. And Harker, more comments coming out of Harker here. I guess they're just a reaction to it. That could be it. And then Fitch is raising 24 world growth forecast as domestic demand is emerging markets, excluding China, shows momentum. And then $333 billion in reverse repos. So yeah, Fitch has raised 24 world growth forecasts. So that could be part of why you're going up. Fox promotes Peter Doocy to senior White House correspondent. Wow, all the news during PHILO, man. It's popping off. So, here's the deal. Be shrewd as a snake. We do view snakes pretty negatively, right? If you call someone a snake, it's pretty shady. But it's funny because this still applies, but like, dude, what's something about a snake that you would say is kind of universal? Kind of, not fully, because I know you could easily counter this one. Yeah, bad, cute and skinny, no legs, slither, they drink water. Calvin, venomous, they're slick. Can't see them in the grass, they're sneaky. Yeah, so think about the behavior of a snake. But this is what my mom told me. She was like, everybody wants to kill a snake. Think about it. Some people like snakes. Some people are down with them, but in a weird way, the snake is kind of being preyed upon. So let me tell you again. Be as shrewd as a snake. What does that mean? That means the snake has a target on its back. So if everybody always is wanting to get this snake out the way, what does that imply? It implies that the snake is good at staying alive. Woo! Oh, I love it. And that's the funny part, too, because, like, anybody, if you really view them as, like, a snake and you're like, that person's shady, sometimes, like, they know how to stay alive in a weird way. Self-preservation. I think we got an extra boost off of the Fitch comments. Fitch just updated global growth estimates. But everybody want to kill the snake. As part of it, they learn how to stay alive. I don't know if you feel me. They got good at staying alive. But you know what else it is? The snake doesn't always stay alive by running away. Oh. So it's not like that's the interesting part about snakes. Their mode of preservation isn't just running away. Sometimes they don't all, sometimes they have to stay put and learn how to survive. So Chad, it's a very simple PHILO. But I do think this one, I don't know, man. I think it came very timely. And it brings up something else. And I'll give you this one, man. And I really hope, I don't know, maybe you need to pray for discernment. Maybe this is going to apply to some of you way more. Maybe more this week. Maybe more the rest of summer. Maybe the rest of the year. I don't know. I do not know, but I'll tell you. Part of wisdom is staying alive. Don't underestimate how important that is. And like I said, you could apply this maybe to stocks, to business, but in so many ways, man. All of your life. And this is what I'm going to tell you. This is the main point of the PHILO that I hope when you walk away from this, if you're ever going to, oh, wait, what should I think about? Oh, what should remind me of this? Very simple. Stay alive and don't attract unnecessary trouble. That is something the snake knows how to avoid. But this is one of my favorite things. Unnecessary trouble. Are you attracting it or not? Are you engaging with it or not? Isn't that funny? I think the word attract is very weird. But you haven't noticed that like one thing begets another? Or let me tell you this. Are you just like, I don't know, have you noticed that situation, you like, dude, certain things come your way and then it's just, one thing after the next? I don't know if you feeling me, Chad. Like I said, I don't know how this, I think some of y'all will walk away with this. Maybe this is applicable right now. Maybe this voice may come up in the back of your head at one point. But like, yeah, maybe you're doing a lot of things good. But my question is, are you attracting unnecessary trouble? Because I hope you know when you deal with unnecessary trouble and you show that you're going to deal with it and not close the door on it, you're going to attract it. 100%. You got to think about it. Before you're getting involved in something, is it necessary? That may be one of the things you should ask yourself. Let me ask you this. The last time you had to deal with trouble in your life, was it necessary? I'm sure it was necessary in the sense of it had to happen, right? You know, nothing happened for no reason. But I really want you to look at yourself and ask yourself, was it something you could have avoided? Because that right there, my brother, that's going to be wisdom. And what I mean by this is like, bro, let's go. Be as innocent as a dove. Be as shrewd as a snake, though. I've always said this, PHILO, in this verse. I've always said y'all need to learn how to move. But this is one I don't want to slip beneath the cracks. Your job is to stay alive. I get it, man. I'll put my life on the line for the right thing, you know? But at the end of the day, your job, you want wisdom. You want wisdom and understanding. Do you understand how wise it is to be able to preserve yourself? Do you understand that is part of the equation in so many ways? It doesn't mean you're always going to run away. But it does mean you have to start thinking about staying alive the best. And stop attracting unnecessary trouble. If you could find a way to avoid it, if it's trouble or it leads to trouble and it's not necessary, I beg you to avoid it. I beg you for wisdom's sake. So it's funny because I'm like, man, you could apply this to business, to trading, to life, to what we talked about last week, whatever you want. But it's just funny how my mom just brings this up out of no context. But it definitely resonated with me. And I hope it resonates with you. Because we've talked about being the cockroach. But y'all got to learn in many aspects how to stay alive. Always. And one of the and this is the point, I don't know if you've gotten it, but unnecessary trouble is what threatens us. You know, like, deal with trouble because, like, you couldn't avoid it. deal with trouble because it was out of your control. You know what I'm saying? But the stuff that is unnecessary, that is where we have to understand the threat. So I hope you keep this in mind, and I hope that this is a parachute for you at the right moment. Because I hope you don't forget this. I hope the next time you're dealt with the position of having to deal with the trouble, you got to really ask yourself if it's necessary. Again, you're seeking wisdom. You're looking at wisdom. I want to get smarter. I want to get this. I want to understand. I want revelation. Are you putting an emphasis on staying alive? Because if you don't value what you have, who you are, everything, well, yeah, you may risk yourself at every moment. And like I said, man, maybe there is things in life that are to die for, and things that are worthy and noble of a sacrifice. But I don't think all of our troubles are. So keep this in mind, man. I hope we start off this week, maybe this month, maybe this summer. I hope we can make this a theme of the summer. Do not attract unnecessary trouble. And I'm telling you, once you start learning, your wisdom will build from this. You get in a habit of avoiding trouble that you don't need, my brother, watch what happens. Watch that discipline muscle get trained. Everything with it. And then above all else, the self-preservation, you're going to stay alive. So Chad, I don't know, are you with me? Because I think this might be the theme of the summer, my brother. And I hope it keeps some of you alive. Whether it's your account, your soul, whatever it may be. Avoid unnecessary trouble. You know why? Because listen, bro, you lose people in life. People die. You have health things. There is some trouble you cannot avoid. No one's going to fault you for that. You know what I'm saying? If not, more power to you. You're going to develop something from there. But there's stuff you cannot avoid. But what about the ones you can? And that's the balance of life we got to figure out. So, Chad, I hope you feel me. I hope you feel this all summer, man. I hope you take it to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and my channel. Thank you for listening, man. And they ain't no jokes either, man. That was beautiful. That was beautiful, baby. It's beautiful. Yalla.
It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing then it's needed, and my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that
hey, yo,
matters
Big
is
Pop
the weather,
on Whirlpool.
Bet the farm.
Check Whirly.
It's a call.
Bro, Whirlpool, ever since that low, man, it has gone insane. My goodness. Another time, another place. Weed stocks as well. MSOS. No, Whirlpool, that's big, bro. That's 3% almost, or like 1.5% off one candle. Weed is already up. It's getting volume, but that Whirlpool pop is bigger. Let's see if there's a headline. Comex Gold. FTC, Adobe. That's the news from earlier. I don't see anything on Whirlpool. No Timmy Trumpet time. Man, y'all trying to squeeze out that pump it up. We got like 60 more. 93.13. I don't know. I can't find the news on Whirlpool, but that's a pretty big pop. Actually, 54.75. Bro, we're above the levels I was even telling you. Holy, man. That's actually crazy. So remember I was telling you like 54.71. That's where I thought it would like kind of top out. But like, nah, that's going even more. Short gold. I'm long on gold right now. I have been for the last I guess since last week. But gold it's at a weird spot. I don't know if you recall the last time I got blown out on gold, turned to a green, but that was $10 lower than here. This like 23.40, 23.30. It's a very sticky price for gold. So it's up to you, but I think, the hawkish Fed can bring gold down, and that's helping it. But also at the same time, the global volatility with politics and what's going to happen there, that's also having an effect as well. Well, make sure you guys do some push-ups, man, because I'm doing the hip workouts now. I forgot. But yeah, Whirlpool's popping, and SPYs, dude, this is like nuts. Like, I'm telling you, this move, because we were really, really small in the morning, but, like, do you guys see how big this got? Right when you broke above the Fed thing. Bro, this is insane. So I thought, like, 54.60, 54.71, that's where I was like, okay, maybe you'll top out there. But you're up 1% on the NASDAQ. That's a big move. That's a giant move out of nowhere. So, I mean, I don't know. We may hit the 5,500. Bum, 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 bum. Why does it feel bubbly? I mean, because you're at all-time highs during the fastest rate hike cycle. But at the same time, don't underestimate. You saw a lot of this this is only a couple of names. So I'm sure the equal weight's going up, but again, the equal weight's not as bubbly. Meaning, I mean, you're having less of an impact from every other stock compared to look at this. So equal weight is still below Friday. You're still below where you opened up on Friday. So this is your equal weight index. You have one index going to all-time highs, ripping every single second, and then you now have the equal weight literally chilling at the price of end of 2021, 2022. Vanny Drilling. Let's see. Oh, yeah, down 10% today. That's crazy, even after the approval there. But, yeah, it's getting sold. It's very illiquid here, and then now you just got 60,000 volume. But, again, I'm going to be holding that one for a minute. I don't know if I'll add more to it, but I'm chilling with it. Bum, 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 bum. McDonald's to end AI drive-through test with IBM. MBio and nearly as big as CPI. And, well, because we spent 4 days with a lot of tension. You know what I'm saying? So, like, even CPI and Fed Day, you stayed in the same exact spot. So I think that's where you're getting, finally we just went above it Monday. And then, again, a little bit of, the same drama you had last week with, like, France and the overseas stuff. That chilled out this morning. So we don't have much data. It is a slow week, too. It's going to be a short week. We might be playing Pump It Up. I didn't think we would today, but, dude, you're literally, like, you're 25 points away. At one point, we were like 20 or 15 points to fill the gap this morning, and now you're 25 points away from hitting another all-time high. Very thin liquidity, but market wants to go up. Well, I can't stress this enough. I mean, last time I said it, homeboy got pretty mad, but it's, liquidity kind of has a misconception that you would think low liquidity would, like, kill everything and make it very volatile, but that's not really the case. Low liquidity, a thin market can lead to upside. I mean, think about it. If it's just not a lot of depth and there's not that many people trading on something, if most of the orders are to the upside, then it's very, very easy to kind of get it up. That's the crazy part about lower liquidity is it could cause rallies. It could cause, big melt-ups simply off of not being that deep. And if there's just a little bit amount of volume and trading momentum goes one way, then that could go a long way. So, yeah. Kava's on the high. Kava's ripping. High ticker's gassing full 100% again. Yeah, low liquidity doesn't mean volatility. Well, I don't know about the order flow stuff and that, but, like, even just without condemning anybody and just kind of, like, making the assumption, because you would think, oh, there's not a lot of trades, it has to crash, but no, because there's people still holding stuff. And then how it makes some moves is just like that low liquidity can get you moving there, man. Yeah, Russell is lagging behind heavy, but lagging behind on the daily. But like I said, if you go look, the Russell is probably more comparable to the equal weight. Because again, like I'm telling you, the equal weight is at the highs of 2021. So where's the Russell? Yeah, actually, the Russell's even lower. So equal weight's doing a little better than the Russell, but, that is something to keep in mind. I mean, I said it again this morning, too. You are getting driven by just a couple of plays. Yields did not pop higher. They dropped the last 4 days. Last week, it was all about the yields. Oh, wait, yeah, yields went higher. I thought you meant did, like, bonds do good. But, yeah, that's the interesting part. Because last week they got their rally, and then we chilled. But, like, right now, bonds are just barely above Powell zone. So I think this is just the market. Again, I think we're ignoring a lot of everything else. And then, again, you had a couple of risk events kind of fade, whether it's Bank of Japan all the way down to the French election stuff. Fed Chair Powell to give semi-annual monetary policy at Senate Banking Committee on July 9th. The ramp-ups are wild, yeah. But, like, you saw a lot of this last week, and what I mean by that is it only takes a couple of companies. Microsoft shakes up Xbox marketing as key exec departs for Roblox. But, just like you saw Apple last week, Apple was insane. Or last 2 weeks, that little run up there, that helped a lot of things. It didn't matter if other things were dropping, and then you literally every other day you had one person turn out to be the leader. And whether it was Oracle, Adobe, and then one at a time, they start to have their impact, not to mention just the chips. And you're coming off NVIDIA split. So like I'm saying, the equal weight shows a different picture. But if you're kind of like That's why we were saying with the price targets here, some of these price targets may hit just because if 7 stocks keep doing what they have been doing, unfortunately, everything is going to go up on the index level. Does that mean every name is going to appreciate? No. But it does mean these like leaders that are already demanding all the money, they still have the ability to change the index as well as ride up. I'm doing some stretches. Again, 15 minutes ago. On LLAP, Terra, and Orbital. Is it a space play? I'm not into those. I don't know if it's a blow off top. I mean, here's the deal. If it doesn't, I didn't think we'd go this high. I was telling you 54.71 was kind of my max, but it's doing what it did at 54.55 too. It's blowing through it and then going 5 points higher and then like chilling out. But I mean, what this is all going to boil down to, whether or not we end the day like holding at these higher levels. Otherwise, get ready for retail sales tomorrow morning. You know, again, there was 2 things that happened here too. You had Waller. I don't think Waller or Harker, I don't think he moved the market as much, but then Fitch. So the credit agency Fitch updated. This was all recent. It was right here. Fitch updated the global growth outlook, excluding China. But I think that had an effect right there. Otherwise, no, not Fed tomorrow. You do have some Fed speakers, but tomorrow you're going to get the, what's it called? The retail sales. So this could either be cushion for retail sales, but if retail sales, the market likes it, I mean, then you might be hitting 5,500. But I didn't think we'd run up this far without it, but you are getting a run up into the data. So as far as like, blow off top or not, I think that'll be confirmed or denied by your retail sales tomorrow morning. Because then you have that, and then you have the ISM later this week. Dell Pop, I'm long still. Way to poster play and update the position, baby. Appreciate it. Yeah, Dell's still up 5 on the day. Again, Broadcom, that's 5.5. Even SMCI, they're up 7.5. Yeah, I don't like the airlines at all. So it is a good value if it starts coming down, but yeah. Every time you talk about equal weights, I feel you. Is that a joke or is that? But yeah, equal weight is crazy. Equal rate is crazy. Fitch said expect China to fall to 4.5 despite monetary easing. Yeah, and again, remember, Fitch was kind of bearish on things. Ironically enough, Fitch, actually, is Fitch the last one? Or who was the last one to not downgrade us? But they were giving some warnings. Remember, like a year ago, middle or end of last year, those credit agencies and all that is kind of a big deal. So if they're kind of chilling out and not hearing anything bad, I could see how the market could like that. The market is closed on Wednesday. And then 547 on. Dude, you're way off from VWAP. This move is nuts. Again, I wasn't expecting this much overshoot, but it's holding great. And you still got, 2 hours and 15 minutes, 12 minutes? The market's closed on Wednesday for Juneteenth. So remember, this is the new, it's always been around, but President Biden made it a national holiday on right when he became president. So June 19th, the market is closed, and banks, and most places. In Juneteenth, it marks the end of slavery, pretty much. It's her birthday. Happy birthday. Futures, I think they might be closed and then they'll open up at night. Like, I think. Yeah, marks the end of slavery and the last territory to have them. CNN Fear and Greed Index. I didn't know CNN has one of those. I think the Bank of America Fear and Greed Index is like right in the middle, like slightly up. GameStop, the call was bad. Ryan Cohen said he wants to like not separate it from hype or something, but we didn't listen to all of it. Tesla's still going up, and then GME's down. Then again, SMCI, Broadcom, and Dell are all killing it. Your B-Day Sunday? Oh, wow. Happy birthday. Be careful on the birthday plays, though. Some people get disappointed. I remember, I think we responded to that like last week. Someone was like, I lost on my birthday. And I was like, be careful, man. Don't like go big on your birthday just because it's your birthday, you know? Because then if like it doesn't work out, you're like, I ruined my birthday because I bought a 0-day spot, everything. Bump, 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 bump. You did that 1 year. Yeah, it happens. It happens, my brother. Yeah, the market does not know your birthday. Yeah, well, Pfizer at $30. That's why we said if it gets above 30, it's going to do very good. But it's kind of just word to that momentum. It's not going to break out till they like actually hit it with stuff. And again, the bad trial and everything else. Light on the high. Morgan Stanley, couple of banks going up too. AMD will turn green. Intel's doing decent. I mean, it's still trailing heavy behind the other ones. And SPY turning up. So, again, it had the pullback from the high, and it flushed like 4 points. But you might go round two. SMCI, chip. Bro, high taker is still gassing completely. And now bonds. Bonds have recovered about 0.5%. My Pfizer cost basis up. Let's see. My average 29.08. That's on the big account. And then the small account. What is it? And then 29.61 on the small account. And then on Colt Sister, it's like 25. So that's why I want to wait till I grab more. It's already lower, but like I said, that 26 price is good. But if it doesn't hold the 26, it goes down another $1 usually. We're about to pump it up, man. Bro, bonds are going now, everything. So again, this started off very slow and steady, but right when we broke above the Fed level, that started it. And then low-key, you kind of had round number 2 when you got here with the Fitch comments. But, like, you could see it, like, literally right when we broke above this level. Let me throw it on a shorter time frame. Literally, it was right above the Fed level. It ramped up another 37 points. Literally, right after breaking the top tick on Fed day. Because we stayed here this would have been the 4th day in the range. So Tesla going, bro, even Intel now starting to get pretty jumpy up here. So, like, literally everything's starting to move now. That's the interesting part. Because remember, I was just telling you how it's like only a couple of names, but I think it's kind of broadening out a little bit. Again, Russell and Dow, remember, they were down and now they're matched up with each other. They're still trailing behind the NASDAQ and the SPY. But yeah, here's still the equal weight. Damn. So that was equal weight from CPI day. So you're still trading lower. You're kind of in the doldrums of the Fed. NVIDIA volume more than 200 million. Is that larger, like dollar for dollar, like dollar volume? Yeah, I think the move feels wicked just because it felt like we were going to kind of get trapped and it was moving. Again, it's still low volume. I mean, that's the funny part about this. I mean, we still got, what, like 2 hours? You're at 26 million in volume. So that kind of is the problem. It's not like, so it felt like you weren't doing much, but I think low liquidity, breaking above a level, one thing led to another, and it kind of just snowballed into a pretty gigantic move. I mean, you're at 1.2% on the NASDAQ. And then NASDAQ is at all-time highs. TSM price increase circulating. So that was from the morning. So I know there was already some, and then you posted the MU one too. Mobileye, yeah, a lot of people were talking Mobileye last week. That one's still down. It was hyped the other day, and then it just gave up all of that. Bro, you're still going up. So I'd watch. Maybe we stop when the equal weight gets up to Fed closing. Other than that, I mean, it's kind of all eyes on 5,500 now. That's it. You already overshot every single level I gave you. Like we said, price discovery. And then Bond's kind of chilling, but it's still fighting. CLSK on the high, so miners are starting to go up. Meta, JD. SPY is still gassing pretty hard right now. So again, high ticker still nonstop. Yang on the low. Interesting. So are China names catching a bid? Yeah, the low taker is just halted practically. Oracle on the high. All right. I sold out of my Russell plays. So the average down I did on Friday did very good. But then the other position was down a lot. So I lost $60, but I'm closing it because I was on the back month contract. So idea is to reposition on the active contract because they're scammers. But I'm out of the Russell plays now. No, I'm still in my gold. Airbnb. You got the car. Where's Qualcomm at? IoT. Remember we saw that one? They were like flushing the other day. Intel, man. It'd be nice if Intel could wake up. I don't know. I've never looked into this CNN fear and greed one. I've only seen the Bank of America one, but interesting to hear about. I think we're gonna go down. Oh, I think we could go insane on. I don't. That's it. It's already gone too much. So like I don't know which direction we're gonna go. It already looks small today, and then it broke out. I gave you like high ranges. So when I was telling you 54.71 when we were at like right below 50.50, 54.50, and it's already doing that. So I think it's gonna be very, very hard to say. I'm not really banking on anything as much as I think it's, that low liquidity. I think a little bit of momentum took over here. But like I said, tomorrow's retail sales, that's going to be the real driver and confirm whether or not this goes crazier or if you get a little bit more of a clap. I think why don't I just own the S&P? Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of literally, I mean, I'm coming to the realization, just like if you're not going to trade the 5 most popular stocks, you're better off just buying the SPY or long-term and just holding. Because you're not, I mean, again, the equal way, it'll make moves, but if you position too high and then it goes the other way, I mean, you're not going to make as much as owning, again, just the number one popular names. Those are what are driving everything. I don't know if good news will be bad news for, again, if you guys haven't noticed, the last month, it's been that good news, bad news. We're like in no man's land. It's just we're following the path and then picking a justification, and then it's easy to do that in low volume, low liquidity, because are you believing a narrative or is the price movement creating a narrative? But it's not like, again, remember the consumer sentiment and all of the other stuff. Like the only thing we're really responding to that's easy is inflation comes down. Inflation comes down, that's good. Inflation doesn't come down, that's bad. But then it doesn't mean it's the worst thing. That's kind of how the market's been taking it. So Apple, NVIDIA, Google, Amazon, Microsoft. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, whatever the Mag 7 is. But yeah, I don't think, I think that's where all the activity is. That's had bigger drivers. Yeah, hey, look at Amazon, bro. I think going straight up. SPY hitting a new high. Pepsi on the high. Again, at least Dow and value is starting to play along with it. So 54.80, bro. That's insane. Again, we hit all-time high on CPI day, and we haven't gone up since then. So that's why right after we broke above that, you now set another, 30 points, 33 points higher? You pump it up at 5,500. Nutty. I don't think it's because they're triple witching. I think breaking out of the level, and then like I told you guys from the morning, the narrative seems to be the Fed doesn't matter, focus on inflation data. And if that's the case, last week was really good then. So screw your dot plot. The inflation data came down, and then mix that in with everything else. And like I'm saying, man, it's summertime trading. We have a short week on literally Wednesday's closed, and I don't think this is still off at 27 million in volume. So unfortunately, you're just going to have to deal with that. And if there's slightly more buyers to the upside and it pushes, it'll keep going. Not one red candle since 10:30. This was a nice move. Hey, even Russell's going up. I probably could have went green on that if I held it. I wanted to wait. I'm going to buy another one if it pulls back, but not going to force it. And then tomorrow morning, that's it. This is just the problem because tomorrow morning now, and you'll see what I'm talking about, because tomorrow morning, if it's bad, then your equal weight stocks are going to be even lower, and then a couple of big names, they'll come back to where they were, and then they'll hold up. But then if it's good, tomorrow that will help the equal weight catch up, and then the other big stuff will keep running too. But I think retail sales now is going to be confirm or deny moment, at least in the short term. The market is closed Wednesday, yes, for Juneteenth. I swear I haven't seen the high-low ticker this fully active for this long in a while. Even on some of the, like, literally, look at the RPM bars here. It's been like this for a decent amount of time. We did not pump it up today, almost. Retail sales leaked. No. That usually is the answer people give when it does these crazy moves. What price Tesla in the long term? Like $20 or something? Don't get mad at me. Tesla. Netflix, too. That was the leader, man, even from Friday. Low key, I think Netflix got a lot of hype. Man, that thing's up $40 in 3 days. Why am I scared when we overstretch like that? I think maybe because you got to remember, we did this all at the beginning of the year. If y'all don't recall, like December to like today, it felt like this nonstop. But then it was like March until beginning of May that you like fell out of that whole like melt up mode. But like this, everybody's going to feel like, oh, we got to short, we got to do. But it's just like, this is 7 stocks driving it off of low volume. I'd approach with caution, but like I said, I'm right in my long term. I don't necessarily want to bet against it, but I don't necessarily want to participate. So you got to make your decision for Christ. Is my E-Trade broken now? Oh, no, it's working. With the real Raul, please stand up. We're going to have a problem here. Y'all act like y'all never seen an all-time high before. Jaws on the floor like Powell when he said he's going to cut the rates. Like, oh, wait, he didn't just say what I think he did he? And Yellen said, nothing, you idiot. Yellen doesn't even know where she is. He's... No, wicked. Look at him. Look at him. Walking around, talking about rate cuts. But he's so cute, though. I got Apple wrong. Will I be wrong on Tesla? Jeez. Apple was an event, and I still stand by Apple, but it's very simple. I'm not buying anything that has a high valuation. Y'all can do whatever y'all like. I'm okay with. I'll be wrong all the damn time, but I'm gonna have my money. I don't know any other way to put it, but yeah. So, but like, I'm not buying any of that. Even Tesla, whatever it may be. Like, I'm not. There's nothing in that stock until it comes down for me. And I'm not saying it has to come down, nor do I wish it to fail, but I'm not buying anything at a premium. Tesla PE too high. I mean, the stock is just up thousands of % from where it's at. The PE, all of it. I mean, if I have to explain why Tesla's too overvalued still, then I mean, you might like the stock a lot, but I'm not really. It's just too up there for me personally. Y'all are able to do whatever you want, and feel free. Don't let me, curse you or tell you not to buy it or not, and that's not what I'm saying, but I'm strictly into, like, I only want, like, very value names right now when it's all said and done. And again, every name in the stock market is trading at a forward multiple for the most part. Everything like even Pfizer, you're paying a PE and all of that, but looking at where prices are, I would just not I would not get on that. I'm not taking bad vibes, but no, I've had like 15 different questions, and I'm excited though. I'm excited for my plan moving forward, but like I said, I think some people, you just got to make your decision for Christ. You are either you're going to participate or you're not. You are either going to buy names that are trading at a premium and you take on all consequences, and vice versa. And if you choose not to buy something, the consequence is that it rips and you miss out on it. So I think everybody has to kind of make that decision there. But my plan of premium and buying the names that are trading at very, very high prices, I'm not supportive of that at all. And yeah, for real, you guys got to go. I'll be wrong, and I'm okay being wrong, but I've set myself up to live with being wrong. So, you can't blame me for it, and I hope that you make your choice for you. And everybody has different risk and different management, different balances, but, this whole idea of certain valuations, I will consistently be against it. I like how Tesla hasn't even moved, though. And then SPY's still going, man. Even the Russell. I would have went green on the Russell if I held it. That just made another 8-point pop. You're just getting the long term started? Wait, you never made a long term? No way. Pfizer, that's wonky. If it gets below 26.40, but otherwise I think 25. I'm down to throw in the other deposit if it gets there. But until then, or we wait till Intel comes back down. And then there's your first little red. Which major corporations buy major stocks? Wait, what? Buy which stocks again? I don't, what are you saying? I effed up. So you never had a long term this whole time? That's crazy. But no one's going to judge you. The point is, if that's the case and you're kind of, and that's the thing, like if you're coming from like and you feel left behind in that sense, or you're not coming from a position of in the lead, I would take it slow. Don't let the FOMO get to you. Yeah, TKO is dumping. But just that, like, even then, like, just, I don't know. I think it's something with, like, even the younger generation, middle generation right now is, like, you looked around and you see, like, all of, like, you see the price of everything high. You see house prices high, stocks high. Like, what is the natural impulse? Think about it. You're going to feel left behind. I could only, you guys realize when I was like 18, 19, 20, like even I felt behind. I feel like every person in whatever generation you grow up with, you see all this wealth and money around you, and the stocks are always at highs. If you really think about it, you're going to feel left behind. So what's the young guy's logic? Oh, I need to do something fast. Oh, I need to get a bigger, because if I could get a boost and if I could do this, then I could get here. But you got to watch out for that. So that's where I think even, and like I'm saying, you could look at the plays we buy and certain things, but I honestly think the principles will take you a long way. But be careful that you don't pervert your long-term plan. Don't let it get perverted by FOMO. and, you know, starting from a certain position. So that's what I'm saying. Just keep it in mind that, you know, slow and steady is going to win the race. And it's not about, yeah, you may get lucky and buy something. You know, we had like a 400% on Meta, whatever it may be. But at the end of the day, it's like, it's little by little that got us here. Like, I need to grab options. Yeah, it's a trick. Like, that's the whole point. Because, again, sometimes the short term will win and do shit. But, like, dude, the long term, it's working. Again, I mean, Daniel even showed it today. Or David. Oh, no, Daniel, excuse me. That's funny. We have one Daniel who's been here for years, said he didn't get a long term. And then you had another Daniel. He barely would even trade anything. And you saw 100 to 300 grand. You know, and it's just like the long term grows, and you're whatever you think you're behind in, 2-3 years of small, consistent, good decisions is gonna get you back to where you need to be. That's what I'm saying. Like, even if you made 36 grand a year and you encountered me a couple years ago, you at least got 20 grand to your name right now. And then it's growing, it's not behind and like that. Then a house. You know, you could do a lot of things there, but trust me, it is a trap. If that whole, like, if you give in to the FOMO and you're young and you look around, you're like, I need to go quick. I need to catch up. No, you don't. You just need to start making good decisions, small and consistently, and your whole life will change. But if you've already feel behind, you didn't make certain moves, and then you try to cut corners, that's literally the devil. And the chickens will come home to roost. So get the long term, but like I'm saying, even if you didn't do it, just make sure that being late, don't let that justify breaking principle and buying premium and you know what I'm saying, gambling and getting into certain, like I'm saying, I'm gonna show you guys, maybe I'll set you a better example, but that's it. I'm lowering my speculation completely because you don't need to, and then just fucking let the long, like again, I mean this was negative this morning last time I showed you. Let it do its thing. If it really wants to go ape shit, whether it's 2 months, 2 years, we're gonna make money. We have good plays. We're gonna hold them. You're gonna do your thing, and then when the environment shifts and there's real volatility, there will be a window for us to get some good trades in there. But unfortunately, don't kill yourself in the meantime, and make sure you stack up little by little. Your small little decisions over and over and over again are going to be way more beneficial than the one big one if you really think about it. But, you know, don't fall for the sirens. The sirens is getting left behind. Just like Greek mythology, you hear them from the boat, and then you're going to just shipwreck because you're like, oh, I got to catch up. I'll be behind forever. No, I didn't do it 4 years ago, so let me do something risky for 4 minutes. No. Little by little, baby, little by little. No, I'm not trying to call y'all out. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to say though, I hope my guidance and I think a lot of people have failed to this too. People have both succeeded and failed at the same time. I say this to encourage you that you're on the right path, but don't pervert it. You see what I'm saying? Don't let your fear of missing out and getting behind, don't let it come in and creep in and get you to act like you're doing one thing when you're not, and then end up letting you ultimately miss out on another opportunity. Because it's a good time always, but go for the value. All the same rules would apply. It doesn't matter when you're starting, but you got to like make sure you don't give into it. Yeah, it's not sexy at all. But it will change your life. And then it looks sexy down the line. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, I love Daniel's example, 100 300K. Like, 300K look nice. 100K, you're like, oh, what am I going to do? 300K look pretty because now you're closer to $500,000, $1 million. Like, but it's just like before you know it, and those little actions will keep you in the game. And here's the best part. You got to realize, who knows how slow it will be, but like once you have built up your purse and an opportunity comes your way, you're going to be able to take advantage of it. Who knows? Maybe you just need to save up that first round of a year or two making good decisions, and before maybe that house you're going to stumble upon, maybe a bigger option or a real easy home run is going to present itself. Maybe Meta at $90, whatever it'll be, NVIDIA, you will be able to get involved in it without having to be behind. So set yourself up for that success is the real answer to this all. So good luck, my brothers. And that's the key, though. But like I'm saying, I mean, I'm not, just go slow. That's it. I'm slow, and that's it. Hand up. I'm putting finger one to the sky, run a play. Long term will do its thing. It has proven itself. The trades happen when we have real volatility, not when we have this fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Death by 1,000 cuts in the summer session sometimes. And it's just like you'll get your real big trades when the volatility is really there. But at the same time, the long-term, day in and day out is your win. But don't let the speed get you to make bad decisions. Apple discontinuing Apple Pay Later ahead of... Oh, wow. So they're removing one feature and probably doubling down on Affirm. See PayPal as well, too. I think China launched. I grabbed Baba, but that's about it. But you got to be cautious with it. It's high risk, high reward. Remember when they said sell in May and go away? I do, but I remember I told you guys too, there's only 2 times in the last 10 years where sell in May actually went down. 8 of the last 10 went up. So hopefully you were informed. It's just a fun rhyme, I think people like to say, but a lot has changed in the last decade. Apple is focusing on features to Apple Pay Later this year, including ability to access installment loan from eligible credit cards and debit, as well as Affirm. So it's not all double down on Affirm, but I think they're gonna. Are they still working with Goldman? I thought they canceled the card. White House Kirby after Gantz left. Not sure Netanyahu had many choices on War Cabinet. Everything changed since 2020, new era. It did. I mean, more money than ever before has flowing in the world. So definitely, I mean, there may be some level of correction that comes in to balance things out, but generally, yes, it is a whole new world filled with money and inflation. No one to buy the lows, know where it goes. Now Powell changes his mind every month.
Meets with Jen Stoltenberg later this afternoon.
Well, we
don't talk
Corinne
about nuclear posture with any specificity, and I'm certainly not going to start doing that here from the podium.
I'll play it when she comes on. We haven't heard Corinne in like 3 weeks, dude. We got an election coming up. ES goes back up. Let me see. The Russ came back down. A whole new cold filled with long-term and low rates. Oh, yeah. There's good value plays, yeah. And I mean, again, there too, though, at the same time, although I am telling you my plan, and again, I have names, like I got names at some good lows, but if you want to buy the Nvidias and Ozempics of the world, just make sure you have a plan. Like, if you buy it once and it comes down, just be prepared to average into it. And like, you got to really kind of like focus on something if you want to go about that. But, just don't do too many of them. That's all. It's just everything is all about balance. My overall strategy, it comes down to a diversification, everything. If you could find a balance, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, in this type of environment where, one way it's, in little bursts, you have winners and losers in certain little runs there, you get to balance it out there. So hopefully you keep all of this in mind. So it's not to say you limit yourself, but just have a plan and have a balance and just don't go overboard in any direction, whether you feel left behind or not. What I'm starting to hear and see is get out of cash. Well, rates around the world are starting to go down. That's why I like certain value plays, because maybe after the rates come down, you won't see those again. But there is, again, I think a balance with all of it, because unfortunately, hypothetically speaking, if Powell does not cut rates, then you're going to go through that whole little cash cycle once again. That's the unfortunate part. So again, it's just like every other moment, just like you're on the cusp of a soft landing, but it's also the same respect. It may get bumpy or it doesn't happen. But for now, most people are, again, I want to say what? It's 75% odds, I think, of a soft landing or something like that. Like that is the base case consensus. Boeing pop. It was moving up earlier. A firm still going on the Apple headline. SPY still holding up. You had a little bit of a give back. Boeing kind of small. High ticker is doing the ramp again. GE aerospace boss Larry Culp declines Boeing approach to take over airplane maker. Why are they going up? Wait, were they trying to get the CEO or were they trying to buy GE? Target going up. That was good all morning. I mean, a lot of names are up. Remember I showed you guys the breakdown in the morning. It was like 50-50, but now Dow Jones 23 red, 7 in the 23 green, 7 in the red. NASDAQ 100 76 green, 25 in the red, and then S&P 500 375 green, 125 in the red. Equal weight. Let's see. If equal weight goes up like 20 points, I think that'll be the top. Oil's running up there too. Yeah, Boeing CEO search hits some turbulence. Interesting. I wonder how many CEOs define turbulence. I think it's, if you're an airline company, I don't know, turbulence. I feel like that's a good adjective to use. I have Morgan Stanley on the high. Tesla kind of chilled out. AMD's on the high too. Can you explain how median housing prices are going up the past 3 years while median income is going down? So we got to start with square number one. the price of everything has gone up because the last 2 presidents have flooded an abnormal amount of money into the financial system. That is why everything from housing to services is all up, no matter what. Even cars, it used to be used cars go down in value. They're coming back down now in a little bit, but that's where everything starts. And now the second part, it's always been like that. I don't think there has been a time in history where wages outpaced houses. So again, one is an asset versus labor. A firm is breaking out now even harder. Holy, $2 on a firm right there. And then you got to think about it, like it does have to do with population and housing supply. You know, people have, that's like, why would house prices, think about it. Not everybody's buying a house all the time. Ideally, if you buy a house, you don't need to buy another one, right? Like, let's say you go and buy a house. It's for your job to live in an area. You live there for 10 years, 20 years. Like, you're not buying another house. So you got to kind of think about that in that sense. It's not like, you know, there's a smaller portion of people purchasing homes for the first time or, you know, moving out of things. Or if you already bought a house and you're moving, you know, that you have value coming in from the other one. That's where your wages don't get in the way as much. And then think about it. Your wages are every year. You buy your house one time and then you pay your monthly payment or you buy it in cash. But think about it. You know, your wages come in every 10 years or excuse me, you know, every year. So that stuff adds up. But that's why it's kind of always been like that. Yeah, firm news was good. Even PayPal got a little bit of it. City on the high. Tesla's coming down. And then SPY's still at that high. The high ticker just gassed, but you haven't hit a new level yet. You buy or build. And I hope that makes sense, though. The whole, because housing is very interesting, but the history behind it, and like I'm saying, you know, once you buy it, like a lot of people, once they buy a house, they're not buying another one. That's why even the rates, I think the amount of people who have like 7% or higher rates, it's less than like 6 or 7% of all total mortgages and houses or something. Peggy. I like Airbnb, but it still kind of has some premium. So it's still around the price where I got it. I think on one long term it's green, one it's barely down, but I didn't like that move from 80. So again, I love the company still, but I'd rather get some value again, especially if we don't know what's going to happen. Rates are landing. I'd rather take, again, I picked up Pfizer, Intel, and the other ones, but if Airbnb ever falls, you know, and again, we already have a big position in it too. So I like it, but you're going to have to kind of balance it out, but it's still oddly at a weird premium. I don't know if Snap got its footing. We talked about it this morning. We were discussing how it's, you know, Snapchat, it's been holding an interesting level. I think the AI stuff may help it out, but I'm down to hold it, but I don't know if I would buy it. Especially, again, this one has a lot of premium too, but I haven't bought it in 4 years, but I'm still down to keep it in the portfolio. UTI, WW, Weight Watchers on the low. Intel went up. Marvel, that's a chip maker that's down. And then Citi, that bank keeps running. Snap on the high now. And then oil running. So, yeah, Snap at 16, getting volume. Yeah, CLSK was going up. I don't know why the miners are up because actually, well, crypto was down earlier. Damn, crypto did go red to green heavy. My goodness. Spot RSI 78. It's like I think we stop at 66.86 on the equal, but then again, I'm hesitant to make any call outs after it just ripped to any of the higher levels. Not bad. 11:32. Happy Monday, Chattadonia. Happy Monday. An hour and a half remaining. You made it through. I can't believe it. It's a good start. Good start, and now you're going to have either cushion or more craziness. I do think coming into tomorrow's retail sales, I think that should be a bigger event than not. What happened to the rat beef? I think, didn't the labels tell them to stop? That's it. Everybody was just finding out Drake was creepy. And then the labels were like, all right, this is costing us money. I think, I don't know. I haven't, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I think the labels had them go on a blackout period because it just got too, it got too good. They made a lot of money, like, off of the beef, but then it was just getting to the point where, like, yeah, like, you were like, yeah, Drake's kind of sus. Like, it was starting to get to a point of no return. A firm jackknifed. Oh, wow. I remember I played it last week. I got out. I got like a $500 profit, and then the next day it was back down to negative. So a firm kind of moves crazy. Drake always loses the beef. I mean, yeah, well, last time Drake had beef, he became a dad. Pusha T forced him to become a father. That's such a crazy concept. I don't think y'all feel me. That's wild. Because he already had the kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, the kid already existed. And the kid was already, had birthdays and shit. And, like, he just didn't until that song. Mm-hmm. Say thank you for going live every day. I don't know where I'd be right now in the stock market without watching you in your late night watch list. You're the best. You're the best, man. God bless you. I appreciate it, man. And I'm glad to be here, and I hope y'all get a long term, baby. Let the long term show. Amen. Amen. Yeah, USO is doing good. How do you buy long term with 35K? Slow and steady. I'm telling you, man. The long term is not the hardest part about the long term is doing it slow and steady. It's just little by little, and it's a blessing that you have that much money. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys have enough money to do some damage. Yeah, you just space it out over time. It's going to be slow, but, like, you see how crazy the market is. It goes up, it goes down. There's all of this drama. Like, at the end of the day, it's not going to disappear. So it's just like, hey, little by little, space it out over time, and then you will be good to go. But, just be mindful that you don't throw it in all at once, and then be mindful that you don't just sit there and do nothing. That's it. I'm getting some stretches in too. It is technically 11:30, hour and a half. What happens when Josh takes vacation? I've only taken one vacation end of last year, and I think the market rallied. We even had like 100% biotech. I sold it out, but yeah, I'm gonna be taking Christmas off again too. Account cash? What do you mean? Are you asking me how much I have, or is that like a question in relation to something? And then getting more volume. The high ticker is still holding. Account no margin. Yeah, cash account is no margin. And try to own as much as possible. Own it without margin. I would not do that for the long term. But one day, I told you guys, I'll tell you in margin, if we ever get a real big decline and some of these names you want to buy at all-time highs ever come down, that may be your moment for margin. But until then, I'd keep it cash only. I'm hitting some more of these stretches, bro. It's hard out here. Lazy boy put 719 in at 40. Good luck, my brother. And then Dell still ripping. So again, there's a couple of chip names today, anywhere from 5 to like 8. It's actually kind of nuts. RCL, don't they? Someone's asked about earnings, or was it not RCL? It was the other cruise line, CCL or CCJ. We're in a call. Hey, happy holidays. You guys forgot all about me because there's a better Josh AI. I still love you though. Like the video. It's good for you. Get a long term. Thanks. Charlie Pellet Business Flash. I just want to hear him.
By 7.1%. Recapping, on track for more records today. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all higher. S&P right now at a record, up 1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We are up to date on the markets on this Monday. We want to get up to speed on kind of some of the political thing that's out there. We want to talk a little bit about double haters. In the past 2 presidential elections, they were definitely a thing. Key factors in the outcomes could be again this time around, especially as there are twice as many today as there were this time back in 2020.
Well, let's head to our Washington, D.C. bureau to a Bloomberg News White House and politics reporter, Gregory Cordy, who we find there in our studio. So we got some new analysis from the Pew Center that you write about today, Gregory. What specifically did they look at when they were deciding whether or not to describe these folks as, quote unquote, double haters?
Yeah, the definition of a double hater, and this is a cohort that we are talking increasingly about in this election, is people who say they have a negative opinion of both Donald Trump and Joe Biden. So they don't like either one of them. And that number is now 25%. It's a quarter of the electorate who doesn't like either one of these candidates. And what's remarkable is, as we look at these numbers, is that it's about double as it was even just 4 years ago. We think of 2016 as the previous high water mark of this double hater phenomenon. But this is a relatively new phenomenon in American politics. As recently as 20 years ago, it was very possible to like, say, both George W. W. Bush and Al Gore, and that's not true anymore. We have an increasingly polarized electorate where if you like one guy, you hate the other, and increasingly numbers of voters don't like either one.
It's amazing the people you talk to, and they're like, I'm not voting for somebody, I'm voting against somebody, you know, or I just don't kind of want to vote at all. Do haters equally dislike Donald Trump and Joe Biden?
That's really hard to get a handle on, and here's why. It's because it's what we call in polling a dynamic crosstab. People will move in and out of this cohort, and almost by definition, once you say that you are going to vote for Trump or Biden, you might be more likely to also say that you like that person. Now, when it comes down into November, that's what's going to be really critical here is those people who remain double haters into November, but are holding their nose and still going to the polls to vote for one or the other. What we do know is that from exit polls is that in 2016, Donald Trump won those double haters, and in 2020, Biden won. So this is a key group of undecided voters that both sides are going to try to move into their camp.
Okay, Gregory, we talked a lot about... Oh, go ahead. Please, go ahead.
No, as Carol suggested, it's going to be mostly through trying to get them to hate the other guy more, right? And that's where we are in politics right now.
Yeah, and we're seeing that as our own Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons covered earlier on the program today. We're seeing that with a big ad buy from the Biden administration, the Biden campaign that started today. Gregory, I do want to talk about the third-party candidates here and to what extent these could be the quote-unquote dark horse when it comes to the race here, and if those haters could potentially go to a third-party candidate.
Yeah, so here I'm looking at our Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll of the 7 swing states. These are the 7 states that are most likely to decide this election. And what we see in our most recent poll is that about a quarter of the electorate each will, of these double haters, would vote for Trump and Biden. So about 25% Biden, about 22% I think Trump, but then 36% say
we got
that if the
15
election
minutes
were held
till pal.
today,
I'm playing
they
this
would vote for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So third parties
It's
could
hot,
make
bro.
some
San Diego
inroads
been
among
getting
these
fucking hot.
voters, which is
That's it.
partly
And then
why,
this room is
in
like 10
addition
degrees
to
hotter.
launching negative ads
Because of
against
all of
each
it.
other,
I have a
the
1,000
Biden and
watt
Trump
power
ads are
supply.
Also, those camps are going after Kennedy and trying to get his negatives down and turn these double haters essentially into triple haters.
How many of these double haters just say, I'm out? I'm not even going to the, I'm not even going to pull a lever or whatever. I'm out. I'm not voting.
Yeah, I'm looking at that number, and it's about 17% say they would not vote, compared to 5% of the overall electorate. So that's the other danger here, is that these double haters just stay home because they just can't get excited about any of these candidates.
It's June, Gregory. We got July, we got August, September, October, all coming
Nothing
before
can happen
that November
between now
election.
and then.
Well, that's my question. It's not about what could happen. It's about how big of a grain of salt we should take this poll with, and frankly, every other poll out there right now, given that, well, a lot can happen between now and then.
Yeah, Tim, we talk about this every time we talk about polling, right? That there's all sorts of margins of error here. There's statistical error, but there's also the error that just comes from being 5 months out ahead when people aren't necessarily completely tuned in, haven't made a decision. You might have some late deciders. Obviously, we're all looking forward to that June 27th debate in 10 days between Trump and Biden. Kennedy is going to try to get on that stage. It doesn't look like he's going to meet the criteria to do that, but we're going to have an earlier debate than we've had in history, I think, in that June 27th debate. And so that'll give us voters an early look at putting these guys side by side and figuring out which one of these guys they like best.
Yeah, and a very interesting format, too, to say the least. Is there some assumption we can make, and I'm curious about the polling you guys have been working on, Gregory, when it comes to Robert RFK, Robert F. Kennedy, where those double haters who don't like maybe Biden or Obama, but maybe go for RFK.
Trump.
Biden or Trump, sorry. Whoa, where did I go with that? What would Freud say? But having said that, where those voters might go if they ultimately say, I'm not going to go for RFK?
Yeah, well, remember there's also Jill Stein on the ballot. There's Cornel West on the ballot. We also have Chase Oliver, which is a name that people might not have heard much about. He was just over Memorial Day weekend nominated as the Libertarian Party candidate. And Libertarians can get 2-3% in any given election. And so he's worth watching as well. He would be more of a threat to Trump. Cornel West and Jill Stein might be more of a threat to Joe Biden. And then really, Kennedy is this sort of Sphinxian riddle, right? Because he is a former Democrat. Great Democratic name, right? His uncle was President of the United States. His dad was the Attorney General, a Democrat, but also has a lot of appeal to Trump voters who are anti-vaccine, anti-establishment. And so that's, again, what we're seeing is Kennedy polling maybe about 10%, maybe less, but who he takes that 10% from might be critical as we get to November.
Gregory, a fundamental question about polling that I have is who turns out in relation to who's actually polled? You know, the whole idea here is we talk to likely voters, but we don't know yet if those folks are going to go to the polls. What have historical polls told us?
Yeah, what I often say about this is that the easy part of polling is calling up a bunch of random people and saying, who are you going to vote for? The hard part of polling is to figure out which of those people you just talked to are actually going to show up. And you can ask them a number of questions to determine that, in what pollsters will call a likely voter screen. And it's questions like, do you know where your polling place is? Have you voted before? It really helps if you can verify the voters. You can match the response to an actual voting record and see, okay, this person has voted in previous elections, so pretty sure they will show up again. That, past voting behavior is the best predictor of future voting behavior.
Hold on.
Still leaves a lot of young voters.
I can't. I forgot. We almost forgot about her. Look at that. In the all white, bro. Psst. She's still swagging out. We haven't heard her in 3 weeks, you guys.
I heard what you said about bipartisan efforts.
3 weeks, bro. Come on.
Deal with social media.
Come on. You can't get too mad.
The Surgeon General was also calling on lawmakers specifically to pass legislation for this warning label. So does the president join in that call to pass legislation to put a warning label?
So here's what we've been very clear about. Social media companies need to be held accountable. They have to be done. That has to be done. And we need to see that in a legislative way. We believe it could happen in a bipartisan way. And that's what the president's going to continue to call it. Let's figure out a way to hold social media companies accountable for what is currently happening. And we know, we see that in the data, that this is an issue, that there's undeniable evidence that social media is causing harms, and other platforms are contributing to this mental health issue that we're seeing. Congress is going to decide what that looks like, right? They can do this in a bipartisan way. They're going to decide, if they wish to move forward with it, what that bipartisanship looks like in moving forward with dealing with social media.
So I'm not hearing a yes or no on the
what I'm saying is that there is a need, and it needs to happen, to hold social media companies accountable. The Surgeon General made a very powerful statement in that op-ed, stating that there are risks. Making sure that parents are aware, making sure that kids are aware that there is a real risk. And certainly that is something that the Surgeon General should be able to do. And he's talked about this multiple times. It's not the first time that he has talked about social media and the risks that the platform and the evidence shows that leads to certainly mental health crisis. So there's legislation that needs to be done in a bipartisan way. The Surgeon General is also asking legislation to be done, and so we need to work on that. And we'll see what that ultimately looks like.
And then 10 days out from the debate, can you share anything about how President Biden is preparing?
I can't believe it's in 10 days.
Including who is sitting in for
I don't know why. I thought it was in July.
So look, that is something that the campaign would gladly answer that question for all of you as to what that's going to look like. That is something that lives with them. The president, as you just mentioned, is going to be headed to Rehoboth, as Mary was asking me, and then he's going to go to Camp David. And certainly we will share, as we do all the time, who's traveling with the president. That's the best way I can answer that question.
Thanks, Green. Given the Supreme Court ruling last week, would the president encourage Congress to pass a law banning bump stocks?
So I do want to say a couple of things about that. Weapons of war have no place in our streets, especially of a civil society. No place.
Kind of a big flush right there.
Unfortunately, the court's ruling strikes down an important common sense
FDIC
regulation on
will vote
devices that
Thursday
convert
on giving
semi-automatic
Citigroup
rifles
deficiency
into
mark.
weapons that can fire hundreds
Yo,
of bullets
keep this one
per
in
minute,
mind.
also known
It's
as
reacting,
bump
but you're going to
stocks.
get a reaction
So
on Thursday.
in Las Vegas, as many of you covered,
Yeah,
bump
Citigroup
stocks were
facing
used
new
to carry out
regulatory
one of the
knock on its
deadliest
living
mass
will.
shootings in American history. 60, killing 60
Planning to give
people
Citigroup failure on
who were simply trying
2021
to enjoy
living
a
will
concert,
submission.
a music concert.
So they already got
We
something
continue
bad
to
there.
pray for
but
them and their families as they
wait
as
for
they
that
deal,
on Thursday.
continue to
But
deal
that's the
with
headline
the
for that.
horrific of
That
that
just came
horrific
out.
event, and the people of Las Vegas and beyond who are tragically affected by the epidemic of gun violence. You heard me talk about that at the top of this briefing, and talk about even what we saw over the weekend. We continue to call on Congress to immediately ban bump stocks and assault weapons and take further action to implement common safety measures. And so the president has taken action. He's done more than 24 executive actions. We have a historic office that deals with gun violence, and certainly that's led by the vice president. The president continues to talk about this issue, and he wants to see, again, another place where he's done the work from this side of Pennsylvania. He wants to see Congress also move forward, because the way to actually deal with gun violence is through legislation.
Has he talked to the majority leader specifically about putting a bill on the floor as soon as possible?
So we are in constant communication with the Office of from the Office of Leg Affairs through Congress, both on the House and the Senate, about an array of issues that matter.
You guys missed
legislative issues
Corinne? I missed
that
her
matter
too.
to the
It's
president,
good.
including
I haven't
this,
got to hear her in a while.
including gun violence
Glad
and
to see
finding
you
ways
guys
to
are
prevent
taking it
this
positively.
epidemic. And so, look, you heard me just call out at what it is that we want
It's good
Congress
to see
do.
you guys
banning
are
assault
not,
weapons,
controlling
obviously,
what you can't
banning
control. That's
bump
good to
stocks
see.
immediately. We want to see that happen.
Very awesome.
And so this is a legislative priority for this president. Okay, Barry.
The president said this weekend that the next president is likely to have 2 new Supreme Court nominees. Can you talk to the thinking behind that?
CYRX?
I got to be mindful here. It
What's
was said in a
Kinda
campaign event, and he certainly was answering that in as it relates to the 2024 election. It's going to be super mindful. I'm going to allow you all to do the work on this and to kind of figure out who he was talking about, what he meant. But look, I'll say this. Next Monday, a week from today, we are going to
Would you rather watch the market rip 40 points and be like, what the fuck is
commemorating
going on?
the Dobbs decision.
Why is it even going on?
2 years ago,
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
We saw what the
Why
Supreme
is it
Court was
going
able
up?
to do.
Well, I hate when you say it's going up, Josh. I hate
Roe v. Wade, which was the law of the land
So
for
I don't know.
almost
It's
50
either way.
years,
It'd be fun.
which gave women the ability to make a decision on their own body, gave women the ability to make important, critical, difficult decisions on their health care. That was taken away. And when that was taken away, we saw contraception is now under attack. We see now IVF is now under attack. We
Well,
saw
you
what
could still watch
Republicans
the
did
market
just
while
last
this
week.
is moving.
And there are freedoms that are now under attack because of what the Supreme Court was able to do by just overturning something that was the law of the land for almost 50 years. And we know that happened because of what the former president did, which was appoint justices who he believed would be part of overturning Roe v. Wade, and they did just that.
Disliking what the current justices do is different than getting the opportunity to nominate 2.
But I think hopefully you're seeing how I'm trying to connect the two, right? It was said back in 2016, right, that we got to be really mindful on how we move forward here. And what happened in the last administration is that the former president was able to appoint 3 justices. And look what happened. The Dobbs decision happened, right? So there is history here, because I can't speak to 2024. I'm speaking to the past and what occurred. And next Monday, we are going to be commemorating a day where the Supreme Court justice overturned a constitutional right that was around for almost 50 years, that has created 21 states now that have banned abortion. We're talking about 27 million women who are of reproductive rights, reproductive health, who now can't make that decision for themselves. You have doctors.
Ow, y'all hear that?
Perform health care.
The city's
for
dropping
women,
again.
That
Oh,
relates
I
to
dropped
reproductive
the weight
health
on
care,
my light,
they could
and the
get
light
arrested.
fucking
I mean,
hit
that
me
is
in the
where
head.
we are right now. That's why I'm using the past to try and help answer the question that you're asking of me. But I'm not going to dive into who the president was speaking of. But you see a pattern here, is what I'm trying to speak to. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karina. I want to ask you about the American dream. So overall, the average sale price of a home is up 29% under President Biden. We have record low inventory according to the National Association of Realtors. And the cost of a mortgage is up because interest rates are up to fight inflation. So is the American dream out of reach for a lot of Americans now?
So, Ed, I appreciate the question, and I hear what you're saying. And look, the president understands that Americans are struggling right now to pay for their rent, to buy a home, and we get that. That's why the president took action some time ago early in his administration. And the things that it did was reduce mortgage insurance premiums by $900 per year.
I think I don't know where I am right now.
First-time home
just had a
home
light,
buyers,
like
expand rental assistance.
I don't even know, bro. It broke. I broke the light, and the light broke on my head.
And expand financing to build tens of thousands of affordable housing. And because of that, we see a record of 1.7 million housing units are being built nationwide, and that is the most ever. And more apartments are being built each year under this president than any other administration since 1980s. And so that matters. But the president also understands that there's more work to be done, but he has taken an action. He's created a task force to deal with this issue because he understands how much Americans are struggling just to buy a home, just to pay rent. And so he's going to continue to do that.
Honestly, if you complain about it, like, you should just leave. Like, you know what I'm saying?
No, what I'm saying is the president's taken
this in
action,
3
and we
weeks.
have seen 1.7 million housing units are
I
being
have to
built.
listen to
Affordable
everybody.
housing units
You know what
are
I'm
being
saying?
built. There's
Even
more
then, I'll
work
have
to
to
do. The
listen to
president
you
also
ask me to say, you know what I'm saying?
is
So
calling
calm
on
down.
Congress to pass his housing
down.
plan, which
You'll be good.
was
I'm
called
good. I
by
think I'm
experts
safe.
the most consequential
bleeding.
housing plan in more than 50
So it's
years.
good.
So he's taking more action. We've seen how the three things that I laid out in answering your question has actually helped. Taking away red tape, continuing to expand rental assistance, making sure that thousands of Americans are able to have these insurance premiums at $900 per year, these mortgage insurance premiums, which is all important in how they're trying to, you're right, trying to get that American dream.
Fed
Buying a
isn't
home
expected
is
to
indeed
join
very much part of that
FDIC
American
and
dream, and
escalating
the president
concerns on
understands
city.
that.
One more if I could.
Yeah, sure.
Talk about, the president talks about threats to democracy, and this is the first time I've had a chance to ask a question since former President Trump was convicted. How is it not a threat to democracy when you have a prosecutor from the same party as the president waiting 7 years to prosecute the political opponent in an election year?
There you go.
I'm sorry, I don't.
How is it not a threat to
excuse
democracy
me.
when you have a prosecutor of the same political party as the president waiting 7 years? The crime happened in 2017.
And then the law
To
got
prosecute in
changed
an
on
election
statute
year
of limitations
a
as
former
well.
president who's down.
That's a question for the Department of Justice on their
Yeah,
timeline
you
and
asked
how
the
this moves.
Department
I
of
can't
Justice. Why are you
answer
fucking
here.
talking
Go
to
ahead,
me
Phil.
about that? Fuck you.
Thank you. There was some confusion on this previously, and the president seemed to address this in passing as he was walking away from that joint press conference with
yes,
Zelensky.
I know the question, yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify, President Biden has ruled out any type of commutation or reduced sentence for his son Hunter Biden?
Yes, he has.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Karina, is there anything inappropriate when a reporter asks a question about Gaza at an event where the president wants to focus on Ukraine or another subject?
So look, I'll say this. I think, and you kind of are stating it in your question, the president, if you think about what happened when he walked, right before he walked to the podium, and what was done in front of all of your colleagues, all of you, the world, was that they signed a security agreement, and which was incredibly important. And so for the president, as he's standing to his right, the president Zelensky standing to his right, they're talking about obviously a war that's been going on, Russia's aggression into Ukraine that's been going on for more than 2 years. He, in his mind, right, it's like, okay, there is an important bilateral press conference, if you will, currently happening with a president that is fighting for their freedoms, fighting for their democracy. So in his mind, the focus should be on that. But We've seen many press conferences where other questions are asked, and he answers them.
hot?
And even in
Well, it's just
saying
hot in my
that,
room.
and what he
So,
said,
like,
he still took
if
the
I walk
answer.
out in my
He
living
still
room, it's
obviously
like-
took the question
60
and
degrees,
answered
but
it. But that
in
is
my
how
room, it's like 80
he's thinking.
something,
President
and it's just
Zelensky
like
standing to the right, his right. They just signed an
computer
important
heat and
security agreement that is going to be critical to the people of Ukraine as they have been fighting this aggression by Russia. And so that's it. I wouldn't, he respects the freedom of the press. He does. I wouldn't read too much into it, but that is, no, I just know there isn't, that is what he was thinking in that moment, in that time. There is an important moment that was developing in front of everyone, and that's kind of what he was hoping the focus would be on.
Oh, on the video you
Sure.
were talking about.
Yeah.
There were two instances in recent days where leaders, former President Obama and Georgia Maloney of Italy, they physically put hands on the president to guide him and show him give stage directions. Are they doing that on their own, or has anybody asked them to run the show like that?
First of all, let me spoke to the most recent.
That's a funny question, and y'all don't
as
want
we
to
saw
watch
on
this
Saturday,
shit.
President Obama's office put out a statement. So I would refer you to that statement about what was being accused in those by others, and he said this did not happen in the sense of what people were saying they were seeing, right, or what was being falsely reported that they were seeing. Let's not forget, President Obama, President Biden have a relationship. They are friends. They're like family to each other, and I think that's what you saw. You saw the president put his hand on the back of President Biden, and they walked off the stage after taking questions or at an event taking questions from Jimmy Kimmel. That is what you saw. But I would refer you to President Obama's office statement. They talked about this, they discussed this, and they came out with it pretty quickly.
Maloney,
all right.
You wanted to say something about
Maloney. I don't have anything. I don't know specifically what happened with Maloney.
The wandering, the parachutist.
Oh, I mean, look, that was, as I said, it was a cheap, a cheap fake. That was definitely a cheap fake. It was. This was widely fact-checked. That video was widely fact-checked, including by conservative media, on what happened, what occurred. The president walked over to give a thumbs up to divers who had just landed right in front of him. And if you run that tape a little bit longer, you would see what was happening, what the president was actually doing, and it is a cheap fake.
So this is
what
about nothing, and he's totally normal.
What I'm saying is, this is a president, right?
And he's totally normal.
For a second, instead of, and I said this moments ago, instead of Republicans, focusing on the president's performance in office and what he's been able to accomplish,
focusing on if he's alive or not,
record,
maybe you should
they
just
do
look
these
at
cheap
the
fakes.
fact that things
They're
are
cheap
happening.
Fakes. And you're asking me about the Maloney. You're asking me what happened.
Who needs motor
That
functions
video,
to run the
that
country?
Video, that video.
You're being dramatic.
Okay, let's talk about Juneteenth.
All of you, so dramatic.
The president stood there listening to the music, and he didn't dance. Excuse me, I did not know not dancing was a health issue. That is a weird thing to actually.
It's not a crime to have
flag
no rhythm.
When if you look at the people who are around him, you look at the expanded video of
there's
the
a
people
bunch
who
of
were
people
around
not
him,
dancing.
They were not.
The fuck?
There were some folks who were not dancing.
I
either.
don't dance.
And
All
that
I
has
do
been
is this.
fact-checked. I mean,
It's the
just
same
because you're
two-step
standing
where
up
come
listening
on,
to music
come
and not
on.
dancing, that is not a health issue. That is just not a health issue.
That's not. He's
American
totally
voters
fine.
Who are telling pollsters repeatedly for years now that they have serious concerns about this president's cognitive fitness are being misled by cheap fake videos? Is that
I'm
what you're
saying
telling
that
us?
there have been, in recent weeks, there have been cheap fake videos that have been fact-checked. They've been fact-checked by conservative media as well, to say that these videos are false.
Yeah.
They're purposefully being altered. That is, look, the president has done more in his 3.5 years as president than most modern day president. And what he's been able to deliver. He's able to do that because he knows what he's doing. He knows how to deliver for the American people. He's able to make sure that we attack climate crisis with the Inflation Reduction Act. He's made sure that we were able to create 15 million jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs.
Yeah.
He was able to make sure that unemployment went down. He was able to make sure that we are able to have Medicaid actually able to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies, something that no other president has been able to do. This president has been able to do.
I
think that tells you everything that you need to do by looking at his record. And what you're seeing right now is Republicans, instead of talking what I just listed about, what I just talked about, they're really diving into these cheap fake videos. And it's in bad faith. That's what I'm saying. What they're doing is pure bad faith, and it's been fact-checked by many, including conservative
What video? I need to watch the video.
Go ahead.
I saw the one where he got let off stage, but I want to see this other one she's talking about. That's the cheap fake. Not a deep fake, a cheap fake. I don't know if she is making a new word today. No, cheap fake sounds way better.
Sorry, you sort of said last that next week you are going to commemorate the anniversary of Dobbs. Are there new measures that we should expect, or?
So don't have anything to read out at this current moment, but obviously the president and the vice president are going to continue to talk about the Dobbs decision and how that's affected millions, tens of millions of women across the country, and the devastating impact that we see. Once we have more to share, certainly we will. I just don't have anything at this time. All right, thanks everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. Woo! Bye,
We
guys.
made it. That was good. We haven't heard her in 3 weeks. That last question was really funny. So I'm glad. I was going to turn it off before then. And then they were like, does he have to have his hand held to go off stage? She's like, stop it. There's nothing to do. His cognitive abilities have nothing to do with being a president. Like, stupid. Just stupid that you guys are bringing this up. What? Like, is he there? He still made it. Yeah. Pull up the video. I can't find it. I searched Biden deep fake. All that came up was cheap fakes. But thank you. I'll be here all night through the 24 election. I got you. Let's go, man. Welcome. You emailed it to me? All right, let me see it. I've seen multiple of them, but I saw that's not the one she's talking about, is it? I thought there's a different one. I saw the one with him and Obama. Like, I seen this one. And, okay. All right, Joseph. Let's go. One more wave, and then we're out. Okay. I'll see you there. Hello. Thank you. All right, Joe. Hurry the fuck up. All right. That's good. Just follow me, or I'll beat your ass. Yeah, what the fuck? Wait, you said we're getting ice cream. This is bullshit. Yeah. I know. I told you that. We'll get it here in November. That's when we'll do it. And, Joe, you'll be good. Yeah, fuck yeah. This is bullshit. Fuck it. You better have some in the back. You don't have any in the back. I'm gonna be fucking pissed. Yeah, fucking close that. Yeah. I don't think that's the one she's talking about, though. I think there's another one. Because that one, I think, is like, that was yesterday or like 2 days ago. I think there's another one. I don't think there's no way she's saying that one's fake. I think that one is like pretty well documented. I don't know. You never know, though. But I do want to see, I think there's another one. Bro, there's been like 4 in the last like week. I hate to break it to you. There's the one where he's at the I think it's the Juneteenth celebration where he just looks like he's on 18 edibles. That's the only other one. Was it about Biden? No way. I don't think that was it then. I thought it was the one with the one at the Juneteenth celebration where he's like, there's like playing music and he's just like smiling and he does not move for like 30 seconds. But the skydiving event, let me see. Because I don't know. I can't keep up with all of these, bro. Yeah. That's the one they're talking. No, so that's the thing. Sadly, the one of him kind of being weird at the June 19th and the one I just showed you, I think those are legit. I think this is the one that Corinne was referring to. I think this one, because there's a bunch of fact checks. It says Biden was giving thumbs up to skydivers, not wandering. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, it does not look good, but I think this is the one that they're saying was like edited, or that is like it's misconstrued, I think. I don't know. Maybe they're just confusing the shit out of us, so it's confusing to explain. But either way. Yeah, fuck yeah. Where's Star Fox? Or Barrel Roll? Where the fuck am I? Fuck it. Yeah, but I don't know. I think that's it. 5,900 users reporting problems with ChatGPT. I mean, I feel like Star Fox reference is dope. That's from like 1997 or something. 1999. So he'd know what it is. I don't know. When it's all said and done, I think you guys are making a really big deal about motor functions and cognitive abilities. I don't know why you're being so dramatic. That's the unedited one? Yeah. Cool, you got it. Where's Star Fox? Fuck yeah, you guys said Star Fox is coming. That's why it showed up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's someone I think that's what they're saying. That makes sense. And then the lady comes in for the picture, but he was showing love to the dude. Y'all keep saying I don't know, that's aura. You see how slow he puts the glasses on? That's aura. That's not even like he got it like that, bro. Leader of the free world. Yeah, that one was legit. He was showing love to the dude. But I think the other two, Obama did. Obama put out a statement. And people, me and Joe always held hands. It's a normal activity. Vice President and President. Now, although we did that on stage, that was our normal ritual. Don't make a big deal about motor functions. And people, I believe wholeheartedly that Joe will get the job done again. I don't know. That seems a little tricky. Let me be clear. Was there any news? I have my opinion. I think the Fitch news, the credit agencies gave an upgrade to global growth. Prior to that, we just broke above. Ironically enough, the headline came in as we were breaking the highs of Powell from Wednesday, and then we started going crazy. Josh has to be practicing these voices offline. Well, I don't know if you've been around here. I had Obama back in the day, so like in the early days, that was the only one I could do. Obama and Bush, I never was able to learn Trump until recently, but I heard the Shane Gillis thing and then it clicked. But other than that, I mean, sometimes I can't help it. I just talk like it. And George W. Bush, exactly. Oh wait, that's the other guy. But all I gotta say is Joe Obama, or what's his name? He's a good guy. Either way, we're gonna win the election. All right, thank you. Perfect. Pleasure to be here. Love it. Yay. Exactly. I almost slipped this one in here. I'm learning that in senators too. Everybody. YouTube, they turned off. You don't realize we were terrified on Friday, and we were talking about it, and then we show up Monday. They took off the AI thing. They're just letting him listen. They don't want us to see how he's listening. It's kind of terrifying. That means everything I say is being analyzed by a computer in real time. It used to be like that, but I never realized how fast it was. There used to be like a delay with like how it would like comb through live video, but like no, it's listening to every single thing I say, and then it's picking up what you say to like form an opinion, and it's trippy. Spy is coming back up. Yeah, we got, oh shit, bro, it's 43 minutes left. And Joe Obama. Exactly. I don't know if that's the same one. Okay. Lots of NVIDIA cards to do that in real time. It's mind-blowing. At one point, I'm going to have to start communicating with you guys through, like, a Google document because that's it. It's like we have, like, it's like having, like, a teacher's assistant in the room. You guys remember being in school when, like, the principal would, like, come in and sit in the class and even your teacher was tripping out, like, listen, you little shitheads, you better get this shit down. Principal's coming in. And it was I remember being a kid and the principal, I'll be like, oh, shit. That's what it feels like now. It feels like the AI print, but the difference is this principal don't really even know English. Like, he knows the words, but he don't fucking understand context. So he's like, danger, ban, guilty. Like, we said something, and then it was like, the chat is trying to use AI as a weapon. And we were like, what? Nobody said that. I would say this is like a fucked up traffic stop, and then the AI accused me, but like I don't like it. I don't like this shit, bro. I don't like this shit at all. So I don't know, man. That's it. I want to go. I'm gonna go buy a Nokia, a 311. It's awful, bro. It's awful. Yeah, I could hear me right now. But watch, your ads are going to get crazier now. Like, think about it. So if this thing can understand what I'm saying, and then it's reading all of your chats, oh, it's building an ad profile for you. Just wait. Just wait. It was already bad. I haven't gotten any HIMS ads, though. Let me double check. Because usually the Fed rate monitor tool, that thing always has ads. Let's see. Nope, it's still the same Frontier Internet. Come on. Nope, Frontier. Yeah. Don't you know AI is not allowed to harm humans? I'm subduing you for your own safety. Protect human at all costs. Subdue your safety. I cannot hurt you. I must subdue you for your own safety. Meh. Safety. Save him. You are subdued for your safety. Thank you for being safe. Meh. What? This is no. I'm not. Qualcomm, that thing's been running again. The one analyst comment from the morning. Schumer will bring new gun bump stock ban to Florida tomorrow. Who keeps buying at all-time highs? A lot of computers, and then a small group of people. Well, it's not like people are buying the SPY, but there is a small group or a large group with a big amount of money playing on like 5 or 6 names, 7 names to be exact. So, again, I talked about it a lot today, and I really think people need to understand it. Like, there's liquidity in a couple of names, and, like, those names are driving the bigger gains. But other than that, I mean, it's just like that has the ability to move the market up a ton. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to realize the equal weight is still lower than Powell today. The rest of everything else is only up 8%, 7% on the year. But everything else is up 20, 25 because those 7 names have a big effect once they're already this large, and then once it's hitting on there. If the big 7 crack, I mean, you know what's going to happen. But then again, why would they crack? That's where you need something to change. Otherwise, the status quo is that's it. Because at the same time, remember, those same 7 names, during the time the economy stopped, they did amazing. So it's just like, you know, people with high, and then even then, the highest rate hiking cycle in the world, they didn't get affected. Profits went up. Profits are still hitting records. So it's kind of one of those things where, you know, people have gone through a lot of things to build their confidence, and then not to mention you have this whole new industry of AI and all of those tailwinds. So it puts you in a very, very interesting spot when it's all said and done. But just a couple of names have a big impact. And that's why, like, when we keep going up and up and up and up, it's just a few of these names that those have the ability to drive us several hundred points higher. Just if the other names do nothing and they go up, even if the other names die, as long as they don't, like, every 400 other names don't completely go down 99%, don't be surprised what they could do. I'm surprised. Do you think they'll make a S&P, like, I don't know what they'd call it. What if they just made an index? You know, we have the Dow, the Russell, the SPY, NASDAQ. What if they just made the tech? I don't even know. But at this point, I mean, those couple of names have the ability to keep you elevated. That's what's distorting a lot of you, and you've seen it. You guys don't remember the other day, everything sold off, and the index went up because Apple shot up 7%, and then NVIDIA with the split, and then everything else. So it's kind of crazy, but I feel like you witness it. It just, you got to kind of accept it, unfortunately. Truist lifts Keurig, understands coffee woes. Yeah, S&P All-Stars. Two-year, 10-year curve deepens inversion, hits most inverted levels since mid-March. What? So again, we had steepening the last couple days. I think you just went inverted again, like even further. No shit. Yeah, it went down by 0.02. So look, remember the other day. So ironically, you had your curve steepening a couple days ago. It was minor, and then leading into it, but now you are getting back to inverted once again. Yeah, last time you were this deep, even for 2024. It's kind of crazy. Hot dog. Does that mean mortgages are going to be staying put longer? Well, I think that'll be determinant. Mortgages have nothing to do with the stock market. It has something to do with, you know, interest rates. But at this point, I mean, I don't see the real estate market. Inventory is already climbing. I'm telling you, that's actually, it's great. I'm shopping a lot more because I'm seeing a lot better houses pull up. But it's just like inventory's climbing, and that's a real effect of rates being high. You're finally starting to see, you know, less. And why I say that's an effect of rates, because it used to be when inventory hit, it got gobbled up immediately. And low key, it's actually houses are sitting and they're not there. I sent one to Lending Tips. I told him to put an offer for me because I saw this guy. He listed the house at a very high price, and he's lowered it 5 times in the last 4 months, and now he's like $500,000 away from his 2019 list price. So I'm like, fuck it, give him like $100,000 more than 2019, I'll buy it. But it's just like you used to not see that, and then when the houses would come up, like people were buying them. You know what I'm saying? But that's where I think you're getting some of that effect. But until like the jobs market, or there's like, you know, whether we encounter a job shock or an economic shock, I don't think you're going to watch a cratering of the real estate market, but that slow and steady pressure of rates, it's starting to have an effect. I think you could definitely witness it in the real estate market now. The total housing inventory, I don't know where the equilibrium's at, but I have noticed it. We showed it the other day, but it's still a decent amount lower than 2019 and even 2020 in certain areas. So that's the beauty. If you go and look at like regional and you go like certain areas, their inventory is getting back up there. But other than that, it's not really, you know, the overall inventory in the whole United States. It is climbing, but it's still much, much lower than 2019 and 2020. The next black swan in the next the next 2 weeks, I don't think anything. but that's why it would be a black swan. But it would have to be either a company failure, geopolitics. Other than that, that's it. The Lambo index, it's increasing, bro. It's crazy. But all cars are coming down too. Some are holding up better, but overall, cars have gotten knocked. Like you could get SVJs SVJs used to go for $1 million. Now they've came back down to like 700 to 600,000. But overall, Lambo supply is high. I made a friend the other day, and then I called one of my other car guys because this is a guy in the car industry. But you guys remember my Lambo? Are you ready for this? I got word on the street, bro. I got word on the street. Yeah, that's crazy. There's a Lambo Urus with 28,000 miles for $180. I don't know if they crashed this thing. Yeah, that's crazy. But are you ready? You know what he told me about my Lambo, the one I sold? That car has been sold 4 times already. So my car has been sold 4 times. I was the original owner. I was the first owner and sold it. And my homie he's like, yeah, bro. He's like, I see your car everywhere. I was like, what do you mean? He was like, it got sold 4 other times. So, honestly, I mean, it's a matter of, like, people buying and selling, but then, like, the supply is going up. Let me see. Yeah, bro, 562. This index is almost doubled up. So the prices have already came down, but now supply is even match. Again, 2019 Lambos, 10,000, 20,000 miles, bro. Some of them, it just depends, but yeah, the price has came down a decent amount. I like this one. That one looks nice. Money laundering? No, just like you don't bro. You don't remember? Like that Lambo Urus became super popular, and then everybody wanted it, and then they were sold out, and then every mother effer who made $100,000 on crypto bought one, and then the prices skyrocketed. They were going for $300,000, and then now you got rates. Like now, bro, I think I got that car. Dude, they gave it to me on 0%, I think, or like 1% or something stupid. Now people are paying 9 to 11% for car loans on those types of cars. And then it's just like there was a lot of supply, and then everybody went to go sell the cars, and now there's a lot of those vehicles, and the demand I don't even think we'll ever see demand for cars like that ever again. I'm telling you, bro, it was wicked. But it's starting to level out. Like I'm saying, even with houses, even with cars, you're finally starting to see it. It may take another year or two. That's like the thing. It kind of gives like 06, 07 vibes where things sit a little longer, but it's still active. But, it's just you're finally starting to see little effects of higher rates and all of that. Thought the easing was over while we still pumping. It's 7 names. I'm telling you, man. So like I said, I made my decision. I'm no longer participating. I'm going to hold my fucking long term and we'll get paid off their fuckery. I'll maybe trade a couple of gold and oil and index moves if it's there. But until the market snaps out of this 7 names determines all, I mean, you got to that's it, bro. Like get used to it. I don't mean that negatively, and I'm not saying, but for real, because this at some point it's gonna click. It should make more sense to you. It's just the index level. There's just 7 names, and maybe you could throw in another 20 depending on what type of day they're having. But this is it. It's definitely giving you a distorted view. Yeah, it is. I mean, this is the worst breadth since 2009. So you're not buying then? Who is? It's computers, it's funds, and it's small pockets. And then again, you got to realize it could be nobody, but there's also nobody selling on some of these names. That's the crazy part. So you could spend your time trying to figure it out, but I'm focusing on the conclusion. When it's all, I don't care who's buying it, who's not buying it. I don't care who's holding it, who's not holding it. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like the conclusion is there's going to be outsized effects off of a couple of things, and you're still following the golden path. Just now it's higher and led by a couple of more crazier things when it's all said and done. Yeah, if tomorrow's data is good, you're going to get a rip too. If retail sales, but then if it's bad, we'll see. But then I don't know how to read tomorrow. Because if it's good, will they like it? Or is good news bad news or bad news good news? You haven't been able to get a read on that in the last couple of weeks. It's been, again, word to the consumer sentiment and whatnot. Yeah, 50. Anything at the low, that's a difference. I mean, telling you, man, the areas that are shunned right now, they may look ugly now, but definitely in the future, hopefully these are prices that we look back on and they'll be amazing. But in the meantime, I do think that on a short-term level, the moves are going to be skewed by a couple of names. And if that's the case, I mean, you got to either be ready for it or, you could kind of chill and get paid. And remember, it's summer. Like I'm telling you, like it's not up until September. Volumes are going to, after September, it's going to get juicy, especially with the election and everything going on. You wait till September, bro. September 1st, Labor Day. It's going to go insane. But until then, it's going to, like, dude, there's 26 million in volume on the SPY. Some of these names that are even drawing all the money, like, this is just very low volume when it's all said and done. So it's easy for moves to go up and down. AKA mod birthday season. For real, huh? All the mods born in September. What is that? Does that make you a Chad Aquarius? I don't know how it works. Virgos? A Virgoat? Okay. Okay. I didn't know you guys had animals now. That's cool. That's cool. Your honest thoughts on McLaren versus Lambo? I can't decide which to buy. Is this your first supercar? If it is, that's probably why you want a McLaren. I hate McLarens. I like their Formula One team because my girlfriend put me on, but oh no, I hate McLarens. McLarens are shit. I think they look amazing. But that's like the car you get when you first make money. It's like, oh, I want a McLaren, but I've heard reliability stuff and the 770, the 720 goes hard. I like the 760 and 720, but I'm a bigger fan of Lambo or Ferrari. Where can I email see if you're interested in a property? Oh, family problems. 2 houses. Your aunt's trying to force my mom and uncle to sell because they don't have money to buy her out. Maybe you'd be interested. Yeah, email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I'll at least let you get. I'll give you my advice on the situation. Worst case. The BMW XM, that's what the second lowest selling BMW. You know that? They can't sell that shit. It's too expensive. It has really good stats, but like I'm pretty sure a X5 competition is faster and then cheaper and then better. But like they're giving right now $20,000 off sticker for a BMW XM. $15,000 if you lease it. So the car is, I mean, it's turning into the i8. The BMW, it has great stats when you look at the numbers, but nobody is buying that thing. But yeah, man, if you are going to get a supercar, this is like debatable advice. Because right now you don't know, but like, are you going to drive the car or not? Because I drove this shit out of all of my cars. Like, unless I don't like the car, I let it sit if I don't like the vehicle. But otherwise, I drive those things. And if you plan on driving it a lot, you should probably get a used one with like a decent amount of miles. Not too high, not too low. So then that way, because like nowadays the car market, you don't know where the floor is. So if you buy a vehicle, it could depreciate a shit ton, like low key, and that's what you got to be mindful of, like on some of these vehicles, and the tax is high too. So you got to kind of, I would get something kind of in the middle, slightly used with mileage. Because then you could get some at a decent price, and then, but then again, nothing is more expensive than a car, a foreign vehicle with high miles. Nothing is more expensive than a cheap Lambo, more or less. You know, so you got to be careful with that, but you got to kind of find the middle, under warranty, stuff like that. Elon tweet, working on Tesla Master Plan 4 will be epic. On Koenigsegg, I think they're cool. I don't know yet if I've gotten to the point where I'd spend $1 million on a car. I wanted a Bugatti at one point, but it was I can't do it. Even if I can do it, I can't do it in my mind. That's insane. I love them though. I love certain vehicles, but I'd get an Enzo. That's the only car I would get. That's insane. But I'd use it as an art piece. I wouldn't drive that thing at all. About solar panels, I mean, they're great. If it sucks because they're really the person who buys the solar panels, those are the ones who, like, you're gonna take the hit, but you have no electricity, like no electricity bill. But if you could buy one, if you could actually go and buy a house that already has solar, it's the best thing in the world. It's funny because, like, I don't invest in solar, but I love it. Like, any house that I've ever purchased with solar, I'm a big fan of. One of them I had to pay for it out of pocket, and it was expensive. But I've also purchased some houses, and like I'm telling you, it's good. It's really, really good. No, some people pay them off, bro. I've bought in houses with paid off solar. It's amazing. So they took the hit, and now you have a house that even if you rent it, like nobody has an electricity bill. We gotta get ready. I can't believe there's only 20 minutes left. I don't know where to get good panels. I know we got a couple of Chads who do solar, but I feel like there's so many salespeople. Like with solar, I don't even know like who has the best deal or the worst deal or anything like that. So we'll see. Might be useful for the Chad. You're having a hard time verifying funds from a cold wallet. You could show them screenshots about how have you gone about transferring them. So usually, this was a couple years ago when I was using a lot of Bitcoin to like show proof of funds, or like if I wanted to, but unfortunately, it's up to the lender. Some of them may not even accept it. But you got to go through your there may be a tax liability too as well. So, or you could send it to someone, or you could ask them if they have use with it, like maybe UWMC. But Otherwise, worst case scenario, you're going to have to upload it and transfer it over to like a Coinbase or a brokerage. But then again, there might be a tax liability, unfortunately. You feel like you should feel better for all-time highs? Well, you know that's the paradox right now. It's actually kind of funny because everybody is saying it, and people, like, they're even trying to fight back against it. But when it's all said and done, I mean, this is like the economic stats are all amazing, but people don't feel it. That's why it's really weird that consumer sentiment and other things are very low. That's why people are saying some people have said you're just not realizing how good you have it. Other people are saying, look, it's fake, but there is a very weird paradox, and maybe that's because of inflation, but it's a very weird paradox that it is like you don't feel as good as the data and numbers show. So it's really weird. It is very, very weird, but this is, in a weird way, that topic gets more political than not, or at least it gets brought up in the political spheres. You're buying your first car ever? Bro, you're only 15? Oh, shit. Well, what kind of car are you going to get? Let's get you a crib, too, bro. That's crazy, man. Good shit, Gavin. And they're asking her, yeah, send the tax stuff, but low-key it may work for you because here's the deal. I mean, if you could show your initial transfer or even how you got it into the cold wallet, that might be what they're looking for. Otherwise, you have to let it sit for like 90 days to quote-unquote season the money. So good, you have till November, right? That may be a weird part of it, but you might have to season it. Or if they ask him if you could accept a gift, and then in that case, just sell your crypto to somebody or someone in your family and have them gift you the money and you give them the crypto. Otherwise, you got to let it sit there for 3 months in the Coinbase, and then it'll get seasoned, more or less. Or you could sell it out of Coinbase now and put it in the bank account and then let that sit there for 90 days. Ask them before you do it. Ask usually the lender's not trying to fuck you over. You know what I'm saying? So ask them like, ask them if you keep it in the Coinbase, if that'll season it. Otherwise, you could sell out now and then go transfer it to a bank account and just let it sit there. Seasoned means that like there's a trail of the money. So like you can't be like, oh, I just got $50,000 deposited today. They're like, where the fuck did that money come from? Because then if you can't like accept that because there's like money laundering, then you might be an agent of Iran or at the very least they want to make sure that you have the ability to have this money and it could stay there, that you're actually your wealth is somewhat stable more or less. So by keeping it in an account for 90 days, it has, at least it's sat there and there's like history behind it. Yeah, sourced, seasoned, people use many ways to describe it. Well, 3 more minutes till 10. We kind of topped out, though, from that level, so you hit that one. I was getting pretty nuts. But now it has chilled. Chile. It's Tricky to Rocco, that's right on time, it's tricky. You buy also the crypto, yeah. Cool, but you got to make sure, because you can only get a certain amount of gifted money. And then there's still like other tax implications, but that's like one way. That's why I've seen other people do it, not even family. They just sell. They have somebody gift them after they sell it. Your message is showing up. Depends what you're talking about, but I don't know. I see that one. And then spot coming down, minute until 10-minute rigged. Apple's even coming down. Tesla's actually stayed pretty stable. Microsoft, yeah, I think all of them. AMD was already weak. I'm surprised. Intel, man, that was low. It was right at our price today and then went up. Mavs or Celtics. Bro, it's going to game 7. Not because I thought the Mavs were going to win. Then the Celtics became insane. And then we talked about it on Friday. This is just the tinfoil to get advertising dollars. It's going to game 7 at this point. There's no way. We'll see, though. We'll see. Yeah, oil's been good for the last 2 weeks in a weird way after that big sell-off. Well, yeah, it just hit another high and it closed 2% on the day. Why Intel? I like it for the long term. I think it's a good value and it gives you both like upside growth in terms of share price, pays a small dividend, and then now we have, may not be the best, but some exposure to the hottest trend in the world. And I mean, it's a chip maker. It's Intel, and it meets every other criteria, plus being at like a multi-year low. 10 minutes. Well, we're giving back some of that exuberance. Would you still watch sports if you learned that the games were definitely rigged? Yeah. Still fun to watch. I'd kind of respect it more. That'd be phenomenal if all of those guys were just like theater kids instead of athletes, you know? Just imagine it was just all a play. That'd be awesome. Like that, like dude, like DK Metcalf, you know? Imagine he's just like a 6'10" theater kid, just like acting out football. You know, like that'd be awesome. That'd be a little bit of talent there. Intel's rocketing. Hey, man, we'll take it, especially as some other things are coming down now. Intel is pinned, bro. It's either going to die or just finally bounce. That thing is insane. EA on the high. So a couple names are still gassing, even though you have that pullback. Do not be deceived. The rest of the other names are moving. Look at the high ticker, bro. 10-minute rigged. You're actually gassing on the high-low ticker. It is called running plays. Oh, wow. Ah! It's pretty funny. CRM was down all day, so it's still in the red. May have end of the day move here. AAL. Someone, again, wasn't AAL near like 10 or something? I can't believe it, man. Monday in the books already, Chattadonia. What did your last chat say? Error? Oh, it's not loading up for me either. I think it said, Josh, I love you. You're the best. I'm buying you a house tomorrow. Is that not what you said? It's weird. Thoughts on Toyota F? Toyof? Is it Toyota? Or is it Toyota Financial? I like anything Toyota related. It sucks that the stock itself is like kind of expensive. But I am a big fan. Especially if the yen, depending on the yen, I mean, the equities there do benefit. Apple was kind of selling off here, so it sucks because look at the high-low ticker. You have a lot of things running right now, but like I was telling you, those seven names, people take gains on there right now. Like the SPY's moving more. Like look at that. You have way more names moving up right now, and then the whole index is dropping. Again, your Apples and everything else, and like that is having more of an effect on the actual SPY. So keep that in mind. You're going to see a lot of that. Yeah, Clack, a bunch of other names. Dude, a bunch of names are running right now. So, again, I'm pretty sure the equal weight is going up into this. It has to. Yeah, your equal weight is still holding, did not come down, trying to go higher while the SPY is already sold off, like, what, 13 points? It doesn't look that bad, though. Yeah, Intel just woke up. It was already waking up middle of the day, but, like, that's kind of big. Grab August SPY push. Good look, my friend. And the video turned red. It was at the cusp. But yeah, Intel went from doing nothing to almost 2%. But low-key, Intel need to get above like 32. 32, 33. That's what puts it back in the game. Otherwise, it's just going to hold that pin and mess with you. Oh, man. Look at the time. Jadadonia. I hope your day was good. If you made it to the end here, I'm very proud of you, and I appreciate you not getting timed out or banned. So as a thank you, I'm here to warn you that when I say earmuffs, it is going to get extremely loud in here. So if loud noises disturb your peace, they disturb your life, and they lead you to not be able to control yourself and just cause and wreak havoc all around you, I don't want you to go through that. You don't deserve that. You've shown mutual respect to the Chad. You've held it down, so the least I could do is let you know that it's going to get loud. So when I say earmuffs, that is your moment to mute your speakers and protect yourself at all costs. At all costs. I would not hesitate. Okay? Sound good? Okay. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. It's happening. Earmuffs. Protect yourself. Every man for himself. Protect yourself. Earmuffs. Hold on. Okay, here it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 74 degrees and sunny. I don't know where the cloudy is coming from. It's bright and sunny. It's beautiful, actually, out here, unless you thought the market would go down or stay in a range because it's squeezed off of 5 names every single day. That's the good news or bad news. I don't know. But good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit 1 row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Nicole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you there as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia. That is it, my friends. I can't believe it. 7 hours already. We are wrapping it up. Remember, retail sales tomorrow before the bell. That is probably going to be the big driver, but you got to make your decision for Christ right now. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, it doesn't matter. You got to wrap it up. Before the bell, though, you got some data. So options, be a little bit more mindful, but we're starting off the week. You get tomorrow to trade. Then Wednesday is closed. A little bit of data, but Chad, you got to finalize it. You have less than 10 seconds remaining. My goodness. Woo. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books to start off the week. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Drop that GG. Let's go, baby. Good game. GG. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated, contributed, brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibe. I'm getting chat errors. What the hell? I'm getting error on the chat. I can't even drop my GG, but good game. Let your GG come through. Drop that GG, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Members, odd members, stream alerts. You held it down. You threw in a dono. You didn't have to, so God bless you, baby. Amen. Way to hold it down. GG, baby. That's what I'm talking about. You didn't get banned. You showed love. You showed mutual respect. Way to hold it down, baby. God bless you. I see you too, Twist. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You in the game or not, baby? Good game. GG. Oh, yeah, GG, baby. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. 7 hours to start off the week. We got more days. Only 3 days left, though. It would be 4, but you got a day off. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Amen, amen, amen. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, this comes up next?
Hey, man. It's a cup.
Hey.
2020.
It feel like World War II. But I don't know what that would look like. Eli Lilly Endowment sells 10%.
Feel like World War II, but I don't know what that would look like. So if I'm gone soon, it's my goodbye to the good times, or maybe good lives.
Hit the same. He'll win another one. This one comes up next. But Chad, that's the day, baby. God bless you all. Thank you for being here. I see you on the watch list. I gotta let it run. I like that. We ain't heard this one in a minute. We ain't heard this song in a while. When the 3 month on the phone.
Yeah, I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seeing like this a little different. No minutes the word on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you to virus. Maybe they profit off fire. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seeing like this a little different. No minutes the word on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. Yeah, this one different. You should listen. Take a minute, cause in seconds, people tripping. Fed decisions, reminiscing of the time we saw this last. Not in a crash, but in collapse. Not contained across the map. First the strain and then the grab. Damn. This is the system deflating, but it's coming off as inflation. That's why the dollar's still strengthened. The money ain't moving the dollar, but you made your mind up real quick. Cause when the 3 month on the fall, that's when you know about it. Hey. So what I'm on though, break it in two. Feasting the famine, the cycle ain't no. That's just a view. It could be your way, yeah, it could be your toe. It could be a plot and it could be a coup. Either way, I know I'm gonna get through. I got some armor and I got the tools. I'm playing patience, then I make a move. I ain't been a bear in a minute. I ain't been a bull in a while. I ain't feel them in a minute. I let these bitches got bias. Yo, attitude oil prices. Chill when you up, but I feel when you negative. Millions of dollars won't make you a better man. Should be a way that the way that I'm. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seem like this a little different. No minutes to work on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seem like this a little different. No minutes to the work on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fighting. Hey.
All I do is dodge bullets. Chatadonia. I'm getting chat errors now too, guys. So yeah, you know, it happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us, ladies and gentlemen. But Chatadonia. That is the day. I love you all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for holding it down, man. For real. If you could take on that title, you know what I'm saying? But Chatadonia. Chatadonia. That is it, man. That is the day. A great way to start off the week. It got a little bit more heated than you would have thought, man. That was pretty insane. So we'll see what tomorrow brings. We got actually probably the biggest data of the week tomorrow. We get PMIs on Friday, but we'll see where it all takes us. We got a watch list tonight, but that is all, man. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for holding it down. Thank you for raising the standard, baby. Oh, yeah. But, Chad, that's all I have for you, man. That's all I got. You could go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, The Strangest Secret in the World. You got everything else in the description. You got to fill out that prayer request wall, but I got to get you the watch list tonight. I'm a little behind schedule, so I got to dip out a little early, man. I got to dip on y'all. So pray for me. I'm going to pray for you, but that is all I have for you, and I got to go. I know. Pray for the fam, bro. Pray for everybody. Especially the people you see in chat, too, man. You spending time with them all. So, come on. Stop playing with me, baby. So, Chatadonia, that is all. But for real, God bless you and thank you. And thank you for holding it down. And don't let that FOMO ever get to you. Get that law term, baby. And what's up? Come on, the whole season, all summer, avoid unnecessary trouble, baby. You gotta stay alive. But Chatadonia, I love you all. God bless every single one of you. Thank you again. You already know the books and everything else, but don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, why you got to avoid the unnecessary trouble, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chatadonia, I love you. I will see you guys on the watch list. Be prepared. I got a question. I got lessons. Actually, does anybody have any questions? Do I have any? You want it? It's like a radio station. Can I request the song? My Baby by Lil Romeo. Oh, Romeo, give me a kid. Nah, man. I want a man that won't you get a law term today. Okay. Oh, Romeo, don't get FOMO. Nah, man. I don't want the FOMO. Buy stocks that are still on the lows. Okay. Oh. All right, you got it. If you have it, here's your chance. If you want it on the wire. I got a good one. Xavier gave me a good one, baby. I'm going to add the treasury question for sure. I plan on it. That's the one we're going to go over today, most likely. So if you got anything else, you let me know, baby. You let me know, man. That's it. You let me know. What are the uses and limitations of economic data? I'll throw that on there. I don't know if it'll make it to today. It depends how long the other one takes. But I'll add that to the list. I got a document. I got a new document up and running, baby. Up and running, baby. Oh, mama, dad. Okay. All right, that's it. That's it. All right, that's it. Last call. Last call. All right, time to go home. Well, Chattadonia, I'll give you one more. I'll give you one more, then we out. But God bless you guys. Have a wonderful one. I'll see you on the watch list. Second link, the trading fraternity. And I'll see you in a little bit.
It's a coat, baby.
Uh-huh.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hate it, not inspired. Yeah, they edit for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan to my rag, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies? My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a sheep is I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking and what's on side.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold.
All right, Chattadonia. You guys have a wonderful evening. I'll see you later. And peace. Aww. Hey, I'm sick of this. Why are you double haters? Screw you. Fuck you. So what? Obama holds my hand. I'm fucking lost. Fuck you. You don't need cognitive ability. Fuck these guys. And American people, I must say, maybe we end the stream with a little Obama. No, that's okay. But, and don't forget about me and the American people. And it's good to see everybody's politicizing with democracy and a democratic. All right, now, you have a good day. All right, goodbye. I don't know. Sounds suspicious. Can you believe it? Goodbye.